Hello and welcome back to the WPT Heads Up Championship sponsored by Poker King. We are on our money matches right now. I'm with Kevin Ravishau. It's been awesome hearing your insight. We have Greenwood and Dan Smith. They are 1-1. So this final game will determine who moves on to cash for at least $100,000 and who goes home with $0. So, this is pretty brutal, especially considering the last hand of that game was Ace-4 to Ace-Jack, Ace-4 coming out ahead. So anyway, how are you feeling about this?
Yeah, the bubble round, like now that you bring that up, the min cash is so huge.
When the board runs out that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I need to just like decide whatever.
It's definitely a high pressure situation to be in, like to take a 1 day break and to feel like, oh, I just played for 2 days for $0 if I lose this match.
Do you know if the other match is playing concurrently? You're about to go in the bank.
And Limitless are currently playing. Yeah. It's on me.
Yeah. You're 46.
Okay. I'm going to fold a big hand on the button just because it's a bad juju now.
No, I have pocket sevens.
I'm so surprised how chatty they are, especially when you say, 4 buy-ins, 100.
That makes sense.
$100,000 min cash.
Like the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the type of thing that you wouldn't. I think a lot of our armchair quarterbacks, for lack of a better term, would think like, oh, they're professionals. Like it should be so easy to, this is their job. They just deal with that. But to say that it never gets in your head would just be a lie, right? Like it always matters. Like you try and get better at like having those passing thoughts just not affect your play, or like to be able to like acknowledge them and move on, sort of thing. But it's just so easy to have it sort of like subconsciously change the way that maybe you don't fire the third barrel when you have a good opportunity because you know that if you jam and you lose, you're going to lose the match. It's tough to not have that at least a little bit.
I would think even more so in a format that doesn't come up quite as often as others. So even if the money isn't an issue, if he's not thinking, okay, it's 100,000 or 0, it's probably really fun to make a run in this event. And that has to enter your mind too, that winning this would be really fun. I feel like Dan Smith is more fun oriented than any person I've ever met. So I wonder if that's more what the sweat is when he's playing this than the actual money.
Yeah, he wants to come back for the semis. He wants to play another stream game. I mean, they're just cool. It's cool to be a part of. It's another spot where Sam could definitely. I mean, he has a good draw. He could certainly fold out better hands, but in this format, his hand's also just really good, and he can check and continue in some way. So I suspect he's sometimes bluffing with that. That river check felt so fast that it almost could have been a misclick, but
You think so?
I mean, he probably checks this hand at least sometimes on the river, but unless I was seeing some lag, it almost didn't seem intentional. It was so quick.
It's super weird. I'm at the misclick. I didn't check. Or like I didn't mean to check on the river. I was like debating what to do, and then when I looked up, I saw the action was on you, and I was like, all right.
You have made some absolutely absurd live reads.
I guess you get the check button.
Feels good. Not often do you get to confirm a live read. That's a rare opportunity. Yeah.
Also, I'm just gonna start this room. I'll be like K-Rab just depends entirely on live reads. I don't think the dude studies at all. He just looks into his opponent's eyes. He's like, that was a misclick.
I've just been spending the entire last year and a half preparing for World Series 2021. I'm just like, I haven't looked at a single solution. I haven't read a single chart.
You're just
I've just watching game tape, just watching like
would not be impressed.
500 hours of Sam Greenwood.
I was gonna say even better would be you're just reviewing like Jerry Yang's win.
Yeah, the best live read artists of our time.
Yep.
Just study the masters, yeah. Interesting hand for Dan. I don't think he's going to do a lot of calling, but he might feel inclined to check raise this hand occasionally. And it is not going to work well here. I mean, Sam's hand is so good that it's either deciding between 3-betting all in or flatting. That's the only reason we see him in the tank here. He thinks Dan could check raise king 10 for value. He could check raise 10-8. He could check raise maybe a hand as weak as like queen 9. So he's debating whether he should go all in. And I do think it's close.
What would you do? Okay.
I almost feel like the 9 high flush might be a cutoff point, because you kind of want Dan to have the 9 high flush here with the line he's taken. If we're going to jam for value and get called, I mean, he probably calls, king 10 with a club. He probably calls 10-8 sometimes.
I was debating shooting that. I'm not sure if I'm going to get them now.
And yeah, Dan's hand. It's one of those like
thin to shoot at, but I don't know.
I was trying to count the flush combos, and then I was like, well, once you start counting on your hand, you kind of give the game away.
Yeah, if you put your hand up, you start counting the flushes. Yes, I agree.
And then the other thing, I was like, well, it's kind of close, and then like, oh, he raised like whatever, like 150 or 175, and I'm like, probably not.
Yeah, I think that was a good flat from Greenwood. That's one of those plays that you see Dan make it, and it maybe doesn't, like, I might even describe that hand as a cooler, which is like kind of strange. Like Sam just has a hand on the river there way stronger than he's ever gonna have on average. He's usually value betting like a pair of kings or ace X or like a queen or something. And Dan just had really good blockers. He had a club, he had bottom pair, which blocks river 2 pair. Yeah. Dan's mostly expecting Sam to have 1 pair there and be putting him in a tough spot. And that was nowhere near the case.
For some people who came into the chat from YouTube, I think YouTube may have crashed. There's a lot of questions about how game 2 ended, and it ended with Dan Smith having ace 4 all in versus Sam Greenwood's ace jack, and Dan Smith ended up making a wheel. So here we are.
Or wait, it was the reverse, right?
Reverse, yeah,
Dan,
sorry.
Yes, the reverse.
Dan
won the
yes.
first match, yeah. Pretty.
Yeah, so one good thing about Twitch though, hang out over here guys, because I can actually keep up with the chat. We're on YouTube, it just streams super fast and I just can't do it. So
So Greenwood thinking about his sizing here. Decides that he's mostly targeting 1 pair hands. Maybe thinks he runs out of some bluffs. It's fair points. I think he could maybe, like, he has no pairs in his hand. He could maybe just bet pot on the river and feel like Dan will just have to occasionally call with like Jack 9 or whatever, but he goes for half pot and he doesn't even bother 3-betting the river because, well, Dan just very clearly has a straight or a bluff. And he probably wants to see his hand.
I just thought that should get changed, the rule of having to raise the river or whatever with the nuts. Because there's situations in live poker where it's like, it's very clear when I put in the last raise that I have Broadway or something like that, but you do want to see your opponent's hand, and you actually get penalties for that, which seems ridiculous. You have a strategic reason why you want to make a different play.
Yeah, it seems like when the nuts can chop, it should just be exempted from that rule, right? Like the rule makes sense. It's meant to protect us from collusion, but that's just like a clear exception when it's like a one card straight or maybe like a one card full house with a pair on the board, like those kind of situations where you're just pretty clearly chopping at some point. Sam with a really clear value 4-bet there. He decides to go non-all-in instead of all-in. Both, I think, would have been fine with tens.
Do you ever consider, since Dan Smith put in 8K and it was raised to 18, is there any consideration to flatting there, or it's just your hand is such garbage you fold?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate to be in that spot because maybe the EVs are like kind of close, but I still don't think they're good enough to consider calling. Yeah, it's just Sam's gonna be able to put the money in post flop with like any pair and good ace high, and you're just not going to realize your equity as well as you would in some other situations with like a 6-eye draw. It looks like a good drawing hand. It's a good drawing hand in single raise pots. It's not so good of a drawing hand in 4-bet pots. So this one, I mean, Sam's bluff catcher here. I'm just assuming Dan's going to be betting the turn, unless he like times out and checks. Sam's bluff catcher here is really great for the board. He has a pair of 4s, which is the best pair on the board, and he has an ace, which Dan's never going to be bluffing with. So he's very frequently going to call a third barrel here. I want to say almost regardless of how big Dan goes on the river, but I think most likely Dan's just going to bet something in the ballpark of like 3/4 or maybe pot at the very largest. And Sam's just not going to be able to fold this hand.
You also consider that Sam doesn't have any diamonds, so that the missed flush draws are unblocked too.
Yeah, and now the ace is even a relevant blocker to a straight on the river. Yeah, he doesn't even think about it. It's one of those, like it might look like he's overplaying his hand, but it's like a top. Once he even gets to the river, it's like a top 25% hand or something in his range. So it's just not really an option to fold, I don't think. Although the wheel coming in definitely gives him like a little bit of option. Like maybe he could think about turning his hand into a bluff a fraction of the time, but he's not going to fold it, I don't think. So I would expect Dan to come with a big bet, since his hand is quite under-repped after the turn checks through. I think this is a pretty reasonable size, and it puts Sam's in an interesting spot, similar to that hand we saw earlier. He's just got all the right qualities for thinking about a raise, especially having the 6 of hearts, a very frequent flush that he's going to check to the river, and Dan also will check to the river. And I think just a good fold from Dan. His hand's not really worth thinking about, I don't think.
They had a bunch of monotone boards and a bunch of Dan having trips.
I mean, I know they're 1-1 and they're basically even chipped, but it does feel like Dan has run better in this match. I'm not sure why I get that feeling. Really interesting check back.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he just It's a flush card, so it's very reasonable to protect. It's hard to say how often he was planning on doing this. I think the default play is still to bet, but it's just a question of how often. So clearly he recognizes what his hand is worth. He's still raising the river here when it comes a blank, but yeah, just kind of an interesting check. He doesn't block clubs, so he can certainly get value from just like the king of clubs or the ace of clubs by itself.
Back to what you were saying though, with Dan, feeling like Dan has run a little bit better. I'm just recalling some of the hands that Sam Greenwood had to play in order to stay in this game, and that hero call with ace queen off in the one game, or else he's toast,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He's been put in. He's been in much worse spots than Dan has been in.
Yeah, good point. I had forgotten about that hand. That was a huge swing for him, and you're right. He's probably not, considering how well Dan ran after that bluff. Sam's probably not still in this match if he doesn't make that call. I mean, they had kings versus queens for like 10 big blinds when Dan was covered. that could have been a 40 big blind each all in to end it.
Yep.
I was gonna say that definitely looked like 3-betting posture, like
It's a hand I wasn't expecting though. I don't know why. Is that a hand that would normally be 3-bet, or is that like a little bit of an aberration?
I've seen some solutions. So I mean, it's funny, like people talk about sims as if they're like, the answer to poker, like depending on what program you use and what sizes you offer it and how accurate you run it and all sorts of other things, like it just ends up looking different. And I've seen hands like that 3-betting sometimes, but not often. And I've seen some ranges where it just never 3-bets. But I would say by and large, it's not, it's not a hand I would want to do a lot of 3-betting with. But I will say overall, I think because Dan has 3-bet some of those hands, the 6-3 suited, the Jack-3 suited, I think he's quite likely 3-betting closer to the optimal frequency than Sam, because I think we've just kind of seen Sam play, hands the way they want to be played, so to speak, like just kind of always choosing the preferred action, which is very common for a strong player who has a good idea of like what hand's properties are and what it wants to do. But I think Dan's strategy, funny enough, just ends up being closer to like the solution or the computer, because he's occasionally taking hands that aren't really all that excited about what they're doing and just doing it, which is kind of part of the game. Sam's hand, I think, just too strong to think about bluffing the river here. I think just a well-played hand by both players.
A couple of people in the chat were talking about how they wish the finals would be either bigger stacks or longer rounds or something, and happy to say they are. We don't have bigger stacks. We are going to have more hands per level, and it will be, I believe, best out of 5 instead of best of 3. So tomorrow is just the championship round, but it should be much longer unless there's a bunch of coolers. Someone could just go 3-0. It could be a short day, but most likely it'll be a longer day with more play.
I do like the number of hands per level thing. Mm-hmm. I think what ends up happening is you get more deeper stack play, maybe counterintuitively, because like people are taking longer during those levels to make like complicated decisions. So I think normally if you just did it by time, you would end up playing just like a couple hands per level, and then it would move on. And then the opposite happens at like the shorter stacks, right? It's kind of like, do we really need 20 minutes of the blind level where we're 10 big blinds deep? Like at that point, we kind of just want to get things over with. So it actually speeds things along. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, and that was actually a product of just having a bunch of players give input. We have the smartest, best players in the world playing this event pretty much, and just ask them, what would you want? And a lot of people had concerns about stalling, especially with such short rounds. Like it's already a very fast event that some people might stall because they think they're better at shorter stack play or whatever, and it takes that option out when it's just by hand. I think it's a pretty good solution.
Yeah, similar to what they would do in a mixed game. Makes a lot of sense. Pretty fair fight here. I would have thought that Sam was just gonna. He's been doing a lot of flop betting. Would have thought he was just gonna bet and take it, but he does have one of the weakest hands to bluff with on the flop, so not too unusual. I don't think Dan has to always bluff, but I do kind of feel like Sam has to bluff. He can go really thin for value here in position. Yeah, he goes for pot, which kind of representing a full house more than like an ace high or whatever, but he can bet ace high for value there as well, the way that ran out. So he's gonna have a lot of bets there. It's a good hand.
This runs next year. Are you coming to Cabo? Do you have enough FOMO from seeing all the tan?
I would be thrilled. Like if there's a 25K heads up just somewhere on this planet, like amazing. I'll do my best to be there. Like it's just such a cool format. Like I just love that there's like somehow more opportunities to play heads up like in the last 2 years than there have been in like the previous 5 before that.
Yeah.
No, it's super cool.
I kind of feel like Phil Galfond started it.
You think so?
I think so. After his heads up matches, it really everyone started, and then obviously Doug Daniel, but then PokerGo starts running stuff. We're running this like awesome event. People have loved it. We're gonna try to run more. But really, it came out of nowhere. It's a year or two ago. I guess with COVID and everything, people wanted something to do and something to watch. But then viewership for all of it has been great. So why not just run more? But I feel like Galfond started it with the challenge.
It does strike me as more viewer friendly and more kind of sport like than a lot of other poker broadcasts, right? I hope it comes across that way because I do think it can be that sort of competition. And yeah, Phil's talked about, like for example with the Legend Showdown that they did on Run It Once Poker, he's talked about how the format lends itself to playing like seasons and like playoff rounds, and yeah, there's a lot of cool things you can do with heads up, I think. Oh,
Dan Smith is not gonna like this.
Unfortunate timing for Dan to get one of those like fringe 4-bet candidates. This is kind of giving me flashbacks to when I 4-bet Sam with the Queen 10 offsuit, but I think Sam's just going to jam with this hand. He could flat if he's concerned that Dan's value range is just too far ahead of Jack's, but I don't think that's the case for 80 big blinds or whatever this is. Yeah.
How much are you considering too that you?
I was like, then as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh shit.
How much are you considering when you have to jack there that you're gonna have to play out of position versus a really good player, and you're gonna see an overcard a lot of the time? Does that just entice you to shove instead?
I mean, I try not to,
Yeah,
you know,
look who's come to join.
I try not to worry too much, I guess, about like the difficulty of the decision making. I mean, that's of course relevant, but I mean, I've just seen kind of what the solver prefers in that spot.
What's
It's
the dog's name?
with jacks
Puppet.
maybe closer.
Puppet.
She got bored
Yeah.
doing sales.
Oh. Sorry, I'm really good friends with Dan Smith, but I'm now rooting for Sam Greenwood. Featuring his dog. This is not fair. Like, this is how you get favorable commentary. Everything he does is right here on it out, you know?
I think I needled. Oh, it's a nice call from Sam with the ace high. No blocker to the straight draw.
I got slow rolled by the graphics because it said pale. Like when your hand turned up.
Yeah, I think Sam had his dog on camera for part of the matches that didn't make it to air in round one, and I was needling him for the same reason. I was like, come on, you can't you can't just try and steal the broadcast like that. That's not fair.
I think it's totally fair.
Interesting. So Dan with his basically his best king that he'll ever have, deciding that he wants to trap and maybe go for a check raise. He might stick with it on the queen because Sam is going to check down a number of queen high here. But instead, he just decides to get value. Pretty surprised to see Dan checking this hand on the flop. We've seen a lot of checking out of him in general. And maybe he is making some kind of adjustment at this stage. He thinks Sam's maybe playing the check line not as well or something, but I think at this point we've just seen Dan kind of not really see betting enough. But again, it's always hard to say if he's just kind of randomizing and we're not seeing it, or it's a bit of card distribution. But this one strikes me as quite good to just bet the flop.
Yeah, it seems like it's something that if you double barrel would get through. Obviously, it's not getting through Sam's hand this time, but I had the same kind
Yeah.
of feeling, and that there'd be a lot of turn cards you'd want to barrel on again, including this one.
Yeah. Yeah, you just have like he has blockers to all the good hands that Sam's gonna want to, call flop or call two streets with. Yeah, that hand would be pretty high frequency betting. Like even on like random turn cards, it would just be betting a lot. Not even turning equity necessarily.
Okay.
Another monotone.
Monotone board count 10.
I'm in my third match. Yeah. Sam Greenwood.
I feel like he said that with a lot of disdain in his voice.
I know, right? He's like,
Phil Ivey,
Sam.
I know who you are.
Well, Olivier nicknamed Chris Kruk Chris this effing guy Kruk yesterday for how many times he said it. He covered his highlights in the booth, and he lost to Kruk, and there were many hands that Kruk was a little out of line. I think that's a good middle name though. This effing.
That probably feels like a compliment to Kruk.
I'm sure.
Probably means he knows he put him in tough spots.
Yeah. Speaking of tough spots.
Yeah, this is a very unfortunate river. I mean, just the whole run out for Dan. Like, if he doesn't turn a gut shot, he's probably folding sometimes. And now if he doesn't river two pair, he's folding sometimes again. But unless Sam gets really greedy with his bet size, which I doubt he will, he does go pot. I do think Dan's just going to feel really obligated to call here.
No
A lot
good.
I was
of
thinking that.
offsuit.
Rough one for Dan. Down to 21 big blinds.
It's the type of board that looks like everything gets there, but in reality, in heads up, there's just a bunch of hands that didn't get there.
There's
Sam's
probably a
just
lot
gonna
of
have a lot
high
of-
card clubs, right?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
some offsuit. He just needs to have two overcards with one club, and he can take that line as a
Yep.
bluff. So it's Dan's just kind of got to play good defense there. He doesn't have a choice.
Again with Greenwood with the best of it, and Dan with enough to probably pay off, depending on the river.
Yeah, I suspect we're going to see a big bet from Sam and a call. Sam was good enough to check raise the flop and just put all the chips in. So, yeah. When Dan checks a pair on the turn, it's not really with the intention of folding it. So yeah, down to that 14 big blind stack size. This will be interesting if Dan checks this king or if he continues to play jam. I think it's a good check. I think with the offsuit kings, you want to jam, but the suited king just has that extra playability post flop. And when he gets called, he's usually not going to be in good shape. Although this actually would have gone jam call pre-flop, and Dan would just be on his way to a double up here. It's a rare hand that Sam's going to have that limp calls and is just well behind king 3.
For sure.
Sam just deciding his hand's too good to keep bluffing on the turn. So yeah, Sam checking, only 17 big blinds. He has king 10 offsuit. Again, probably just kind of feeling like if all the money gets in here, when he raises, he's going to end up pretty far behind. Do you think he actually has the option to... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I was asking if you thought that was actually true though. There are quite a few hands. I'm just learning from the other commentators, so take it with a grain of salt. But there are a lot of hands like Jack 8 suited, things like that where it would limp call. So then all of a sudden King 10 seems not that crazy if it goes limp to jam 17 bigs. Or do you think that's just a few too many big blinds?
Yeah, I think for 17, when we jam, we're more often getting called by like the really good stuff.
Okay.
Jack 8 suited. I mean, testing my memory of the charts, like probably stops limp calling around like, I don't know, 14 or 15 big blinds deep or something. I might be wrong about that actually. But I think King 10 is kind of attractive to just go like 3x or 3.5x, just like still get that protection, but encourage like King 6 offsuit to stay in the pot.
Gotcha. And then you would be folding to a jam?
Yeah, it's kind of, that is the one potential downside. It's kind of awkward because you will get jammed on by ace deuce or whatever. But I think that hand's going to be a raise fold when you do raise it. So I think checking is fine. I think raise folding is fine. But I think it's a bit too much to jam, I'm pretty sure. An ace is a different story. An ace, it's good to go.
Is that disrespectful of Dan Smith?
No, he's just continuing to attack with the right kind of hands. I think it gets disrespectful when you start raising like the middle of your range. Like if he starts raising like I don't know, queen 5 suited or something, then it's like, okay, what's going on here? Like, why are you? That would just be an indication that he thinks Sam's like limp folding way too much and just not putting up a fight. But I don't think we're going to see that. This is going to be a hard hand for Sam to fold again. Again, it's in that ace high board. When you're in the big blind, like you're just almost never going to have the ace. He might be able to get away on this river card though. It's actually going to be an interesting spot for Dan. I don't think it's a clear check. I think he's almost certainly going to find the jam at this point.
Okay, I was going to say, is it always a jam or is there a smaller size available in this spot?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous game to play when there's like 0.9 pots behind and you're trying to put in like, I don't know, 0.6 and then figure out what you're supposed to do when you get check shoved on. It's, I think at that point you just kind of round things off and you say if it's not good enough to jam, I don't put any money in the pot.
Thin, but on the other hand, I had 2 pairs. Kind of thought I had to do it.
Yeah, and I like never have aces up, and I never have sets.
Hard for you to call when I have a jack and 10. Poker's a hard game.
Wow.
That's pretty cold.
Dan is going to feel very inclined to bluff catch this. Pretty interesting that Sam, yeah, he doesn't even think about it.
Hot.
Pretty interesting that Sam goes for 15k. Yeah, I was expecting a shove. I don't know, it's a fine line, I think. You know, I'm looking at it in a pretty simplistic way. It's just kind of like my hand's good enough to shove, and it's hard for me to see any reason to build some other range for some other set of hands. But it's also possible that Sam just kind of identified like, oh, I just typically raised to whatever that was, 75% pot here because I have these like 2 pairs or these like weak top pairs or whatever that want to do that. But for me, when it's not always clear, you just want to play your hand in the best way possible, right?
Sure.
So this Jack 9, I guess, kind of falls into the category I said before that you don't really want to get involved in marginal spots on an ace high board when you're the player who never has the ace. But you know, Dan might just think that this hand's just too strong, basically. Like it just has sufficient equity to play this hand. I think he's probably right.
I think I might have done it again.
Oh, Sam maybe misclick checking behind there.
He said, I think I may have done it again. I'm not sure if he's referring to that or if he's referring to sucking out.
Yes. No, he's probably referring to sucking out. So it didn't seem like a misclick, but I mean, he could have considered value betting it. It's not as obvious to me. Interesting to see what Dan will do here versus limp. Yeah. You don't normally want to jam like your suited playable stuff. But I think with like 5-4 suited, 4-3 suited, 6-5, like this stuff that's just low and would just love to make Sam fold like Jack X, just like total dust. It's almost like your hand's weak enough to bluff with or semi-bluff with.
And you're probably running, you're probably doing okay against the hands that snap you off, right? There's a lot of like high card hands that call you and then
Exactly.
you're doing fine.
Yeah, exactly. Sam's not gonna like limp trap with, I don't know, King 7 suited or something. And well, he might actually. He might have occasion, but you're right.
Short, maybe.
Yeah, he might. But you're right. It's basically just those hands perform fine versus a tight range, like versus the strong hands. So they don't mind getting called.
Jerick is such a pro. He's practicing the sizes. I'm just within a blind or two here or there. It's all close enough.
Who's practicing the sizes?
Stevie, like he's setting up his sizes on his thing. I was complimenting that you were setting your sizes up, and mine, I'm like, whatever they have is close enough.
But the thing is, because I'm using my own device, so like I just set it up for one match. I don't need to do it every time.
But yes, Stevie's on a new device, and he's still just setting it up because he's the consummate professional.
Yeah.
Good way of describing him.
For sure. And I've covered a lot of stuff that Stevie's done because it was, he's at every final table ever. So anytime you cover a final table, you get to talk about Stevie. It's uncanny how many times he makes the right play on the river with just, he'll check his opponent has an opportunity to bluff.
Stack, so we'll need all of the luck.
Make the thinnest value bets of all time, like third pair to fourth pair. And like, it's just always right. It's like disgusting.
Yeah. Tell him to fuck off. Tell him he should also be wishing me good luck. You can use more polite language if you'd like. Feel good?
I should have realized Sam Greenwood was going to be funny. He's funny on Twitter occasionally. He doesn't tweet much, but yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see if Dan also uses the non-all-in raise as shallow as I was suggesting. Looks like yes. He's going to get called by this hand. At least. Sam's definitely not going to fold. I actually think Sam's hand was a little strong to be getting here in the first place. I just noticed their stack size. Like he might have missed an open jam, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, so you think he may have missed an open jam, but do you also think the option to jam over Dan Smith's raise was there, or is that too loose?
I think it would be too loose. But those kind of decisions are very sensitive. Like I don't want to say it's too loose, like hard stop. Like maybe the charts don't show this hand class like jamming versus the raise because they're just gonna like be dominated, crushed like every time they get called. But if Dan's just like non all-in raising 75% of the time with these hands instead of like 45% of the time, then like, yeah, I mean, just win the pot, right? Like just jam with everything. Yeah. And so it's pretty finicky. Like I think Sam's just kind of trying to play well. I don't think he's making these sorts of reads. We have the luxury of seeing their cards face up, so I can say a little more accurately, like maybe Dan's overdoing it a little bit, but I doubt Sam is operating with that information.
Right, and even if you watch the Aoki match versus Dan, you can't really extrapolate that he's going to do the same things versus Greenwood. You probably shouldn't do that, right?
Exactly, yeah. So clear
Oh,
jam
boy.
call. Oh boy,
Aw.
indeed.
GG.
GG. Good luck.
A good game, Sam Greenwood. Dan Smith eliminated on the bubble. No money for him, but it's interesting. He's having a very good time. Witness Dan Smith having a very good time in Cabo. I'm sure he'll be okay. But wow, that was a really good matchup. It went back and forth quite a bit.
Yeah, and by now, Sam, I mean, I don't know how long his match against Alexander was, but after playing 3 hours with me and like however long that just was with Dan, he might be setting the record for most hands played in this tournament.
I think you're probably right. A couple of the matches were like 20 minutes, and then yeah, he's gone pretty much the distance each time. Thank you so much for hopping in the booth. Thank you so much for answering all the questions and for basically coaching all of chat. It was very nice. And also, good luck with your braised beef tonight. I'm sure I'll see a picture on Instagram. I look forward to it.
Yes.
And
definitely.
yeah, hopefully next time you'll come to Cabo and hang out with everyone.
For sure. Thanks, Jamie. This was fun. Appreciate it.
And everyone, please stick around. We are going to go to a Phil Ivey interview with Barry Greenstein, and then we're going to check out the Kruk versus Limitless, the highlights, and Olivier Bousquet is hopping in the booth with me. So it should be a good time. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
So what was the difference in your mindset between grinding and between having a bankroll where it didn't really matter if you won or lost?
The funny thing is when I was grinding, I didn't realize I was grinding. But I was grinding, of course, right? But like on the way up when I was playing, I always saved enough to play at the limit that I felt most comfortable at. And the grinding, you know, I would say if you're out there grinding now, you're grinding low stakes, this is a fun time. Make sure you play within your bankroll and, you know, make sure you, you know, keep poker as a fun thing. In anything, you know, there are some sad stories, people that have lost all their money playing poker, people have lost all their money gambling. So, you know, like, you know, you have to keep that in mind, and it's not something you can take for granted. I put myself in some bad situations through the years. You know, I've played out of my means. Sometimes it's benefited me, sometimes it hasn't.
I know for a while you were doing business type projects. Is that what you would go to?
Yeah, I'm involved in different businesses. Like, you know, I have a partner in the restaurant business. So of course, I'll let him take care of those things. You know.
So you just be a businessman.
I'm currently in the. You're gonna laugh, but I'm currently in the music business.
Well, I want to hear you sing.
Yeah, right. I have a couple artists, and but that's more of just a fun thing to do, and you know, I just you know, I right now I enjoy golfing. I enjoy meditating, yoga, spending time with my family. You know, reading. You know, these are the things I enjoy. People ask questions like, "What do you do when you're 70?" People ask questions like, "What are you gonna do if poker stops tomorrow?" Right? But my mind doesn't work this way. So if I answer that question, I'll just be making something up.
Right.
You know, so the thing is,
you'll figure something out.
My thing is, I try to live in the day and live in the moment. I don't really think about what I will be doing if this happened. You know what I mean? And I think that's a big problem for most people, is that they start future tripping, start thinking about like all these different scenarios in their head, and then all of a sudden they have anxiety out of nowhere. And you know, so like for me, I try to stay in the present as much as I possibly can. There was a moment where I really was not enjoying playing. Well, that's not true. I always enjoyed playing. I just didn't have the same passion as I did when I was younger. And now that passion for playing is coming back now because I'm more appreciative, you know, and grateful when I'm playing, and more in the moment now, more than I've ever been. And it's like almost like poker's a new experience to me. So, yeah, the fire is there to play. The fire is there to become as you know, as good as I can again.
You're a reborn poker player?
Yeah, I'm a reborn poker player. That's right. That's exactly right. It's pretty funny.
When I think of Phil as a person, he's always someone who proved to me there's more to him as an intellectual person and as a compassionate person than at first you can see. There are people, maybe because of professional jealousy, I want to beat them, I want to do better than them. I never really felt that with you. And the reason is because the way it started out. Because you started out younger than me, and we had our personal friendship. So I never had that adversarial feeling with you.
I never enjoyed beating you either, but it just kind of happened.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking.
Phil's a friend for life. I know that. The way he's carried on, I sometimes think I'm going to be the one at his funeral instead of the other way around.
Oh my God.
But can you at least say 5 years ago I wasn't so sure?
Yeah, I was a little out there.
Okay, now I'm starting to feel you're taking good care of yourself. You're going to have to show up at my funeral. We have a bond that's going to last. That's just the way it is.
When I think of Barry Greenstein, I think of one of my very good friends, somebody who was there for me in poker when I didn't have anything, somebody who I've always looked up to, somebody who's always going to be a part of my life. I'm grateful to have him as a friend. He was a mentor to me. Barry is just a good guy. He's nowhere near as good as poker player as me, obviously. I mean, I didn't want to have to say that, but yeah, that's it. Well, that's not it, but I'm not really good at these things. You know, it would be much easier for me to say nice things about Barry if he wasn't here.
Right.
Hello guys, and welcome back to the WPT Heads Up Championship, sponsored by Poker King. 25K buy-in, started with 32 players. We are down to 8. We are checking out the money matches right now. If you win this, you're guaranteed $100,000. You lose, you get 0. I'm here with Olivier Bousquet. How's it going?
What's up? I'm trying to feel the vibe. Does everybody hear the same music that I hear? It's like very chill, you know?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna be serious. Let's go.
So we just watched Sam Greenwood versus Dan Smith. Sam Greenwood advanced in 3 games. And now we're going to check out Chris Kruk versus Limitless. We're getting a condensed match. We're trying to show you at least the pivotal hands from every single match, but we can't have a 12-hour day today, so this one will be shortened. Who you got? You played Chris Crock. You know, what were your thoughts on that match?
I have this delay in my ear. I don't know what
Same. We
is
gotta
going
turn
on.
this off.
Okay, yeah. Chris is. You want me to still answer? Yeah. So Chris is super tough. I mean, really, really good. My impression of Chris is that he'd probably study poker if there was no money in it. Like he just has that type of love and commitment to the game. But he's playing Limitless, who is like, you know, he's playing high stakes cash games, high stakes heads up games, and competing with the best, and I think often doing quite well. So, you know, I think similar to the last match between Dan Smith and Sam Greenwood, it's just kind of a really elite matchup. I'm excited to just observe, learn, do my best to just like appreciate this elite level poker and just like experience with the audience like the best of the best, you know?
For sure. Yeah, so this should be a really good match. You see their avatars here. Chris Cooks versus Limitless. Neither of them made the trip to Cabo. They're just both playing from their home bases. Chris Crock is known as Apotheosis Online, and he once won back-to-back 25K tournaments. Something tells me we could have found some more fun facts from him, but he didn't give us anything. And then we have Limitless, mostly an online player, online heads-up specialist. He's known for his trash talking and wine drinking.
A great thing to be known for.
Yeah, if you but I mean it's great. We
This
need some
wine
personality.
Famous wine drinker.
You know what though? If we talked about genre Barbalan, that's what people would say too, right? Some people are known for their wine drinking. So we're gonna get right into it here.
Was he smoking something on stream?
He was vaping the whole time last time.
What?
He was vaping on stream the
Oh,
whole
he's
time
vaping
last
on
time.
stream? That's awesome. This guy is a character,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yep.
Wonderful. Loving it.
So Tech wanted to know the sound is now better for you too, right? Cool. We're good.
Thanks, guys. All right, we're off. My assumption would be that Limitless is going to feel a bit more comfortable deeper. But it's just really hard to tell like what people are studying and looking at and stuff. Again, I see Chris as someone who's just good at everything, just always like really aware of the strategy. So, but at the same time, because he's doing a bunch of stuff, he's not really specializing as much. So I would assume Limitless would have at least a small edge, super deep, but it's really hard to tell. I think on this King 10 deuce board, Rainbow, when Chris bets the King 3-0, maybe he's randomizing that combo, or maybe he's just betting all his hands. I expect this to go check because you want to have some top pairs in your check back range. And unfortunately for Chris, the kickers play, and I think Limitless is probably going to bet pretty big, 3/4 pot, if not full pot. And there's nothing to do but call here. I think raising is just too thin. And yeah, first pot goes to limit.
Yeah, you'd said before that you tend to check back your top pair horse kickers, right?
If I have a check back as part of my strat, I mean, I
Okay.
think the King 10 deuce Rainbow is a board where you can probably bet all your hands, or at least very close. And so obviously I'm not checking back any hands if that's the strat. But then on the turn when it goes check back call, I think those are very reasonable check back candidates. Again, it's not like I'm always doing anything or anybody is necessarily always picking a single combo, but just as in terms of thinking of the candidates of hands. This is actually pretty interesting that it goes check. Chris with the open ender, no club, deciding to check back. Likely delay, I would assume. So bet the turn. His hand has equity, but he does decide to check back again. And
Ooh.
wow, what a river! I mean, top 2 for Limitless, and you just can basically take out an 8 and a flush from Chris's range
Because he
with 2
checked back.
checks.
Yep.
So I assume it's going to go bet, raise, call. Overbets the pot here, so maybe Chris will just call, yeah. And that's actually one of the kind of discounted advantages of that bet size is that if you're actually beat by some hands, you actually minimize your loss. because you're repping such a strong range that Chris can't really raise for value with his hand. This could be really, really interesting, actually. Chris can play his hand in a number of ways. He decides to 3-bet and 3-bet into essentially, like the pre-flop nuts. Limitless, I think, will almost exclusively 4-bet here to something like 25, 26,000. Maybe a bit bigger because they're a bit deeper than 100. Oh, actually, no, they're not, because Chris. Yeah, no, maybe
80
something
big
like
blinds,
24, 25,000 or something.
I want to point out too, because it wasn't apparent, but this is game 3. They sent us into game 3. They're 1-1 right now, the rubber match here.
So all in is interesting. It's obviously fine. I don't love it. And there's some stack depth threshold at which all in becomes the more standard play. Over 80 big blinds is, I think, that's a lot. I think I would just put that in my 4-bet range, but it obviously makes money when you jam. And yeah, you're right. This is the rubber match. Like, this is it. Like,
Oh,
we're coming in
baby.
kind of late, but this is it. And decent flop for Chris. Limitless is gonna definitely put some money in here with top pair, but you're always a bit, top pair can mean different things on different board textures, right? And when it comes queen, 10, jack, obviously there's ace king, there's king 9, there's 8, 9, but there's all types of other stuff too. There's sets and 2 pairs and stuff, and it's a kind of a weird spot because, I mean, now any 9 is a straight, but in general, since the button has just such a massive, like, really good hand advantage, with straights and sets and then some 2 pairs, they can just put so much pressure. And when you actually have it, it's just so amazing. Because you're like, especially Chris, who's like finding all the marginal bluffs, or most of them at least. When you actually have it, it's just like, it's so nice. I'm not sure with this 8 if it's, yeah. So I think on almost any other card, not any other, but many other cards, Chris would be betting super big on the turn. But because of the 8 and because of the interaction where any 9 makes a straight, he down bets this particular combo. And this is a potential candidate for Limitless to do something. I mean, he does have the 7 of spades, but I assume it'll go check bet fold here, but I don't know. All in here, wow. And really part of the point of the all in here is just to force a 9 into a really bad decision. But Limitless with just top pair, a weak spade, pretty easy fold to that sizing. And again, like, it might seem like Chris is almost wasting the value of his hand with that massive bet. But once you start to understand that he's got a bunch of bluffs in there, that like, if you start overfolding, he's just going to crush you. And you're going to have to find some thin calls. And especially with a 9, it's going to be very tough to fold.
You've experienced that. You think he would just be crushing people
I
if they
don't think
overfold
there's
a
any
little bit?
reason to like harken back to previous matches. I don't think that's really necessary. I think we should just focus on what's going on right now. I don't think I've ever used the word harken
It was
before. I'm
good.
not even sure if I used it correctly,
No,
to
it
be
was
honest.
good. I felt like I was reading Shakespeare for a moment or something.
Hanging out with Nick Schulman, I'm trying to up my vocab,
You gotta say cute words though. He's got a cute vocabulary, like nifty.
I think, yeah, you're obsessed with cute stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, this is a huge bet here. And you might think, well, he's got a 5. What can Limitless really continue with here? I think the reason for this bet is the asymmetry in pocket pairs. So Chris is leveraging the fact that he's got aces and kings and queens and jacks and 10s, and Limitless doesn't. And so he's going thin here with the 5. But again, if he's combining lots of bluffs in this line, it just becomes hard. I think, I don't know what Limitless is doing with Queen Jack. I just don't know, honestly, if this is a thing at all. But Limitless is probably going to continue with a number of ace highs, and maybe some king highs. And Chris is just really putting pressure on with the kind of, that's probably the thinnest part of his range. I guess we're not even seeing every hand either, right? Because we're already at big blinds here. So there's an interesting spot here where Chris can bet high frequency. And even if he's not betting every hand, bottom pair with the ace kicker and the backdoor flush draw, I think is almost always betting. And Limitless has options here. We could definitely check raise here and play for stacks. on a bunch of runouts. I think if he had king 10 of diamonds or king 10 of spades, he almost always would. With the backdoor flush draw, he decides to play it passive, and then pretty intense card. It's a card that Chris will be bluffing a decent amount. Obviously now he's made this massive hand. Limitless has a flop top pair, still a good hand and a gutter. Also, the 10 blocks the nuts. I don't think there's much he can do here. But again, Chris using this huge sizing. And you see the portion of the range that Limitless has that is almost like a must continue and is really put in the hurt locker with this sizing. It's just like so awful. You're just like, what do I do now? But yeah, the answer is basically call. He's just gonna have to decide whether his hand, and just to be clear, right? Limitless's hand here is just a bluff catcher. Like that's all it is. And a bluff catcher, right? Just to be clear, theoretically, is a hand that is in between the value portion and the bluff portion of Chris's range. It loses to all of Chris's value bets and it beats all of his bluffs. So the absolute value of this hand is not as important as the particular characteristics of this hand. Having a king is important. It blocks pocket kings, ace king, king jack, king nine, all that stuff. Having a 10 is also very important because it blocks straights. Now, he's got a decent candidate to call, and he's probably going to call this hand sometimes. How he decides whether he calls this particular hand. A lot of players use randomizers. Other players use other methods. He decides to fold there, and he's correct. But on a theoretical level, I'm sure that hand is a call at some frequency. Another really interesting board. Obviously, we're seeing the really interesting hands because we're seeing the highlights, but
Yes.
this is some cool stuff like Limitless as an overcard, a gutter, a heart, and this 10-8-4 two-tone board is, it's a dynamic board and a board that the button's advantage is not as high as on some other boards, and so you're going to have a kind of higher global check back strategy on the flop, and so you want to include some hands like this, some hands that have equity, and can call turn bets like you did. This is another interesting spot because though it looks like, wow, this is gonna go check. Chris looking to get fancy here. But Limitless would be in an interesting spot if Chris did bet here. Chris going for kind of a fancy attempt to get all the chips in. But didn't work out. Limitless did have a good enough hand to check, didn't need to bluff that particular spot. Different players have different strategies in terms of when they start to limp. 35 bigs is obviously very reasonable. Starting to limp, and 9-10 is a hand that, they're at stack depth. Chris is almost very, very rarely just going to jam over the limp. So the Chris's like raise, isolate size, Limitless can happily call with 9-10 and play a pot in position. So it's a good hand to limp. And a good flop for Limitless, but on the 9-8-4 two-tone board, you're gonna have a lot of checkbacks. So you're gonna check back some of your stronger hands as well. And the board just runs out worse and worse for him. So probably can find a value bet here. Because Chris has just checked every street. But this is probably close to as thin for value as Limitless goes. And Chris, I guess he consider something, but I think we'll often have some 5x and 8x and better candidates to call. I guess he could consider a check raise here. Wow, he does call. Okay. This is somewhat marginal, but that's also part of the reason why good players can extract value with these thin these thin value bets. I assume Limitless is playing this hand as a 3-bet fold. It's kind of an in-between spot. It's a weird hand. But yeah, that's my assumption is that if Chris were to go all in, that Limitless would fold. Does Limitless have a name or is it just Limitless?
Victor Malinowski.
Is that what it says on his passport? What?
Victor Malinowski.
Okay, cool, yeah. Oh yeah, I knew that. Actually. Yeah, so this is the type of hand that Chris is gonna check raise at some frequency. He's got a club, he's got a gutter. Just calling with 7 high makes it so that it's very hard for him to continue on the vast majority of turns. And limitless using, you know, a decent sized bet here on the turn. Wow, what a turn card. What? I mean, it's just when that card just fits right in and you're just like, wow.
Do you think Kruk does what you were doing yesterday when you were playing, when you go like offsuit 7, offsuit queen, offsuit
I just
7,
assume
offsuit
everyone
queen?
does that. They just pray to the poker gods for the cards to come in and make their hand. And yeah, this just, I mean, it's not like Limitless has such a good hand. It's just obviously bet all in hand. And it'll be interesting what Chris does here. I mean, I think there are a bunch of cards that are bad in the sense that they kill your action, but your hand is so good it doesn't need protection. So you're trying to evaluate like how your what your opponent's range is, how it's distributed. I mean, I, I, I would always call here. I mean, folding here is I mean, yeah. I can't imagine calling, but his hesitation is clear because of this reason. And that's it. Chris
Wow.
Kruk moves on.
Yeah.
Coolers limitless and wins the match.
Yeah.
So obviously I lost to the best player and I don't feel bad. But congrats to Chris. He is the man, playing great this tournament, and he's in the money.
Yeah, 100K for the min cash, 4 buy-ins. So that's just massive. And if you guys didn't see the payouts, 400K, half the prize pool going to one person, first place, 200K, and then Chris Kruk just locked up one of the 100K spots. Stay tuned though. We are going to lead to Stephen Chidwick and Phil Ivey interviews. And then after that, we'll be showing the matches Ivy Chidwick and Patrik Antonius and Stefan. So there's a lot of cool stuff happening. You're going to have Joey in the booth. You have Shulman in the booth. I'm not sure who else, but we have a star-studded cast coming in to replace us little people. But thank you so much, Olivier, for coming in. And yeah, I'll see you guys later on tonight.
The match with Darren yesterday went pretty well. I ran really good in the all-ins, which helps a lot. And yeah, managed to win without losing a match, so went pretty smoothly. Yeah, so I haven't played Phil very much heads up. My kind of rise to the highest stakes came a bit after he dropped out of the, at least the public scene of high stakes games. We've played some tournaments together. Probably have played more hands of short deck than No Limit in recent history. I believe I may have played one round of like the 10K heads up World Series against him, which I believe he won, but I don't really recall the match. I'm excited to play him. He's obviously an absolute legend of the game. Anyone who doesn't know Phil Ivey probably doesn't play poker, so yeah, it's fun to go up against someone like that, and something that you aspire to do when you are coming up in poker, and it's nice to be kind of at the kind of same level now. I've been lucky enough to be in this position, playing for lots of money a lot, and I think in general I'm able to focus pretty well on just the poker and put the money out of my head, so hopefully I can continue to do that.
Game 1 versus Zinno was a back and forth, pretty long match. I think we got all the way up to 10 and 20K blind, so at that point it's just a shootout. There's just a lot of back and forth, kind of just a lot of back and forth. I think we both won a couple key hands, and just the way it fell. I don't really remember many of the hands. I remember the last hand. I made a flush in the river, and I decided to shove, and he called me with 2 pair. He had aces up. Yeah, he got cooler, and then I ended up overbetting him for I thought it was a good chance he may have made he may have turned it straight, or he may have had a flush as well. So I just went on ahead and just shoved the river. I played more against Stephen Chidwick than I have the rest of the players. Played with him in a few high rollers. I played with him in a few short deck tournaments, and very talented, definitely one of the best tournament players, very intense. Looking forward to the match. I don't really look at this as a high pressure situation. It's just a poker game, and you do your best, and you take it hand by hand, and that's it. Well, it's good to be playing for some money. You get to, you win your first couple of matches, and obviously, you increase your equity situation, but knowing that you're playing for a payout is nice.
That music's getting me hyped up. Big Poppy, joining room 1, Chicago Joey in the house right here. Thought I was going to be joined by the Supreme Leader, Doug Polk, but I don't think that's going to happen. So we got my man, Olivier Bousquet, in the house right now. And shout out to Olivier, been having a great time down here in Cabo, 25K WPT Heads Up event. And it's been a great time down here, Olivier. What do you think so far? We both got the infamous sunburn that I got was because
First of all, we got the sunburn together.
Yeah,
we were together when we got this. We're both forgetting to remind each other to put sunscreen on. Honestly, I think this has been my favorite poker trip I've ever been.
Yeah, we had a great time last night. You can look at the brackets here, Olivier. Olivier Bousquet, did he make it to the finals? No, he's eliminated in round 2 by Chris Kruk. My man Chris, shout out to Chris. He looks like he's going to make it to the semifinals. He's going to take on the winner of our next match, Mr. Phil Ivey, the legend of the game himself, taking on Stephen Chidwick, one of the top players.
What a fucking match that is. Oh my
yeah,
God.
I'm excited to watch this one. My man Dan Smith, unfortunately, could not take down against Sam Greenwood. Sam Greenwood down to the semifinals. And we also got Patrik Antonius versus Stefan 11222. But I'm here to locate Stefan, so we're going to find out what's going on with that. And if not, maybe I'll hop in there and I'll take on someone. I don't know, man. WPT.
You're gonna get in the mix, Joey?
I mean, listen, I've won a heads-up tournament this year, so I feel like why not? You know what I mean?
How many have you played?
One.
1 for 1,
One for
baby.
one,
That's a good record.
So payouts right there, looking at $400,000 first place. Not bad at all. 4 places play. If you get eliminated now, all you get is a trip down to Cabo if you came, and a pat on the back and a slap on the ass, and you're out the door. So you don't get no money right here. Here it is, Olivia. What are you thinking about this one, big dog?
Dude, come on. This is insane. You know, you have like the leader of the new school and like the big poppy of the old school. I mean, this is like the two most intimidating stare downs. And they're both in Cabo. They're going to be across from each other, like staring at each other. It's great. This is perfect.
Yeah, you got a good point. You're talking about the stare downs, right? I remember I was doing the podcast with Phil Ivey. The first 3 minutes, I was a little nervous. You stared. I look over.
He's
Right?
just grilling at you during the podcast.
I'm like, is this really happening? First, is this really happening right now? And give me the Ivy stare. I'm like, fuck, man, I would not want to play against this guy at the poker table. Look at this guy, legend of the game right here. Phil Ivey, Poker King Ambassador, our sponsor for this beautiful event. And WPT Champions Club member, first 8 WPT cashes for all final tables. Well, that's what else is possible?
Just because when he does it big. You know, he's always got all the chips, I guess.
Nothing. He just either makes it a final table. Like, that's not a bad strategy. Poker Hall of Fame member.
I mean, he's Phil Ivey. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no. Fired up.
Me?
Excited.
Dude,
I'm
hyped.
I see it. I feel it.
I'm hoping nobody comes to replace me. This is a sick match.
Steven Chidwick, $35 million in short-term earnings, one of the top
These
poker.
numbers have gotten absurd. Just a cool 36 million in earnings. What is that number? It's crazy.
Top earner, of course, Brent Kenny might take on Doug Polk in a heads-up match. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. But let's go.
Here we go.
All right, guys. So I believe for this quarterfinals, it's going to be every 9 hands. Earlier in this match, we've seen best of 3, and every 7 hands the blinds go up. But I do believe they're going to go every 9 hands. Saw Phil play that first match, played wild. So we're going to see what takes place here. Olivier, lock in. Chat, Twitch, lock in.
Wait, this is 20 big blind pot. This went 3-bet call.
3-bet call already, right out the gate. Lock in. Come on.
Yeah, I think the Jack 8 suited is 3-bet most of the time, but not all. Ace 9 is probably near the bottom of the defending range. So this small bet, I can't really imagine folding this hand.
Ace high, backdoor straight draw. Still have ace high as well, too. Beat bluffs like Jack 8. Nice turn for Steven, potentially. Picks up the gutter.
Yeah, and I think some of the better gutters, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, can come more comfortably check call. And then some of the weak gutters like this, much more likely to bet.
So you bet your Jack 8s, bet your kings.
Having clubs is particularly good because you unblock all the weakest floats from Phil. So having the non-suit that's on the flop is like a particularly good candidate.
Makes sense, meaning that you don't have spades, you don't have hearts, you don't have the diamonds. Yeah, those would be hands that he might flow with. Maybe a hand like a, well, I guess that essentially picks up a 7, right? Maybe a hand like a 7-9 or 7-8, something like that. Ed says Doug is too busy laying on the beach beating everyone at Twitter. Listen, Doug Polk is a professional Twitter user. That's right. He is. No one loves Twitter more than Doug Polk. I mean, I posted a photo yesterday of him showing off in one of his tweets to Lynn. He was so happy with his work.
That was a great.
He was smiling, he's laughing. So, my man Ape Styles in the chat. What's up, Ape Styles? What's up, brother? Nice to see you.
Legends everywhere.
Nice to see you, brother. We definitely got to.
This is a nice little matchup of hands right here. This ace 5 suited gets 3-bet a lot. And Jack 10 suited,
when
obviously.
Olivia says gets 3-bet a lot, basically, not these certain hands, they're not always 100% one way or the other. So sometimes you call, sometimes you 3-bet. Certain hands are going to do it more than others, and it's sort of on you to figure out how you're going to break that up.
And Phil, likely, I don't want to say like playing his own style, but probably not trying to adhere. Wow, look at this tiny bet here. This guy doesn't mess around. Huge flop for Phil.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of strategy Steven Chidwick brings out here. We saw him yesterday versus Darren Elias. I was doing commentary on that match. Very tough match. Phil comes out with the check raise. Not necessarily check raising these ace high boards too much in single raise pots, right, Olivier?
I think the super small bet gets check raised a lot, and then obviously having the flush draw to go with it is just like a beautiful kind of supplement.
Does call.
When you call and see this 9, now your kicker is much less relevant, but Steven's going to have some 9x, and you're as Phil Ivey's going to have much less. And then this just makes much more sense to check call.
So what hand would Phil check raise and bet on the turn? On this specific turn on a 9.
I think he's going to have some hands that have a 9 in them. Obviously, some Jack 9 and Ace 9. He might have a little bit of 9x of hearts or 9-10 or stuff like that. And then he's going to have some bluffs or semi bluffs like non-paired clubs, some straight draws, stuff like that.
I might need to do some commentary with you.
Joey, this is a dream come true for me, brother.
So Phil,
Nice
value
thin
bet
value
river.
bet here. I think Chidwick probably can choose between raise and call.
Raise and call.
Yeah, I
So you
don't
think
think he can.
raising here is a potentially. I mean, you want to take some of your worst hands and raise them here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a weird bet size here from Phil. He's bet like about half pot out of position here. I would expect more of a block size with this particular hand, and I would probably break my range down into the block and the large size.
Even does pay it off.
So
I think it's a
yeah,
little bit of value there on that river, brings it back to even for the match. Yeah, Phil, yeah, we kind of seen that more block size being deployed on the river in these situations, out of position, a little smaller than half pot, usually 30%, 25%, something like that. But Phil, Phil's, I don't know how much he's really playing heads up these days, or I actually don't even know how much he's playing. I talked to him the other day, and he said he was planning to get back in the series, was planning to play a lot, and he said he was planning to kind of educate himself on maybe a new way of thinking or a new way of how some of the new poker strategy has evolved. So,
I mean, I saw that podcast. That was a banger. Must see. If you haven't seen Joey's podcast with Mr. Phil Ivey, you should definitely check that out.
thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man.
And obviously both players getting a piece of this. Chidwick, I think, almost just exclusively check calling with his hand. And Phil, I would expect a check back here. Wow, Phil just going for thin value here. The problem with betting this thin of a hand is that when you check on the turn, you're kind of disproportionately weak if you never have any kind of hands like this. And you can see how Chidwick with second pair, okay, bad kicker, but still like Chidwick is able to get away from his hand. So that like also signifies that like Phil's not getting as much value as he might otherwise would like from that 10-4 hand, where if it goes check and some blank card comes, then I think you do get more value from the 10.
It seems like, the evolution, obviously, I'm primarily focused on the great game, but it seems like the evolution of Hold'em has...
Interesting fold there, by the way, with 3-6 suited.
Yeah, usually they would, like a queen 5, like a top pair, they might continue betting that hand normally in the turn. And nowadays, people are checking that back because they do want to have those stronger hands in their range to protect their range.
And you're even going to check that hand, I think, at some frequency on the flop. So I think by the time you get to the turn when you've bet, I think it's mostly going to be a check. Also, a lot of what I think the newer, like what solvers have shown us is that a lot of spots are preferred to be played much more polarized in the sense that the value threshold that people bet with is relatively high. And much more, I think before that, people were playing what's called much more linearly. So they're betting much more of their kind of medium strength hands. And that's just part of how the theory has evolved.
Man, Olivier Bousquet, the vocab king over here in the house right now. Whenever I do poker commentary on some of my stuff, I just try to keep it, the bigger words. I know that, I guess that, it's kind of depending on the crowd, the demographic people that are watching. I know people that are watching here are probably more serious players as well, too. So they're probably locked in, ready to pick out spots. Something. Blinds just went up there, 501K. Olivia, you sounds like you've been playing a lot of poker, right?
I've been playing a decent amount.
I know you've been grinding hard, man. You've been working really hard. Things are going well for you too, right?
Great game. Yeah, things are going well. Yeah, life is good. Hanging out.
Enjoying yourself down here.
It's a good group we got.
So, boys are batting back and forth. Not much words coming out from these guys. Calm down out there, Phil. Calm down, Steven. All right, guys. Come on.
What a shock that the Chidwick Ivey match is relatively silent.
Like the anti-Doug Polk match right here. Puppy Butter says, Poppy, blow my girlfriend a little kiss. Be your girlfriend. Ay, Puppy. Come on, buddy. So it looks like Steven's going with that 2.2 raise size. Phil going to 2.5. We saw Phil kind of raise bigger the first match that we watched him play. He was going some 3x. He was going some 2.5x. So, it'd be interesting to see how the strategy develops as the blinds go down here.
Here we go.
Yeah, top pair, second pair. Seen Phil bet bigger. This is standard bet size so far. Let's see if it continues here. We got a lot of Team Ivy in the chat. Okay.
All right, we got some small betting action here. Makes a lot of sense. Obviously, I think you can have a big bet too.
Basically, a lot of different sizes and this kind of texture as the pre-flop raiser and single raise pots in position. Calls.
And I think on this turn, Steven's going to have to mostly call the turn. A pretty good queen.
I want to check call the turn with your top pairs, some queens, flush draws.
And Phil going with a, reasonable size bet. I think a lot of players would bet size up a bit here. But Phil going with a more standardish kind of 70%, looks like.
We go.
And on that size, like there's just no folding for Steven.
Safe river there for Phil Ivey. Flush draw misses.
I think a pretty clear value bet from Phil. Something like 14, 15K.
Okay, a call, but maybe a hand like an ace-6, maybe a queen, queen 10, just like Steven has, maybe queen jack offsuit. Steven seems like he's gonna have a tough time folding here. Olivier, what do you think?
I don't know. The 10 seems like a bad card to have because there's a lot of straight draws that Phil could be bluffing with that have a 10 in it.
Mm-hmm. Steven does get away from it. Nice lay down by Steven.
I think the queen 9 suited can 3-bet or call here. I like 3-bet most of the time. So does Phil.
Mm-hmm. Does 3-bet it. Steven, ever 4-bet a hand like this? Ace 10
I
offsuit?
think every once in a while, yeah. But Phil's chosen a somewhat smallish 3-bet size. So I think that incentivizes a bit more calls and a bit fewer re-raises.
I feel like most players are over c-betting a board like this in a 3-bet pot out of position. Do you think that you can c-bet this just at an extremely high frequency?
It depends on the size you use and the strategy. I mean, you have this decent advantage in big pocket pairs. And it's just like really unlikely that anybody has a deuce or a 3. But I think if you try to just c-bet all your hands, you could get really put in some real tough spots by guys who know what's up. Steven obviously being one of those guys.
Only knows what's going on.
Yeah, this is an interesting barrel. I think it's pretty good here. But at the same time, you know, you're gonna have it's easy to overdo this. You know what I mean? You got hearts, you got clubs, you got some straight draws, and I think Steven with just the ace high, just not a believer. And now this 5 of hearts comes, it's hard to bluff with this hand. You have like very little relevant
anyone's
stuff.
capable of bluffing. It's Phil Ivey here,
That's
Olivier.
true.
Okay, big pot energy brewing. Lock in, Ruben. I see you out there in the chat. Phil Ivey looks like he's geared up. He does gear up for it. 37,000 representing an overpair, maybe some flushes.
Yeah, I mean,
Steven, ace 10, 1 heart. Don't think he can call this one.
he's very seriously considering this. He's
Don't
got
think
some
he
relevant
can call
stuff
this
here.
one. Don't think he can call this one. But so now he lays it down. So Phil Ivey power pokers his way to the chip lead here, 136-64. And Phil Ivey using that old school aggression on Steven Chidwick.
That was aggressive. For sure.
Worked out sometimes. Now, Muhammad, how's it going? Deuce too high. What's happening, brother? Nice to see you. Benjamin 80. What's going on? All the Twitch chat. Interesting flop here. Backdoor bonanza for Phil Ivey. Steven top pair. It's like Ivey's going with pretty heavy c-bet strategy on the flop so far.
I wonder if he would have called the check raise from Steven with this hand. As played. Phil doesn't really improve at all.
CFL 2 barrels. We've seen him come out pretty aggressive so far. Checks it back. Opens up some showdown. The king high.
I think Steven can block here. Try to get some value from some pairs in between the 4 and the jack or a 4.
My man roofing slate 1. What's happening? There you go. He does indeed block bet. Phil. Might be tempted to call here. Does beat some hands.
5 seems like a bad card to have.
Mm-hmm.
5-6, 5-7, deuce 5, all these straight draws that missed.
Does indeed call. And Steven picks up a little pop. Maybe having the spades actually might not be that good too, because Steven might be check calling with hands, so I have some backdoor spades.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking about this today. Like, I do so much Hold'em commentary now, but I mainly play pot and boss.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, I should get some PLO commentary. I've been liking this so far. It's been real fun to watch different strategies and how players play.
Yeah, another cool interaction here. Steven's got 2 overs to second pair plus the gutter, and obviously Phil with the second pair nut kicker. Nobody has a club though, so if some clubs run out, might freeze a bit of action.
So Steven going with a very, very small sizing as his c-bet.
And one of the advantages of the small sizing is you really challenge your opponent to come up with some really light calls. And on some boards that can be pretty non-intuitive. Obviously, one of the disadvantages is you don't build as big pots, and again, you let your opponents continue with a wide range.
Chat reacting to that bluff. Nice to see the chat fired up today. Come on. Some energy out there. Let me go. Here we go, River.
Interesting
Steven.
check back from Steven. Obviously, he's got some equity and little showdown value, so can consider a bet on the turn. He decides to check back, and boom, just rivers the nuts. How beautiful is that when that happens?
Uh-oh.
So Phil does go with the block bet. I think it makes some sense here. He is in for a big surprise.
Yeah, worse 8, worse 7.
Yeah, sure. And he's gonna have some, a bunch of other straight draws that miss, the 5-6, 5-4, that type of stuff. Some club draws, maybe some queen highs.
Big raise from Steven here.
Yeah.
Don't think Phil is going to continue. Ace 8. Thought it might do this with a hand like a 2 pair, maybe 8-10, 7-10. Certainly hands he might check back. Jack 9, 6-9 as well.
He's gonna have some bluffs that have, I think a lot of them have a 9 in them. Maybe a jack at some frequency.
Steven takes it down, trying to claw his way back here. Best of 3 match quarterfinals. The winner goes on to the semifinals to play Chris Kruk. We got our semifinal matches, I believe, coming up later today.
Most importantly, the winner gets 100K, the loser gets nothing. So this is a bubble match.
It's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
I mean, they got to golf a little bit, right? Steven gets to golf. Phil gets to golf a little bit. They have a good time.
Steven brought his family here too, so we get some quality time with the fam.
It's a beautiful place to be, man. Steven, bottom pair, gonna check call.
Small bet from Phil on the flop. I actually think this is a reasonable check back on the turn. Seems weird to check back trips, but I think every once in a while it's nice to check back trips. Makes sense to do it with when your kicker's really bad. But still trying to get some more value. That's half pot. Tough spot for Steven.
Let's lay it down. Ape Styles says, pretty sure Liv and I raged at each other hard on aim like 10 years ago. Either way, good commentary. You have some history with Ape Styles?
I mean, I got nothing but love for Ape. I have some rage history with, different peeps throughout the years. It's nothing personal for me, You live and learn, you grow up and mature. Ape is a legend. I got nothing but love and respect for my man.
So you were raging on aim in there, I guess. Okay.
I mean, it was aim. You know what I mean? What else is aim for but to randomly rage? Come on.
I talk to girls. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, Poppy. Okay.
I mean, that's why people used aim back in the day. Shout out to AOL and Sim Messenger. RIP to that. Now we got 1,000 messages like Instagram. Shout out to Instagram too. So Phil in the lead right now, Olivier. 107 to 56. King 3 going to defend the raise. Harvella said, just tuning in. Who has battled today? We saw Chris Kruk take down Limitless. We saw Sam Greenwood defeat Dan Smith. And now we're watching the legend Phil Ivey versus Steven Chidwick.
Steven electing to check back this hand. Turning an 8 against King High. I think he'll probably check again. I guess he could go for some value / protection. And I think a pretty clear check and value bet from Steven. And again, Phil will be in one of these bluff catching spots with King High. We'll see what he does.
We saw him call with King High last time. Certainly can beat some of Steven's worst hands with King High that he might feel the need to bluff here with. But he does just lay it down.
Doesn't even consider it.
Interesting. Okay. Eden rocks in the chat. What's up, Eden? Joey battled the sun and lost. Feel that sometimes it happens, buddy.
Little piece for Steven here with the weak gutter, and Phil obviously with backdoor straight draw and the 4 spades.
Beautiful hand, beautiful flop.
Yeah. I like to go again with a small size. I think on this board could size up if you wanted, but when one of the non-top pair cards pairs on the turn, oftentimes players elect to at least lead some percentage. I think this would have been a reasonable candidate for Steven. He decides to check, obviously, I assume with the intention of folding to a bet, but Phil decides to check back, and here we go. Both players 7 high. Who wants it more, Poppy? Don't you hate when people say that? It's like, yo, one person can bet before the other person. You know? Who wants
I mean,
it
never
more?
even listen. You know, you can bet, you can raise, right? You know.
That's true. That is true.
And this might be one of those spots that I'm thinking about, right? Who wants it more, Olivier? Just feel like, no, he lays it down.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
that's the thing. Also, like having the 7 and 3 of spades seems like not the best cards to have to try to raise. It's the kind of cards you want your opponent to have.
Right. What was your aim screen name, Poppy? My aim screen name was, I don't know. What was your aim screen name? Do you have a?
Yeah, Live B112. Same. That's how I came up with my first online poker name on Full Tilt Poker.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Live B112. I think mine was. They call me Joey or something like that. Yeah.
Call me Joey.
Yeah. Lover boy Poppy. I mean, no. No, I'm kidding. Cringy. No. How many words do you think we're gonna get this match? Spoken by
We'll
by.
go with GG
Yeah.
at the end.
Yeah.
That's it. A little exchange of GGs.
Mm-hmm. So Phil, I'm doing a lot of continuation betting here so far. Takes it down.
Ace 9 a hand, I think that can consider continuing with a heart. I think a must continue.
But no heart, lays it down. Our guys' blinds are going up every 9 hands today versus 7 hands. Pete Robo in the chat. What's up, Pete? How's it going, brother?
Interesting here. Phil Ivey, obviously with a check raise candidate here with top and bottom. Oftentimes top and bottom is played a little bit less aggressively, theoretically, than some of the other very good types of hands like bottom 2 or top 2 or sets. Phil just trying to max his value. Going with the check raise. Nothing really Steven can do, I think, besides call here with second pair. Backdoor straight action too. And this could be interesting because now that Steven's picked up equity, I expect him to continue, and now his hand becomes a candidate at some point in the hand to potentially bluff with, right? He blocks ace 10 and 10-7 and king jack, and if he misses on the river, he could consider trying to get crazy. I mean, not oh wow, he just folds the turn. That is surprising.
Why is that surprising?
Well, he's got a decent pair plus a straight draw. I guess he just, I mean,
I just think
just
Phil Ivey's got
doesn't
a
make
pretty,
the wrong
yeah,
decision ever, this guy.
Yeah.
So like, what do I know? You know?
yeah. Maybe he just thinks when Phil Ivey check raises there and bets turn, he's just got an extremely
Just
strong
got it.
hand.
He
Right,
just
just has
got
it. Yeah, he just has it.
I mean, this guy's right so often. It's like when I watch a play, I'm really just trying to see what's up more than anything else, you know?
No more mercies. What's happening, brother? How's it going? Polish Prince. Phil turns the bottom pair and see if he continues betting. Steven has a third pair in the gutter.
Interesting bet here. I think you have a ton of bluffs that are unpaired here that you can choose. But when you have such a dynamic hand with a pair and a straight draw and a flush draw, I don't think it's ever really bad to bet.
But calls
You
river,
could
they
see-
both make
You
the
can see
straight.
Phil is like kind of constantly trying to push his equity.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? He's just trying to constantly maximize the particular spot he's in. Obviously they chop now, they both have a 7, but any jack is also a straight. Look at this lead.
Get up, boys. Nothing to see here. Phil Ivey locked in as it could be right now.
Really interesting lead there. Guy's good.
So 110 to 55 right now. Phil Ivey still in the lead. Match 1. I've seen a ton of 3-betting go on so far. Whole bunch of nothing here for both players. Little something on the turn. Steven picks up the backdoor flush draw. Phil with the ace high. Phil's going to lead out. Very small bet.
Does he know?
Steven putting some pressure on Phil Ivey. Makes the raise. And now Phil, don't expect him to continue here.
I mean,
Lay it down. How's my man Gilly in the chat? What's up, Gilly? How's it going, brother? Nice to see you. Bowie Effect as well. What's up, Bowie Effect? Bowie, you're always on Twitch, but you like grind poker every day and playing grind Twitch every day, it seems. Big slick for Phil Ivey.
yeah, we'll see what size he uses here. I think Steven's gonna have to continue to some of the sizings, and Phil been using some smaller sizings, so we might see a 3-bet call. Okay, now this I think is gonna get a.
Just lays it down. You think he may raise smaller if he made 7 big blinds or 8 big blinds, then that Steven would call with the 8-9 offsuit.
I think yeah, he would at least have to consider it.
Lines should just go up, guys. We got 80 to 40 right now. Phil Ivey still with the 2-1 chip lead. Wasn't Stevie also? He used to be a big Supernova Elite guy as well too. He was grinding all the time.
What was he
grinder.
grinding? Singos?
I think he was playing those, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's playing sit and
Yeah, it
goes.
wasn't heads up Singos, but I think maybe the 6 and 9 man ones.
Mhm.
Presume he was playing a bunch of different stuff though.
Yeah. Steven, bottom pair, not loving it. Probably gonna call. He does call. H Style said I lived with Stevie for a few years in 2008 and was always saying he's the best, even though he wasn't winning much in MTTs. Now we're in 2021, 13 years later.
Interesting. The 10 ace run out.
Steven check call flop.
Interesting.
Does not bet the river. Phil has the king high.
Man, I think king high is enough showdown value.
Steven wins a little pot. Every big blind matters in this kind of format. You only get one life. When you die, you lose.
Dies. He dies.
You can get a club to see if Phil decides to 3-bet this hand. I guess Stevie did not raise. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, this hand really doesn't want to get 3-bet, right? And if you limp and Phil makes it 3 or 4 big blinds, you can call. So even though they're, reasonably deep, 47 bigs, I think that's the main reason Steven elects to check this particular hand class. Or limp, I mean.
Phil Ivey does not raise with the king of clubs.
Wow, what a card. Open ender for Steven. Flush draw to go with this top pair for Phil. I can't imagine Phil doing much checking here.
Corey in the chat. What's up, buddy? Nice to see you from New Zealand. How's it going? See if Stevie might raise this hand.
Yeah, I mean, Phil, I think when Phil bet with the ace 9, he bet real small, right? Here he's bet half pot. I wonder if Steven's going to start adjusting. Okay, well, he raises this one too. This is obviously not going to work. Be interesting to see what the river is and how these guys play it.
Phil does call.
Ooh.
The flush on the river.
Chivik doesn't have a club though, and so he does have an 8 and a jack. So an 8's relevant for 7-8, jack's relevant for queen jack. So he could go for it. Maybe he'll pick not a huge size. I really am not sure he's going to play this. Pretty interesting. Still, obviously, just going to check raise all in. Yeah, so he goes with the small size, I think, because he's lacking the club, but does have this straight draw interaction. I think if he had jack 8 with a club, he would go much bigger. That's my guess.
Phil most likely.
So not all in.
Not all in. Okay. So Phil Ivey extending that lead right now, 87-38. Looking to put Stephen Chidwick away for this match 1. Twitch chat, much funnier than YouTube chat today, I'll tell you that, guys. YouTube chat, bunch of serious people. Twitch chat, a little more out of line. See if Phil raises this one. And he does indeed raise.
Interesting. It's a tough hand to play if it gets called on a bunch of flops.
Not, ace-8 offsuit?
Yeah, I'm not in love with that particular raise.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, obviously the benefit is that you get a lot of folds because then you punish Stevens like kind of weakish limps.
Yeah, I want to know who the chat's rooting for. Is the chat rooting for Phil Ivey? You guys rooting for Stephen Chidwick?
I'm going to assume the majority of the chat's in here for Phil.
I would assume so too, but you never know. We might have a bunch of Stephen Chidwick fans out there.
You're right. I mean, Stevie is one of the best, obviously. And such a humble, like, nice guy too. I mean, I really easy guy to root for. It's just, you know, Phil Ivey's. It's Phil Ivey. So
It's Phil Ivey, exactly.
Assuming.
Phil Ivey stretching out a little bit. Talked about meditating. Talked about taking care of his body, mind, and soul.
The yoga in there.
A bit of yoga, maybe some beach yoga. Maybe got a nice massage earlier. Cleared his mind a little bit before this match started. Locked himself in. Blinds did just go up. Phil Ivey looking to put this one away. I know. Listen, I know the organizers. Maybe, you know, Phil Ivey at that final table. It's going to be a beautiful thing if that does happen. And now Stevie. Looks like Steven's going to be limping.
All right, so this is
Yeah.
this could be a very, very big hand. I think Steven could definitely min raise and call off at the stacked up with this hand, but limping is obviously fine. And he chooses half pot here, and Phil's gonna have to call probably at least 2 bets, and we're just gonna see on the river. Now this card, I think now Steven's gonna down bet something between 4,000 and 6,000. I guess with his hand he could go bigger if he wants. Yeah. And what can Phil do? I mean, Phil's got a gutter and a top pair. There's nothing really to do, I think, besides call. Just call. And this is, I assume Stevie will bet here again. Tough for Phil, because I don't think Stevie has got a lot of random ace high hands. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make a lot of sense that the aces really improve Steven's hand. But it is a scare card. Obviously, there's some chance that it improved his hand. But 8 of clubs, not a great card for Phil to have. Blocks some flush draws that bluff. Obviously, there's some 7-8, 6-8 stuff, and he does call here. Very nice value bet from Steven here. Get 3 bets in with the top pair domination, and that's really one of the big advantages also from limping the king queen suited. I mean, if it goes min raise, queen 8 still calls, but you just get a bunch of dominated hands you force them to stay in the pot with you.
You should start limping all your hands then.
Yeah, but you do build smaller pots. So big function is the stack depth, right? And I think on a different run out, Steven would have bet big enough that sometimes he even gets all in on some run outs.
Like the chat, maybe a little mixture. We got some Stephen Chidwick fans out there. We got some Phil Ivey fans.
Nice.
Definitely have more Phil Ivey. Shout out to Rummiesfeld. Kennedy says Phil Ivey keeping old school poker alive. Is he? Something to think about. This is live right now. We're on a little bit of delay watching the guys play. It's like Phil is not going to be limping at 35 big effective, whereas Steven appears to be doing a bit more of that. Ace king suited. Beautiful hand. Flop or ace king suited.
A little overcard gutter action for Phil, but not a club. And I assume Steven will bet, I don't know, reasonable size? Maybe. Well, he does bet pretty small.
No. Not a very good hand. Backdoor straight draw on the gut shot.
Now, king 9, obviously a continued king 7, probably borderline to that side. Club,
Lays it down.
very reasonable fold.
Poker 619 said this tournament is not just about the money, it is about the prestige. I think that's very true. It's a good point. Sure, these players definitely care about the money as well, but it also is bragging rights and the prestige as well too. Always good to have those accomplishments in your career to look back on and think about and be proud of.
And I think any path to victory is going to include necessarily some wins over just some of the best players in the world, and that's always a kind of feather in the cap.
Always feels good.
And also, a lot of these players, you know, they're playing against each other on a somewhat regular basis, whether it's in tournaments or in cash games, online and live. And so there's some, you know, there's some familiarity with each other that can carry over into other spots. Ace over ace action. I wonder at 35 bigs how Phil plays the ace 4 suited. Interesting limp here with ace jack. Phil could get into some trouble here.
Looks like he is going to get himself into some trouble. Is Steven just going to limp jam here with the ace jack offsuit?
I would. I assume that's the play here. Phil gonna be pretty unhappy.
All in for Steven.
Yeah, I think you gotta fold. So, yeah.
Phil folds quickly. Doesn't even think about it.
I think that play is fine, but you see the vulnerability. Like you see the real downside is that ace 4 suited really wants to see a flop, and when you do that and Steven responds that way, you don't get to see it. So
Damn, yeah.
that's
So
that's
you
quite annoying.
advocate maybe not raising that hand then, or what?
I mean, a lot of hands, like you said before, are played at a mix. I think it's totally reasonable, but I think it's just important to understand the upside and the downside to different types of spots. So definitely want to consider checking that hand back because you guarantee that you see a flop, and but it's a nice hand, obviously, and it's fine when you raise and get called.
It's a terrible pitch, Jedi.
But pretty decent comeback here from Steven. I mean,
boys battling back here. Still down 65 to 35, but he's still anybody's game. All it takes is one double up, have momentum.
In the lead, yeah.
Ape Style said, Joey, weren't you at a Poker Stars Thanksgiving dinner in like 2011 where Stevie lost $6,000 in PLO flips to Doug Polk? Yes, I was definitely there.
What a classic poker story. 10 years ago, flip. Beautiful.
That was a beautiful Thanksgiving dinner. That's true. We were in Canada. A bunch of the Americans all got together.
And that was the last time that Stevie Chidwick lost a flip. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, man.
Pretty
been running well for 10 years since.
Yeah. Kind of loose defend from Phil with the Jack 4. But
yeah, he's getting confident.
That 10 slides off. Gives him a straight.
He's getting confident right now.
It's small here. Forcing some of the weaker parts of Steven's range into a tougher decision.
Gives it up.
Guy just thinks, and then makes the right call or decision.
Pat O'Cal, what's up, Pat? Appreciate your brother in the YouTube chat. 4-5 of clubs. Beautiful hand. Get yourself in a lot of trouble with that hand.
They slot Phil. Obviously. Pre-outing Steven. Dominated 4. These spots are always kind of tough to play. On one hand, obviously you want to protect your hand. There's so many bad cards that come on the turn. On the other hand, your hand is pretty vulnerable to a check raise, and tough to play in an inflated pot. So,
It's true.
Phil electing to bet, Steven without much
Brought the Nolan Hold'em hat
equity.
today for
Here
the
we
Phil
go.
Ivey
Look at
match,
you.
Olivier.
Did you get that in Texas?
No, this is my Nolan Hold'em hat. It's my Cuban Poppy hat. I got this in Miami. Viva la Miami. You know what happens in Miami, right? A little out of line place. So I can't wear the hat with these headphones. What is this sorcery going on here right now? Ay. Come on.
We got a little stuff going on here. I mean, I think Steven's
Always
gonna.
stuff going on, Olivier. Heads up, Nolan Hold'em. There's always something happening. You always got something.
With particularly the Ace of Hearts is a really nice card to have to go with the 7. Obviously, Phil with second pair not going anywhere.
Steven never continues betting here on the turn. Nah. Lines to just go up as well. 55 big blinds for Phil Ivey, 23 for Steven. 8 on the river. Phil Ivey still with the best hand.
I think this is a block. He goes with half pot. I think it's overvaluing his hand just a smidge. And we'll see if Steven continues to make the right decision every time. And he does. The 9 is a, relevant turn card, right? A bunch of straight draws on the king, queen, turn a pair or a straight. So, kind of harder for Phil to find bluffs. Not that he's not capable. If anyone's capable of finding bluffs, it's Mr. Ivey. Piwick down to 20 bigs.
Need some help now. Burrito and chip lead for Phil. Flopped bottom pair in the flush draw.
I mean, just another beautiful flop in a dominated spot pre. I think you can consider calling here 2 clean overs you expect with a heart and a small size. Spicy turn. Neither player in love with it, but in the check. Steven, if he doesn't make any, wow, look at this guy. Just attacking. And part of the reason he's able to lead here is because this 5 really changes the board, right? All of a sudden, any 4 is a straight. So when the board changes like that, the person who check called starts to be able to take control of the betting. Now, wow, man, yo, this guy, every time he just puts his opponent in a tough spot.
Steven representing here a 4, maybe 8, 9.
You'd think maybe having a heart you'd think was bad because like you want your opponent to have a flush draw, but he just
play there by Steven
attacks,
Chidwick.
Man.
Yeah, queen jack offsuit, check calls, flop lead turn. Big bet on the river, gets Phil Ivey off that bottom pair.
Like you'd think when Phil calls the turn, right? He's got a flush draw, or maybe he turned a straight, or at least has a 7 or 2 pair. You'd think that 7 is like really bad, but he's just somehow just is able to still barrel it and get it through. I mean, it's really
Tuck the headphones. Tuck the head under the headphones.
You do it?
I don't think so, guys. Someone says this is Landon's hat. No,
not, I don't.
This is not Landon. This is Landon's hat that I put on
Not
him when he came to my house, and then he wore it for Miss Cat Jam photo. No, ain't gonna work, Poppy. No, that's not the look. So Steven battling back here a little bit.
And really, I mean, Steven hasn't run particularly good. Again, some cool stuff can happen here. Steven with 2 overs, got it to the nuts. Phil with good kicker with a second pair. Again, picking a kind of small size. On this 8 high board, I think a lot of players would typically choose a bigger size, or at least with portion.
Oh, nut straight for Steven Chidwick on the turn.
Decent card.
Might see him lead once again. We just saw him lead that last hand. And he does indeed.
There you go.
Goes for the lead.
Really, really not a fun spot for Phil. I mean, it's very hard for your hand to improve, you know? Like, if you much rather have 7-6 and queen 7. But like, you're just gonna fold this pair here?
Play it down.
Apparently
nice
he does.
There from Phil.
That's good.
Polish Prince, guys, look at face. Joey, it's beyond. poker hard right now. It's not yet. Calm down. Not yet. During Doug Polk first Tom Dawn, I certainly was. Yeah. So Steven mixing it up here, doing some limps, doing some min raises. Ivy seems to be going with a little bit bigger raise size pre-flop, not as many limps from him. Interesting flop. Middle pair flush draw, king high flush draw for Steven. Betting or checking here? What do you think, Olivier, in terms of either option?
Yeah, sadly, I think a mix as often is, but I think betting obviously very, very reasonable.
Interesting turn.
I think some more betting is often called for,
Mhm.
and you can see specifically the hands that you kind of put in the hurt locker from Phil. Like Phil has exactly the type of hand that if you bet big here, he's like, oh no, what do I do?
The hurt locker, huh? Okay.
You like that?
I'm in.
You like that?
I like putting them in the hurt locker. Put a lot of players in the hurt locker.
Yeah, man.
3-bet. And now
So-
Phil is
Yeah, so
third
now with this
pair.
really small bet, right? So again, part of the idea of this small bet is that this jack completes a bunch of stuff. 8-9, king 9, ace king. And so because of that's why he's picking this size. And then now I expect him to bet very big.
Big pot energy. Lock in here, boys. Steven Chidwick, king high on the river.
He's got very relevant cards. Got this heart, got this king. And Phil, because of the small size, is going to have continued on the turn with a bunch of weak stuff like this.
Oh, checks it back. Phil Ivey gets the showdown with a 10, and he's going to extend that chip lead. Steven Chidwick.
That's got to be a bit frustrating for Steven. And I presume Steven's like doing some of this randomizing stuff. Ooh,
Boys.
I think this could just be all in here. And I don't think Phil's going to get away from this ace 9.
Think so? You think this could be it here?
Yeah, I think this is going to be Steven's opportunity to take the lead if his hand can hold.
Nope, not all in. Just a small raise.
But if you're Phil, you're not really in love with calling with this hand. Maybe he's taking a look at Steven, trying to get a read. Pretty tough.
And see him through the iPad as well, too. He lays it down. Phil Ivey.
Wow, that
He heard you, Olivier.
didn't even call with the ace 9-0. Wow.
Like a genius when the guy's got pocket
Yeah,
kings.
that's the thing, right? It's like on one hand you want to be like, hey man, I've looked at the ranges. That's not how you play that hand. But then on the other hand, it's like, these guys are just right a lot, and so it's really hard to tell what's going on. That was
The field solvers back in play.
that
King
was
10,
impressive,
Ivy.
man.
3-betting. Oh, no, just raising.
Yeah, raising the lip, and this is again, one of the risks here is that he jams you fold, but one of the advantages is that you get a dominated hand to keep playing with you. You both flop a 10, and it's going to be hard for Steven here.
And there we go. Both players do indeed flop that second pair, just like you said, Olivier.
And that's the thing, a lot of spots in games like this are marginal. You got to kind of weigh the pros and cons, and you can't be too kind of narrow about whether a play is good or bad. You just got to kind of understand the factors involved and then make your own decisions.
So turn.
I think this is a
Might
turn
not
that's
see
going to
more
freeze a lot
action.
of stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, some straights come in. They both have these kind of medium strength hands. Check is just very, very common.
Jamie Kerstetter in the chat says she's enjoying the commentary. Shout out to Jamie. She's been working hard all week here, helping to make sure this event's running smoothly on the commentary and players as well too.
Wow.
Not a good turn
Wow,
river there
sick.
for Phil Ivey.
Yeah.
The queen for Steven.
Again, Phil with checks here. Obviously, the queen bad card. And I mean, he's going to be in another tough spot, and we'll just, we just got to see. We just got to see what he does.
He's gonna have to wonder what hands can he beat here that Steven would check back turn, bet river with.
Yeah, there are not a lot of kind of obvious or natural bluffs, right? But Steven is obviously going to find some like unnatural ones. Maybe he's taking hands like 7-9 or just any 7.
Yeah, I see what you're saying here. Queen 10, he goes for pot size bet. Now Phil has that king 10. Steven trying to get called by some type of ace, maybe an ace 5, maybe an ace 4.
I think it's kind of interesting this size, right? Because what are you really trying to get called by? I mean, you say hands like ace 5 and ace 4, which makes some sense, but like, doesn't ace 5 or ace 4 just bet the river when it goes check on the turn? I mean,
Really good
maybe not
point.
every time,
That's a
but
really good point. Yeah.
I think this is an interesting size. But yeah, maybe he just has sometimes some weak ace that plays like this.
Phil's thinking about it.
Yeah,
Just trying to figure it out.
I think having the queen would make me want to size differently here because if I had a value hand, I wouldn't want to block the queen with a large size.
Maybe Phil Ivey thinks that himself as well too, going through that same thought process. And he lays it down. Phil Ivey
Yeah,
gets
so
away from it. And
and
nice fold
again,
by
like
Phil.
some people try to evaluate stuff really dryly in a theoretical sense, but these guys, oftentimes are kind of a level above, not a level below, and they're just kind of adding their spidey sense, and helping them, make better decisions. And because the truth is, in a lot of spots, decisions are marginal, right? The EV difference is pretty small, and if you can use that spidey sense to increase your decision making ability a little bit, that can oftentimes kind of sway you. So
We know Ivy's got a bunch of that. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I've
this is
heard
Phil
Phil
Ivey here.
specifically say. I think he said it in your interview where he was saying like, I might not be as theoretically booked up as everyone, but in the big pots, in the big spots, I make good decisions, and that counts for a lot. And like, who's gonna argue with that, right?
I'm talking with Phil Ivey when
I
it
know.
comes to
I was
poker.
like, yeah. I mean, he's got a decent
Love this
resume to
guy.
back that
Yeah,
up.
yeah, exactly, man. Phil Ivey's Phil Ivey, man. You listen to what he says, you take away what you can, and yeah, man, one of the greatest to ever do it.
And I am actually really curious how much. This is a weird hybrid format because obviously they're playing online, but these two guys, right? Not every matchup is like this because not everyone's here in Cabo, but these two guys both are. They are in front of each other. Yeah, interesting choice of a hand from Phil to 3-bet with.
Well, we're even here, Olivier. 34-33. Phil Ivey with the 3-7 diamonds. Kicks it up there. Steven, pocket eights. Decide to ship it in. Lays it down. And now, it's anyone's ball game. Blinds went up. 33-33. Pocket sixes for Steven. 3-bet or call.
I think all in is very reasonable.
And he does go all in. Phil Ivey, ace-6 suited. 30 big blinds. Is he going to let call this one?
Too much.
And he does lay it down.
But again, that's one of the tough parts of raising with the ace-6 suited. I think limping is going to be preferred, at least to a certain extent. I mean, not always, and they are pretty deep. So Steven's not going to find that many all-ins. But it's annoying. It's annoying to have to fold.
I had pulled ace-4 suited earlier. Ace-6 suited right now.
Yeah, and we see Steven with obviously the 10-3-0 implying that he's playing tons of his hands, and especially when you add limps to your strat, you can play more hands, and so that's one of the advantages. And Steven lipping in with the trash hand and with position, is going to be able to make some money here. Maybe not in this particular spot, but in general with his hand, he should be marginally profitable. I think Phil could consider a bet here with a heart and the diamond. Obviously, it's a weak hand and no other interaction, but having both heart and a diamond is nice. Steven also with a heart and a diamond, deciding to check back. Both players having a heart. Hard for Phil to get here with much worse. At the same time, the ace is kind of a tough card to bluff because when your opponent checks a bunch of times, you think sometimes he's got an ace. But Phil does go for the half pot bet.
Who wants it more? He takes a look up for the first time. I believe that's Steven.
This obviously a spot that Steven can consider raising. I think very rarely calling, but 10 of hearts, very relevant card. And again, Steven's going to have some ace X here.
Let's go for it. And Ivey lays down quickly. Nice play there by Steven Chidwick, man.
Stuff, man. Stuff. And who knows how much of a function of the raise size, the bet size that was, right? If Phil pots it there, I'm not sure if Steven does the same. Maybe he does. But half pot sometimes feeling like you're in a bit of no man's land.
Phil not limping in with 10-3 suited. Going to go for that 0.5x.
I like this hand as a raise because if your opponent goes all in, you really don't mind. It's not that good of a hand. And if you limp and your opponent raises, you're not in love with calling. So taking the initiative yourself is nice.
Shout out to Landon. I don't know if Landon's watching right now. Shout out to Landon if the kid's out there. 5-6 diamonds. Pocket eights is Phil. Gonna go with that 4x size. We've seen him use, and he is gonna go with the 4x size.
It's gonna be tough for Steven because obviously there's a hand he's never folding. It's a hand you really love to see a flop with, but very, very hard to outflop 2 8s. Ooh.
Great flop there for Phil Ivey. That's gonna get you a little poker hard. 8s or Ivey set 8s. Steven, backdoor straight jaw, bottom pair. Probably not gonna lose a ton here.
I actually think you can consider checking these 8s here. I mean, this is not a great flop for this range interaction. And if your opponent has a jack, you're gonna get all the money anyway. So, a lot of people are just not going to check here. It's just too dynamic of a board. You just want to get the money in. But I think this is a reasonable hand to consider checking. And Steven, I don't know what else he can do. But wow.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
I think this, yeah, wow. This is, wow.
Huh.
I mean, the problem here is if he goes all in, he's going to have some draws, and I assume you're not calling. So, I mean, this is, yeah.
All in for Phil.
Oh,
And Steven, I has to lay
yeah.
that one down.
So not,
in the
yeah,
cookie jar there.
that is tough. That's tough.
Especially if your opponent does have a draw and he just ships it in there and you have to pull that bottom pair. Yeah, it's not a good feeling. I mean, when he'll see that one.
Yeah, I mean, if Steven had a draw and he decided to raise, obviously he's going to call, and the rest of his range, I think, is just like good hands. So he's going to have some raise folds, and that's like a reasonable candidate because when it gets called, it's got some equity. It blocks some good hands. It's obviously like a fine play in theory. I mean, I don't think Steven makes really bad theoretical plays, but painful when the guy jams and you got to fold.
Yeah, very
I think
painful.
especially against someone that you might think is over betting that flop texture, I think it makes even more sense. And I'm not sure if Phil is or isn't, but that might be part of the idea.
Phil Ivey in the lead right now in the match, guys. 37 to 29, anyone's game. All it takes is one big pot, but you can see every hand matters here. Once you get down to this size, you want to be in the chip lead. Saw Phil limp call that last hand. Bunch of nothing here. Landon, what are you doing? Don't you got a workout to do or something like that, Poppy?
And this is really interesting because I actually think this is pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think Phil's just kind of intuiting some correct stuff, which is like really cool to see.
Phil Ivey getting better as the game goes on.
Like he's just in flow a little bit.
How great is it to be able to commenting on a Phil Ivey 25K heads up match?
Not just Phil Ivey, but like these two together is like
I know,
unreal. I
it's
mean, this is
crazy.
really like for people at home, it's like it's hard to, you know, a lot of times poker players, poker matches are described in really effusive, dramatic terms, but like this is it. Like this lives up to the billing. These guys are elite.
Queen offsuit. Ivey most likely going to raise this one.
Yeah, and you know, now if it goes all in, like obviously it's not with this hand, but I think Phil's just gonna call off with the king.
So if Steven limp shoves there 26 big blinds, you think he does?
I think if Phil decides to raise,
Uh-huh.
which he did, obviously, then I think he does call. I don't think he has to raise every time. I'm just saying if he does that, it's not gonna be the same as like the ace four. I don't think. You know, I gotta be careful trying to predict.
Whatever, bro. This is why we're here to predict things, right? If you agree, it makes it fun. All in.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Ace deuce at this stack depth, totally reasonable, but you really don't want to get called. You really don't. You're like, just please fold.
Well, blind just went up there, Olivier. 28 to 20. Phil Ivey still in the lead right now, looking to take down this match one. 2K, 4K.
About how important that queen nine of spades bluff was now. You know, like by far the biggest
Exactly
spot.
right. It kind of now he's had
the lead ever since
the entire match. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's
a really good point, right? And that's why that pot really does matter. And maybe that's something to think about, right? If you do get your opponent to lay down in that situation, you have the chip lead. Maybe that's worth maybe a bit more than we might think about. Top pair for Phil, third pair for Steven.
A9 is straight.
Mm-hmm. All players certainly capable of having any 9 here. Limp called, limp check, pre-flop. Trip queens for Phil.
Even though any 9 is a straight, after Steven checks the turn and you make trips, I think you can kind of comfortably go for value. And Phil clearly loving the half pot size. And I think that's, you know, that's a workable strat, right? Especially if you're not delving into the intricacies of the different sizings. Picking one that's like not super extreme. It's like, I think can work.
Chandler Paul, what's happening, Chandler? How's it going, brother?
So this hand actually can be raised in Steven's spot.
9 offsuit?
Yeah, you want to include some of your trash hands to raise over this limp. And you know, we can see kind of partly why, because like this queen 5-0, what is it going to do if you make it whatever 12, 15,000? Just gonna, and then you just combine that with some really, really strong hands, and you know,
Interesting. Okay.
you put pressure on your opponent that way.
Do not try this at home, my friends.
Don't try against Chris Kruk either. I've learned the hard way.
Olivier. Olivier did play this event. He did win that match 1. Fortunately, couldn't take down match 2. Chris Kruk and already in our semifinals. Chris Kruk awaits the winner of Phil Ivey.
He's playing the winner of this? Oh yeah. Alright, so Phil turning a flush draw. I wonder what Steven will do with this particular hand. He's got a heart and a spade and queen high. Another half pot size.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Queen 5.
And just, I don't know.
Lays it down.
Lays it down.
So Ivy got a 2-1 chip lead right now, 33-17. This could be a little spicy of the situation.
And to be clear, you know, the half pot size in the limp check line is also the minimum bet. So you're going to see that bet size a lot more often.
Steven's all in. And Phil folds quickly. Ivy once again using that bigger raise size. 2.5. Pocket 10s here.
I think
maybe another limp.
Raise or limp. Either one is good. Just don't fold. Don't fold this pre. It's a good hand.
Don't want to fold pocket 10s pre. Heads up. Olivier says, take notes. Everybody out there, lock in.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, no. I know.
Wow.
No.
The case 10.
No, no.
And it's the top pair.
Oh,
wow,
no.
that is wild.
Top set here for Steven Shidwick. Top pair for Ivy. I don't
So-
think he's going to get too crazy with this hand.
Again, we see the half pot again. Mostly a function of the fact that it is the smallest bet size you can use. It goes limp check. Terrible card for Phil, but a card that might save him a bunch of chips. Chidwick, I think, is gonna keep barreling with a set. He's got a set. I mean, what a dream.
He does. A little over half pot. Phil might be able to get away from it here.
That's tough, man. This is tough. You should have some 8x, 7x, queen X, some hearts. Tough to fold the 10. Wow, this
Ivy
guy.
lays it down.
Oh my
Nice
god.
fold by Phil.
Jeez Louise.
He knows that. Okay. Nice fold. By the legend himself, Phil Ivey. CJ Carver says, "Are the chat commentators? We are right here. Look, we're here. We're in front of each other. We're right outside where people. We're right next to where the room is going, where people are playing at. Down here in Cabo. We're both very tan. If you noticed, and, that's because we both got a sunburn at the same
the
time.
word tan.
You're more tan than me. I'm more sunburned than you.
Bro, I've been putting aloe on you. I got aloe for you if you need. Right there,
Okay.
look.
Oh, I actually need that. Yeah.
Boom, yeah.
Okay, that sounds
We got
perfect.
you,
Yeah.
Poppy.
Gene Gluck, previous winners today. Sam Greenwood took down King Dan Smith, and Chris Cuff beat my crazy man Limitless, and Chris. Here we go. Pocket Queens, ladies for Phil Ivey.
This I'm comfortably predicting. Limp raise all in. Wow, he does min raise. Okay.
Here we go. Ace
This-
Jack of
this
clubs
makes
for
sense.
Steven.
This is going to be all in or 3-bet or whatever. It doesn't
Spot
matter.
energy brewing here in Cabo headquarters. All in.
Boom.
Call. Steven's gonna need an ace. He's gonna need an ace. No ace, and just like that, Phil Ivey wins the first match, and he gets up really quickly, and just like that, wow, what a battle back and forth there. That was beautiful to see, Olivier. What are kind of your thoughts, kind of looking at that match, and there was pretty interesting hands going on there.
Yeah, it was a lot of interesting stuff. It was, reasonably even. Phil made that huge bluff early and kind of kept the lead, and then they were relatively close. Blinds got big and just a cooler, and Phil was on the good side of it. So that's part of the advantage, and like the great part of this format being 2 out of 3 is that you don't that doesn't end it, right? Steven's got a chance to win the second match, go to the rubber match. So yeah, I mean, there's still more to play, and it's just a battle of 2 absolute legends.
Man, loving that action right there, guys. We're going to go on a quick break. YouTube, Twitch, don't go anywhere. Coming back, match 2, Phil Ivey, Steven Shidwick. Let's see if Phil Ivey can finish this one out and get himself to the semifinals of this 25K WPT Heads Up tournament. Be back soon.
It's very interesting thinking about the poker boom and thinking about that time. Looking back at it now, it was a fun time, and nobody could ever actually prepare me for that. You know, when I started playing poker, I never expected to be Phil Ivey, to get a hold of millions of dollars at such a young age, living in Vegas. It was just an incredible experience. I still remember the first time somebody came up to me and asked me for my autograph. I just couldn't believe it.
You were way, way bigger than me. I mean, if we put a number, 5 times bigger.
100 times.
100
No,
times,
I'm
okay.
just joking, I'm joking.
No, but I'm saying people would say hi to me, maybe want a picture. They'd follow you into the bathroom.
Yeah, that happened a couple of times.
Right. No, but you're talking with positive words, and a lot of times you were annoyed.
I was annoyed when I was eating, and I would be bothered. So other than that, I wasn't really, I don't really think I was annoyed too much like you think I was.
Let me remind you then. Remember when people were flashing cameras in your eyes and your eyes are red and that stuff?
Oh yeah, of course that stuff annoys you when people are flashing cameras in your eyes, but the overall experience of the poker boom was great. To be completely honest, you know, during the whole poker boom, I didn't really appreciate it. You know, there was times where, you know, like I was golfing with Michael Jordan, like, you know, one of the people that like I looked up to as a child.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
You know, like, you know, I was at dinner with Obama.
Yeah.
You know, things like that, like, were just, of course, those things were amazing. But I can say, like, I honestly didn't appreciate them the way that I do now, being able to look back at those things. The young up-and-coming poker players, a lot of them are incredibly talented. I'm kind of out of touch with a lot of the
really love their electronic dance music around this place right here. 25K World Poker Tour heads up event. Joe Ingram, 1AK Chicago Joey, the Big Poppy here, joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Olivier Bousquet in the house here. And listen, we just watched Phil Ivey take down match 1 against Stephen Chidwick, 2 of the best players in the world. Phil Ivey, one of the greatest of all time. Stephen Chidwick, one of the best tournament players right now on this planet. And Olivier, what you think about that first match?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, these guys are legends playing at a super high level. It's also great to see how they're trying to adjust to one another. You know, at the end, Phil kind of coolered Stevie at the shallow stacks, and I'm stoked to see if Stevie can come back and push it to a rubber match. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to see that match see the second match very soon. We're doing best of 3. Remember that. And this is quarterfinals. The next person.
Okay, I'll
The
probably
way that
make
wins
it
this,
in.
you're going to go to the
We'll figure it out.
semifinals,
Thanks.
and then from there, of course, we got the finals. So here we go. We're back in the mix.
Huh?
Players have switched sides on the screen. Phil Ivey on the right, Stephen
Okay,
Chidwick on the
six
left.
Okay.
Bam.
Yeah.
Steve.
Now we got some 2 big hands right off the bat. And just to be clear, right, this is the
What? 2 big hands are off the bat. 7-6 suited.
this is the bubble round, right? So like the winner here gets $100,000 and the loser doesn't get anything. So they're playing for real money.
Phil Ivey, 100K.
And it does go raise 3-bet.
Here we go. Olivier, this might be it. First hand. Listen, I want to see the boys play a little bit. Is Steven going to go with that 4-bet? We have not seen a 4-bet alert at all this match. I don't even know if I've seen many. He does 4-bet, indeed.
Wow, Poppy with the call.
Here we go.
Right
Our
off the
first
bat.
4-bet.
And I mean, at this, with 17,000 is pretty small. And I expect Phil to continue here with the suited connector.
He does. Olivier, lock in. Here we go.
Well.
I expect to see a very small bet here from Stevie.
Yeah, something like 6, 7, 8,000, and really not much Phil can do with this hand. Not the flop he was looking for, obviously.
Yeah, obviously ace, king, deuce, great board for the 4-better. When Phil does call that 4-bet, he's obviously going to have some aces, ace, jack, ace, 10, suited connectors as well too. Steven actually checks back this flop, and now Ivy, don't know if he's going to get 2 out of line at any point in time in this hand.
Yeah, this is an interesting check back, right? Because Stevie does have a bunch of really, really good hands. Pocket aces, pocket kings, ace, king. Wow. Look at this check back. I mean, this check back just gets Phil to bet drawing dead. Like, it's unreal. I mean,
you never know what happens here. Phil Ivey might go animal here at some point in this river.
Phil targeting the kind of other hands that Stevie has, that hands like pocket jack, pocket queens. Wow, this 6 has no showdown value, I think. But you know, you might think about using it as a card that you want to bluff with. Oh my God.
Phil Ivey.
Wow.
Chips it in.
Look at this first hand. These guys are animals. Hard to fold an ace after you 4-bet and then check back. Like, honestly, like, you like to have a club, but like, you induce this no equity bluff on the turn. Like,
Ivey says he has ace queen, maybe slow played aces,
queen
slow
is
played
like,
kings.
yeah, ace queen is tough to play like this. I guess you would play it like this.
Oh
my God. Oh my God. Wow. Like the man himself, Stevie Chidwick, I think, I don't know, Phil Ivey, like what? That's unreal. That is unreal. He got him to pull an ace in a 4-bet pot. That is unreal. I guess the 10 is really not a great card because like you expect some of Phil's bluffs to be hands like Jack 10, Queen 10. And he doesn't have a club in his hand. And I think he's just underestimating the extent to which Phil is attacking the turn with nothing.
Yeah, exactly. A hand like
Absolutely
that.
nothing.
Right. That
Just
makes
like
a lot of sense. Yeah. And
nothing.
maybe that's why Phil does feel inclined to do what he did after he gets called on that turn.
Yeah, yo, that was wild.
And once again, remember how we saw last match? Phil Ivey made that big bluff, hopped out to the lead, and now he's got 160 to 75, and he's got that big glass of water right there. You always want a big water jug next to you when you play poker.
What happened here? Wait, how did I miss this hand? 16 big blinds in the pot. Did it go check raise call?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was just so entranced by what happened on that last pot. I completely missed how it got 16 big blinds got into this pot.
Who knows? 6 deuce deuce 3-9 queen 8. I mean, why wouldn't 16 big blinds not be in this pot?
I mean, the turn was checked, right? So I think it might have gone bet check raise call.
Mm-hmm.
and then he hit a
Stevie.
9.
Yeah,
and
Stevie
then,
with the double backdoor here.
okay, yeah, tough for Phil with queen high here.
Emo 203.
He does
Danville
beat
Games.
some stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, he lays it down. Okay.
Phil, just every decision. I mean, it's like, jeez. 6-7 all in was.
E-Press says, you can't tell if these are still images or streaming. Nope, the guys are here across from each other in studios. We're down here in Cabo, Mexico. Viva la Mexico. My first time down here.
So Phil flops his gutter here, no backdoor flush draw, but still, I think somewhat of a candidate to check raise. On
Straight.
this paired board, Steven elects to check back this non-heart medium kicker with the ace. And, you know, Phil's been trying to attack a lot of these spots using this smallish bet here.
Yeah, Rescue Dare says this ICM pressure is real. We have to remember that, right? They are on the money bubble right now too.
Yeah, but there's no real ICM pressure because the payout distribution is binary.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like, it's not like you can play tight and ladder up.
Mm-hmm.
You just win or lose.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no real ICM pressure in heads up in
Okay.
this format.
The chat's getting fired up right now for that bluff by Phil Ivey. And Phil Ivey does river straight with that gut shot. He's going to show down, win another little small pot here.
Wow.
The chat's going wild right now. That's what I like to see. Everyone's fired up at that bluff by Phil Ivey.
I mean, to be fair, there's plenty of money. Like, it's just you're playing for money, and
Right,
that's
yeah.
pressure.
Right.
But it's not. ICM is just not the right.
Not the right term. Okay.
But man, I mean, Phil Ivey just like I wonder if Phil would still be making that kind of play at the same frequency if he lost the first match. You know, sometimes you get up, you feel like you have a little bit of margin there, and you're more willing to go for it. I mean, it's Phil. I mean, he's always willing to go for it, but like, wow, it's a bit more pressure on Steven when if he calls, he's out, like he loses, right?
I think that's the point that my man was making in the chat there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. I think that's just he's right. That the main point is making is absolutely right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is free, by the way. Free entertainment for you guys watching the legend Phil Ivey. Putting on a show here so far, up 0-1 or 1-0 rather.
And obviously, winning is worth more than 100K, right? Because you win 100, you're guaranteed 100K, and you can win more. So it's worth it. It's definitely worth more.
Phil Ivey trying to move on to the semifinals right now. Final 4 of our bracket started with 32 legends of the game, influencers, online qualifiers, and now we're down to about 6. Phil Ivey, Stephen Chidwick, Patrik Antonius, and Stefan coming up next, I believe. Lines, remember, they go up every 9 hands, 7 hands in the first round, 9 hands here. Phil Ivey with the trip, 7s get him Phil. Phil's coming out strong here. Stevie, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, king high. Full house.
He's got a little backdoor equity, right? Steven does. And sometimes you want to check some of these hands because you can't really fade a check raise. But like if a spade comes or this card comes, you can just happily call. So you again, you know, so much of poker is about realizing your equity, and like this allows you to realize your equity. Whereas like if you bet the flop and then get check raised, like that's really uncomfortable to continue. Now, obviously, he was drawing dead to Phil's full house, and a bit lucky he didn't make a straight. Wow, interesting check.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah, I think we saw something similar in the last match where Chris Kruk checked a flush in a spot. He bet the turn with a flush and then checked a king. Something like that. Anyway. Right near the bottom for Steven, he decides to fold the 9-5. I think part of that is actually a function of the raise size, 2.5. He made it 2.2 min raise and then called the 9-5. It's right on the cusp there.
Ace jack offsuit here for Phil. Most likely going to be 3-betting this one. Dr. Q in the Twitch chat. What's up, my brother? Nice to see you, buddy. King 8 offsuit.
Pretty small sizing here.
Right.
King 8, again, because of the small sizing, it's a tough spot. I mean, yeah, I think to a normal size, King 8 is a pretty clear fold. To the small size, it's close.
Mm-hmm. I've seen Ivy use a couple different sizes in these 3-bet spots.
Yeah, I guess so. Also, just because of the functionality of the app, sometimes it's not always so
I see what you're
obvious, like
saying.
that
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
pick your precise size that you want.
Right. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying.
I definitely picked some variation to my sizing, like unintentionally because of that.
Basically, the boys are playing on on Poker King, which is they're playing on an iPad. So sometimes when you change the bet size on the slider, it you know,
A little sensitive.
a little sensitive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, gotta get used to it. My man M Burnsy 23. What's up, Poppy? What's up, brother? Nice to see you. Value Town, Jack Steinberg.
And Stevie at 60 big blinds. This hand could get 3-bet, and it does get 3-bet.
You think is this a
Bit
4-bet
bigger
here?
size here, right? And yeah, I mean he can definitely jam 2 9s. I think it's fine, but I mean calling is also very reasonable. It went 4-bet small very often with this particular hand. And
All
he does
in.
go all in. And
That's
yeah.
it. Wrap it up. Matthew Horvath, Poppy. I'm in Vegas. I'm gonna blunt my balcony watching the goat Phil Ivey. Listen, life is good, man. Amen to that, Matthew. Shout out to you, my brother. Nice to see you as always. So Phil Ivey looking to put this match away, up to start 127 to 69. Stephen Chidwick. When you look at Stephen Chidwick, my friends in the chat, what does he look like? An American to you, or does he look like he would be from across the pond? What do you think? Because I always thought this guy was American until I heard him talk, and then I realized that he's not. So even now, when I heard him the other day, I was like, wow. I just
Spelling specific to the UK or
last name or first name?
no with the PH, or
Oh.
is that just so like Stevens are spelled different ways?
I don't know. Good question. Ivy, turn to pair.
Ivy floated here with the Queen 3-0, turn to 3. Everything just going Ivy's way so far. And making a lot of good decisions too. And wow, just like that, 2-pair.
How does this guy do
How
it?
easy is that?
Probably not going to get much action here, Olivier, with just being up against ace high.
Agreed. I wonder if he's going to go with a big size or continue with his
Small size.
Interesting. I do think this is kind of cool. You should get raised here by a check back King X, and Steven might try to bluff what he considers a weakish range that's
Might be
betting
one
a
of those
small
hands right
size.
here.
And this is kind of part of the idea of this smallish bet. So I think this is a cool play, and definitely
he does induce the raise
just
from
really,
Steven.
really
Snap
nice
calls
play
with
from
the
Phil.
2-pair.
And it, you know, again, depending on how much stuff Phil's like looking at, solver stuff, theoretical stuff, it just seems like he has this natural ability to intuit at least certain parts of the theoretical game tree, just like naturally, and it's just incredibly impressive to see, honestly. I'm not biased in any way. I'm not trying to give Phil extra credit here, but it just seems like he just kind of gets concepts through experience. It's, yeah, cool.
And Stephen Bays, what's up, buddy? See you, Poppy. My Texas tour guide, Stephen. That's a really good point you mentioned, Olivier, right? Big 10 diamonds, just calls.
A lot of stuff going on here. Gutter and a heart for Steven. This is a hand that could play very aggressively. Phil, obviously, with a pair and a backdoor straight draw, no backdoor flush draw. You know, always call at least one bet, but kind of depends.
Be tough to continue further on.
This is interesting. I mean, I think this almost always gets bluffed from Steven. And Phil without a heart in kind of a tough spot, but obviously he's got an open ender to go with his pair.
He might still continue with this hand, even though he's got that bottom pair with the open and straight draw.
I mean, if, you know, Steven's been betting pretty small on these types of cards, though this one he does bet a larger size, and I think Phil's
down
been
pretty
disciplined
quickly
without the heart.
Mm-hmm. People want to see heart monitors on the players. Listen, I'm a fan of that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
that would be awesome, actually.
sick,
and it'd
right?
be cool, like, if since they're playing on a screen, they could see each other's ratings.
Oh no,
that'd be sick.
Oh my god,
right?
Wow,
that would be
sounds
awesome.
sick. I'll play you heads up. We do that. Put our heart rates on.
Poppy, you don't want this.
No, I mean, listen. I'm hearing you talking, getting fired up. Ready to play a little bit. Maybe we go to Poker Mountain.
Poker Mountain.
Maybe we go to Poker
Here
Mountain.
we
Maybe we
go.
go to,
I'm
maybe
gonna
we go to
meet you at
Poker
Poker
Mountain.
Mountain, bro.
I'll meet you on Poker Mountain. I'll
meet
see
you
you on
on
Poker
Poker
Mountain. I'll
Mountain.
see you on Poker Mountain,
That
buddy.
was amazing.
Little check raise here from Steven. Backdoor straight draw 9-8. Phil Ivey 2 pair 10-7. Gonna call.
This is not a great card for Steven. He's obviously looking to get some equity or a pair. 6, 7, Jack or Queen would all be hands, and obviously 8 and 9 would all be hands that he would like to see. The King, not the best card.
Not many good cards really when you check raise 8-9 and get called on the 10 deuce deuce.
And again,
Think he's
he's
gonna
got nothing
go
here,
for it
and he could
here?
definitely sometimes go for a big bet. We've seen him check raise check and then big bet the river before. He's almost always had a good hand. When he's done it, it's the first time he's kind of left here with nothing. And this is not going to work. And we saw, I think, at least on the 9-3 Queen 8 hand that Phil floated the flop, I think, with just Queen
Right, I
high.
did
So
see that.
Phil's
And
definitely
he goes for the big
wow.
bet, Olivier. The over bet.
Wow.
Phil Ivey. Is he
And
gonna
we
be able
just
to look
like
him up?
we just see Phil again in another big spot, and it's like you can call, you can fold, you know, and I just see how he does.
Something tells me my man Phil Ivey's gonna make a call here. Took a glance up at him real
I
quick.
think
see if
another
he can
thing
pick up
Phil's
anything.
really, really good at is picking up on momentum stuff. It's like, you know, I don't know if this is relevant for Stevie specifically, but I think it's relevant for everyone on some level.
Mhm.
And you know, sometimes things are not going your way. You got bluffed in that big pot. Things have been kind of spiraling, and sometimes you go for stuff a bit more than you otherwise would or should. And guys who are really in tune with those dynamics can pick up on that. Now, again, hard to kind of project that onto Stevie Chidwick specifically, but I think we are all susceptible to that on some level.
Phil doesn't like to want to give it up. Maybe he wants to preserve that chip
But-
lead as well too.
Just want to remind people, these guys are in front of each other. They're playing online, but they're sitting across from each other at a table. There is some physical presence. They can look at each other, and they're also seeing each other's faces on a monitor.
Oh, Ivy.
Wow.
Fold. Stevie gets it through. Nice bet there by Steven Chidwick.
Man,
Check raises the flop. Over bets the river.
these guys putting each other in real tough spots. This is like just beautiful stuff, honestly.
130-70 right now. Phil Ivey still in the lead.
What a treat, honestly. What a treat this match is.
Matt Gibson says, yo, what's good? Phil hopped on the pod with Joey and starts dominating the heads up straights. That's obviously the catalyst for it, Matt. We don't know how to explain the previous 20 years, but. All right, blinds went up there, guys. Pay attention. 60 to 110.
Wow, 60 bigs. The limp.
Ace deuce. A little surprised by that one, Olivier?
What'd you say?
You surprised by that one?
I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, yeah, maybe part of what Stevie's trying to do is just keep the pot small because he thinks, you know, I'm sure he thinks he has an edge in almost every spot, and
Mhm.
so maybe he's trying to decrease the variance a little bit, and try to exploit some post flop edge. But you know, the thing is that when you complicate the game tree, right? When you add 2 sizes or 2 actions to your pre-flop strategy, you also complicate it for your opponent. So
It's true.
you know.
Harris 5 says solvers use Phil Ivey. He doesn't use solvers, so maybe the solver actually learned from Phil Ivey.
That's how solvers are built. Phil
They
Ivey is the
analyzed
input
every
for
they
the solver.
analyzed every hand Phil Ivey ever played, and then that's how these programs were designed.
I mean, it's called PO. It's Phil Ivey output. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Damn. Okay. I didn't know anybody else knew about that. Opening a straight draw here for Phil Ivey. In the chat, putting the team Ivy up there. Edward Johnson, Phil could beat Paso with his phone. I mean, if anybody could.
Man, Apostle jokes are my favorite. Oh god, so good. How many times has Phil had a dominated hand and just had his kicker come on the flop?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, this monotone board is not easy to play. Connected, low, and monotone. This is like a different universe of poker strat. Check is very common. And this guy,
That's
this
the
guy
turn.
with the bottom
He's going
pair
for it.
just somehow knows he has the best hand and is just like putting a bit of extra money in the pot, protecting his hand, charging this straight draw with no spade. Just it's like it's like he's got a mirror behind Stevie. He doesn't, so relax.
If he find, I mean, yeah. If he finds it here on the river, Steven calls, gut shot, king high. Steven most likely checks the king high back.
I don't know, man.
Oh, you might go for it, and Phil Ivey might
I mean,
pick him
obviously he's
off.
got some showdown value, right? He beat some give ups, but
Yeah,
like, to
checks
see
the
this
bank.
hand, he must be just so annoyed. So if anybody can hide irritation or annoyance, it is my man right here. You cannot see anything on this guy's face. As opposed to me, where every single hand I play, I have some sort of expression, grimace. Stevie is the opposite, Mr. Stoic.
Thomas Pickles, I'm grateful for this match, he says. Shout out to Thomas.
I mean, they should run this tournament specifically in this location. I would say, I don't know, at least once a month. What do you think?
Once a month in
Once a month.
Cabo in this exact location, I'm in.
Yeah, with the same group of people. Once
Yeah.
a month. We just come back to Cabo for a week every month.
We're up to like 3 a.m. last night playing
Mafia?
Mafia. Okay, first time I played that game. Olivier. Experienced Mafia player, I'll tell you that. My man was locked in last night.
Poppy was picking up quick, man. Just throwing these accusations around. Detective ones, owning the game.
It was a fun time, man. I enjoyed it a lot.
Man, we put Chewy in the hurt locker, didn't we, at the end there?
Mm-hmm. Claudia Salinas. Shout out to Claudia. Always good to see you. Bailey Billen. Appreciate the kind words, everybody in the chat.
Jack 3-0, just like total trash hand. No real equity, just trying to win it.
Oh,
And
Ivy knows.
Ace is hard. Ace is hard. No heart on the board. Like, just, I don't believe you. I just know that you have the one part of your range that is essentially going to give up and let me just win with ace high. This is
Gonna be able to do it here. It's the deuce on the river just for a little backup, a little protection, just in case you need it against a hand like an ace 10.
and wow, what?
Phil Ivey
That's
going for
crazy.
some
You think-
value.
How
He
is that
trying
a
to
bluff?
target the
I don't
ace
even
10.
understand that bet. What is that bet? Is that a bluff?
I think he's targeting the ace 10.
Come on. Come on. What was that?
Lock in, Olivier.
He was basically like,
Buddy,
he was basically like, I don't.
see you got a pen, you got a notepad. Why don't you take a note here? Okay, come on.
I feel like it's just the kind of spot where you're like, I don't want to check and face the bet, so I'm gonna bet myself. But like,
Yeah.
that is a weird strength of hand to bet. I guess I don't know. I guess he's bluffing.
Landon said, Pio equals Phil Ivey optimal. I mean, hey, I can go with that too. Stevie check calls with that queen high. Okay. Picked up a gutter on the turn.
Phil obviously picking up the flush draw, and we saw in a previous spot somewhat similar to this, where Phil had a kind of low pair with a flush draw that he likes to bet those hands. Now maybe he mixes it up. He's gonna check this one. I don't know, but he likes to bet these hands that can just like. Okay, here we go.
Mix it up. There we go.
Hard. Can't really
And
predict
now he
this
might
guy.
induce a little bluff here from queen 9. Queen 9. Flush gets there.
I think again, if he has a diamond, maybe picking a big size. Without the diamond, maybe picking the block size. I mean, maybe that's not as maybe his strategy is more complicated than that. But that's like a reasonable
He does indeed, as you said.
estimate.
And Phil
And
Ivey
the 7, you know,
calls him instantly. Ivy picks up another one. Picks
and
off
that's
that
you know,
bluff.
it's, when you bet the big size, obviously that 7 is a lot.
Look at the
lot
head
tougher to
shake. He's
call.
look at how locked in he is.
Yeah,
right there,
he's
Olivia.
got
I
that
like this. He's
some
moving.
confidence
He's grooving.
swag right there.
I'm loving this right now.
He saw that hand. He was like, yeah. He's like, yeah.
He's like, I need a queen
That's
9,
what I
buddy. What are you
thought.
talking about? Well, check call me queen 9 and king 7 deuce. What kind of disrespectful play you trying to make against me here? I like it. 3-1 chip lead here for Phil Ivey.
This is one of those candidates that can go for a little check raise here. You got that wrap around the 3 and the backdoor flush draw.
Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Can't really check call with this hand, right? So if you continue,
If he finds it. Phil Ivey. It looks like he's gonna find it to me. No, just calls.
no, I guess I said you can't check call. What do I know?
There you go.
Just
deuce on the
check and hit
turn.
a deuce, baby, all day long.
Giovanni V. What's up, Poppy? Here we go. Is it Steven? Gonna bet again, try to get him off ace highs, queen highs.
Steven's got a 5 and a club. Obviously an ace, a 4, a 6, a club. These are all cards that Stevie's going to happily bluff on. He might bluff on some more too. Wow.
Oh.
That is, yeah.
Huh.
Interesting.
Okay, Ivy.
I think you're going to have a bunch of weak floats on the flop. Ace high, queen high, jack. I mean, he have 4 high, right? But so he's going to have a bunch of weak floats. So even though it's annoying when he bets and you have just a deuce, I think you got to kind of continue that hand. But, you know, maybe he's folding the deuce, but he's calling some like, you know, ace 10 hands or whatever, because they can they can make more pairs, and who knows? Tough to tell.
Got my man Matt Staples on Twitch with the raid. Shout out to Matt Staples, always working really, really hard. Got a lot of love for Matt Staples, man. Been on Twitch a long time, grinding. Getting better. I saw that beautiful shot you posted on your Twitter the other day. Nice, beautiful mountains in the background. Nice scene. You got the 8 tables on the it was beautiful. I loved it, man. Hope you're doing well, brother. Nice to see you. Appreciate the raid and the support here for our beautiful event here. Quarterfinals, $25,000 buy-in WPT heads up event. We're in the quarterfinals right now. The winner of this is going to advance the semifinals, the final 4, and also get a payday for themselves, $100,000. Phil Ivey up right now, 1-0. It's a best of 3 series. So Phil Ivey wins this one. He'll advance to the finals. Steven Chidwick has to win 2 in a row, and it's not looking good right now. He's down 120 to 40.
It's a nice little value bet here. Should get called here by Phil's 10.
So Phil Ivey looks it up. Nice value bet there by Stevie Chidwick. Wins a little pot back there. Kind of come back. Every big blind matters. 114 to 53. Saw Amanda Baker in the chat. What's up, Amanda? So Steven gonna limp that ace deuce of diamonds. Mix it in more limps here. Claudia says, I need to do whatever routine Phil Ivey's doing because wow.
I mean, truth be told, it doesn't seem like it matters too much what Phil's routine is, right? Because he's been doing this his whole career. Interesting bet from Stevie here with just ace high.
Someone Fiber Optics says, who talks more, Phil Ivey or Doug Polk? Well,
King 10 versus King 10. Who wants it more?
line just went up here as well, Olivier. 40 to 80 right now. Phil Ivey 2-1 chip lead. Stevie just calls.
Stevie's been trailing so much of this match. It's
both matches, yeah.
Yeah. Both matches.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of pressure. Got to feel a little bit of pressure. Anytime you're all in, it's you that's at risk.
Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw for Phil. 2 overs for Stevie with the backdoor straight draw himself. Both players, same hands.
That is interesting. It's a card that Phil specifically did not want to see. Steven without a spade,
Yeah.
I still think we'll probably be putting in some bet if it goes check check and most of the rivers that come. Okay, wow.
Ivey.
Man. You would think, honestly, having the king and the 10 of diamonds, like not great cards to bet, because like you block some of the weak floats of your opponent. Phil just going for it.
Mm-hmm. Beater in the Twitch chat. Last time I bought merch, it was a red GTO's Way Life tank top. Now after 10 years, I think I'm ready for locked in. Okay. I mean, listen, Poppy, you ready? I'm ready too. Let's get it.
Ever's pair here.
Uh-huh.
Phil with the better of it.
He seems to be doing that a lot this match, huh? I mean, it seems like he just has this second pair, third pair, kind of just gets them. Baby checks it back. Not going to be a ton of action here either way. If Phil Ivey gets one of the Phil Ivey value bets here on the river, goes for some half pot, might get looked up here by the King 4. Could get called by a worse 5 sometimes. He does indeed go for it.
Wow.
Stevie does call. Ivy picks up a little bit of value on that river with the Queen 5 for the 4th pair. What do you think about that one?
Like that's interesting. I mean, Jack is that run out's just not great for any of the pairs, but Phil's still managing to eke out some value, going with his patented half pot size.
Want that bigger raise here. 2.5. Phil once again outflops him. Bottom pair. Stevie gut shot. 88 to 33 right now. Phil Ivey's in the lead, looking to close this out. Small bet. Look like he wants to give this one up, but he does lay it down. Surprised by that fold at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very reasonable, and especially against a guy you think it's betting kind of more of the mid-range pairs. I think it's even better.
Mm-hmm. There's any merit to Phil Ivey being pretty aggressive on turns as well too. Yeah, might want to fold, play a little bit tighter on the flop. Gut shot for Stevie. Whole bunch of nothing for Phil.
Interesting check back here. We've seen this a few times.
Let's see if Ivy starts attacking. He's got the 5, he's got the jack, blocks a few of the continues Stevie might have. He checks it. Seth Flyer, what's up, buddy? Nice to see you. I see you saying hello. So Phil Ivey right now trying to close this out, guys. 1-0. That's the 3. Go into the finals, or semifinals, rather. We'll see those semifinal matches take place.
8-4 off. Wow.
Pocket tens for Stevie.
Is not a good hand.
My man Lappy Poker, what's up, brother? Congratulations on that win recently. Free bet takes it down. 8-4 offsuit. Little loose. Little loose.
Especially for that size, you know, the 2.5x. 2 sevens here. See how he plays it.
Does sevens have a nickname?
Walking sticks, maybe? Is that a thing? Did I
We
make
need
that
some
up?
new nicknames for some of these hands, brother. We gotta. When you hit the lap, he just calls. Does not free bet.
Okay, well. Both have the same straight draw interaction. Nobody has a club. It's a board that's going to be checked at a decent frequency. Kind of middle connecting flush draw boards. Steven deciding this hand can bet with the 7, the overcard. Maybe if he had a club, he'd be more willing to check. He can continue on more turns.
Stevie not really making a lot of hands in this match so far, and that continues here.
I mean, you might see a lot of action here. I mean, there's no way Phil's going to fold to a bet. And like, Steven might choose this one, man. Okay,
Nope,
I
checks
guess
it
not.
back. Rippers to 3.
I think you can value bet pretty large size. Phil's been really liking the half pot size. Okay. Oh wow.
Checks it over to Stevie.
Interesting.
Stevie, king 7, king high, little showdown. Maybe not.
This is not going to work if he bets. Okay.
He checks it back, gives it up.
Hmm.
3-1 chip lead right now for Phil Ivey, the legend.
That check is a function of the large flop size.
By Stevie or by Phil?
By Phil, because Stevie's kind of implying you know, some air balls and then some good hand. Maybe a lot of those good hands are just better than 2 sevens. I'm not sure. I'm a bit surprised
mixing
though.
it up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You know, you kind of see him make those. Stevie's kind of seen him make those small bets with those marginal hands. Maybe he wants to include
Some
a
checks
strong
and
hand. Yeah, exactly.
happily
Yeah.
check call, of course.
Yeah.
Wow. So
Phil?
again, Phil with the lead, and I think the nature of this board, I don't actually really know if this makes a lot of sense. Obviously, in this spot, it's not going to work. I think I would rather have some opportunity to make a good hand. You know, the 4-6 no diamond is just
first blockers. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the kinds of cards you want your opponent to have, so he can just fold.
Jay said, super stoked I found the channel on Twitch. I had no idea WPT was on here. Well, if you guys want to follow more, they do stream a lot of content, so you can follow them or subscribe on YouTube or on Twitch.
Yeah, especially now with Poker King in the mix, man. This is just the first, I think, what will be many, like, fantastic events.
I do believe that to be true.
So once a month. Once a month. We're trying to lobby for the once a month.
Once a month. You know what? I might just move down to Mexico. Why not? You know what I'm saying? I got online poker down here. I mean, it doesn't sound like too bad of a thing. Here we go. Jack 8 suited, ace 9 of clubs. Blinds go up. 73 to 27. 73.
I like a
lead for
limp.
Phil.
Here we go.
Do you think this one might be one of those limp? No.
I think here, if he raises at 26 bigs, he's going to call off. but we're just gonna see a limp raise call here and see a flop is my expectation. And on a bunch of flops, we could have a lot of action. I mean, we're only 26 blinds deep, so here we
Ooh,
go.
Nice flop for
Two-
Steven, top pair.
Yeah, and also like the nature of this board, right, with a deuce and a 3, very, very hard for Steven to have either of those cards. So it's really just the 8 that you're, or like a pre-flop trap that you're really worried about. And so a hand like ace-9 suited is going to continue to a lot of action. I mean, I expect Steve to raise here and Phil to probably continue, honestly.
Indeed, very, very, very small raise by Steven Chidwick. Phil Ivey bet small on the flop. Stevie goes even smaller, and Phil backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
You can even jam here with this hand if you want,
He might.
but I don't think you can fold.
He does call.
And we have exactly a pot-sized bet left. So I think he's going to go check all in, fold. Phil did not improve. But look how perfect Steve's sizing was. Look at the flop and look at his stack. I mean, they are identical. 35-2. I mean, this guy is on point. That's not a coincidence, guys, that he created this 1-to-1.
Olivier thinks the jam's coming here. 18 big blind in the pot, 18 behind.
I guess he could bet small if he wanted to, but
All in.
yeah, why would you?
And an insta fold there for Phil. So Steven Chidwick gets a pot back there. 65-35 still. Need a lot of work to catch up here. Gonna need to keep making hands.
Nice hand for Steven, though. That was very much needed.
Phil and Lindy, much love. Appreciate the compliment. Great job on the comms, lads. Thank you. Steven Chidwick trying to pull this back to 1-1. Forced to game 3.
Still sticking with the 2.5, huh? He just made it 5K.
Different strategies. A limpid strategy for Steven. Going with the min raise occasionally. Trip 6s for Phil Ivey.
Oh, man.
Here we go. Could see a little fireworks.
And he leads. Oh, this guy. Oh, my God. He leads. Amazing.
I love when Phil Ivey leads. We're like, oh yeah. I love it. So Steven Chidwick with a 2 pair, 5-7. Backdoor straight draw as well.
Oh,
too.
he raises. Man.
And now Ivy with the trip 6s.
Like, if Ivy raises again, what is he gonna do? Okay, he doesn't raise, so we're not gonna find out, but I think this is gonna go check. I mean, are you really gonna bet again with a 5?
Put your opponent on a straight draw. You block some of the straight draws with that 7. Is he gonna bet again here? Olivier checks it back. River might.
Okay.
Yeah, might.
That's interesting.
Yeah. King of hearts there. Flush draw does get there. Stevie does have a hand. Like maybe a hand like a 10-7 of hearts. He now makes that flush.
I wonder how big Phil's. I assume Phil's gonna bet with trips, even for the heart game, and he bets full pot. And if you're Stevie here, like you don't have a heart, you have a 7, which seems like a terrible card, because like you block the 7-4, 7-8, 7-9. So yeah, so that's part of the reason I think Stevie makes that play, is that he ends up kind of freezing the action on the turn, getting to a free river for
yeah, I see what
a reasonable price of just the 6,000.
Chickadee's there for Phil. Sit through 71-29. Yeah, it makes a little bit of sense, right? Maybe that time, yeah.
But I mean, you do risk getting a little click back action. I mean, you do reopen the betting there. And that is a hand that does not want more action.
Ace-5, Phil Ivey does not raise that hand. Chooses to check back. Keep that ace in your range. Bottom pair, backdoor diamond draw. Jack-4, a little bit of nothing for Stevie. Might choose to bet here. Phil's not been doing a ton of folding. Ooh, here we go again. Just that one pip
Phil
better.
just betting so many of his pairs on the turn.
Phil Ivey knows heads up poker. A pair's a good hand.
Yeah, but I mean, in the check lines, Phil's just going to be so weak. I mean, I would just really, if I was playing and saw this, I would just really, really attack him.
Oh, I know my man Chris Crux out there watching this match right now.
Oh.
I know Chris is locked in.
Chris
He
is
plays the winner.
definitely paying attention to this.
So let's see if Phil Ivey goes for the value bet on this river here. He's got that third pair. He does indeed go for it. Very small.
Wow. How does he always know? Look at that. Unbelievable.
Stevie, Jack-4. What can he beat? He beat a bunch of straight draws that might have missed. A 6, maybe a 3.
Ace of diamonds, man. I wonder if he's just planning on calling off if he raises.
Let's lays it down. So Stevie's seen this line one too many times and lays down the 4. 3-1 chip lead here for Phil. Phil Ivey trying to end this one. Once again, Olivier going with that 2.5. And Stevie, 4-5 offsuit.
I mean, if you have 4-5, you much rather see the mid raise than the 2.5. I mean, honestly, like, you gotta even maybe start considering folding the 4-5 at some point.
Yeah.
Or it's, some hands, obviously, you need to start folding more than to the min raise. So,
Stevie flops the backdoor straight draw, has that one spade in his hand. Diamond
and
as
Phil
well.
obviously not going anywhere.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Stevie
makes
lays it.
sense.
Della, you seen what's going on, Della? How's it going?
Wow. Wow. 25 bigs with queen jack. I mean, you can really do anything. You could open jam, you could limp call, you
Wow.
could min raise call, you could do anything you want with this hand. And 2-8s.
My kind of hand that anything can do. Perfect. Can't mess it up. 4x here from Phil Ivey. This could be some big pot energy brewing.
Yeah. I think this is just gonna go call.
That's just call indeed. Pot's getting pretty big.
No.
Good flop for Phil. 9-4 deuce.
Real small bet. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I think you gotta call with this hand. I don't
2
know.
overs, backdoor straight draw in.
You really would love there to be a club on this board, but
Just lay it down.
yeah.
Yeah, I know what you said, right? Kind of close,
Oh,
yeah,
that's close.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't think he's folding king queen suited. Queen
Yeah.
queen of clubs. King jack
Yeah.
of clubs.
Steven said, congratulations, me. First place, $330 5 table Saturday night, 5K, baby. Listen, a win's a win. Let's go. Congratulations, buddy. Whole bunch of nothing here.
Maybe down to 20 bigs.
Mm-hmm. Phil Ivey with a 4-1 chip lead now, Olivier.
And he's just relentless. He is relentless.
Goes half pot. Jack high for Stevie. Backdoor flush draw. He's going to go ahead and call.
Oh.
Turns to 4. Might go check here, and then we'll see Stevie bluff that river.
He could lead. I mean,
yeah, could lead this turn. It's a good
it's
point as
definitely
well.
a card that people are going to be leading some, and Phil just instantly giving up.
Interesting.
So now they both have the same hand, right? They both have the board. 3s and 4s with the king. But Stevie has the advantage because he's called a bet, so he's just much more likely to have one of those pairs. Wow.
If Ivey's going to go for it here, he does check it back, shows it down. Interesting, yeah.
I guess. I really don't know. I mean, I guess Phil's more likely to have an ace. I don't know. I would always bet. I would not always, but I would bet quite often there.
Phil thinks that if Stevie might bluff with a hand like he had, when he does check there, he's a little stronger than he might be.
Yeah, I think Phil's check makes a lot of sense just because Stevie could be trapping. But oh, here we go. Another dominated spot where Stevie's always just going to limp call this hand.
Here we go, guys. Ace jack offsuit, jack 8 suited. Phil Ivey with a dominated hand. We've seen Ivey. Oh, there we go. I was going to say.
All right, so this is one of the first times in a while we've seen Stevie with the dominated hand and then hitting the pair on the flop. And so, interesting spot here again. 17 bigs in this inflated pot. I don't think you really want to fold this hand at any point.
He's not going to fold quite yet. He does call backdoor straight draw, or backdoor flush draw, rather.
And now Phil's in a tough spot here.
Hot size bet left.
Yeah, the queen 4-8 is really not a good board for Phil's range. There's so much stuff that Steven is limp calling with that interacts with the stuff. So many suited connectors, suited gap connectors that are all just smashing this board. So you're in this tough spot here with ace high where he's going to have some straight draws that miss, some backdoor stuff, and it's just like unclear what to do.
Yeah, having that jack might be bad too. Takes away some of those jack 10, jack 9 hands that you might want Steven
Totally.
to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at this, again, there's 13 blinds in the pot. Stevie's just bet calling here. I mean, he's just got a good enough hand given how short they are that he's beat. That's just the way it is.
See if Ivey lays this one down. Very, very small bet here. I mean, about.
And just again, we see how tough of a spot this is to this small bet. But
Ivey lays it
does
down.
lay it down. Consistently.
It's pulled by Phil.
Constantly making the right decision.
Maintaining that chip lead.
Yeah, again, that's another good point. He's just doesn't give up any chips. Like he just really wants to maintain this pressure and this lead. And it's real, I mean, a lot of people will say, I don't care who's winning or losing. I just look at the big blinds. I just play my strat. Everyone's like a cold-blooded killer these days. But like, it matters, it does matter. We're all people. We all feel it. There's pressure. There's momentum. It's real.
People have feelings, Poppy. People got feelings.
I love you, Joey.
I do. Uh-oh, 9-7, check call. Okay.
Wow, look at his card too. What a card for the
my God.
9-7 with the
listen,
heart.
when you check call 9-7, king jack 4, you get the 8 on the hearts in the turn. You're getting pretty poker hard a little bit. I mean, maybe, something coming. So if Phil picks this one up somehow on the river, checks back. Oh, let's go. Okay.
Oh my God, that's amazing. What is okay? It's 18K. He's
Don't
got
do it,
45K.
Stevie.
He's got a heart. I mean, he might put this in the big size. Like he might bet.
Don't
Oh, there we go.
bow.
Wow, man,
Aye.
this is just.
Aye.
Oh.
Aye,
Oh my
aye,
God.
aye,
Oh
puppy,
God.
aye,
The
aye,
offsuit
check call at
four-
9-7,
The
you get
offsuit
yourself
four
in
on the
some
river, just no
trouble.
problem. It comes literally 8 of hearts offsuit four. Just like, could you design a better run out?
Oh my God.
That was unreal.
My man is locked in right now,
Down to
Phil
10
Ivey.
bigs, man. And he's dealt his trash hand. This should go all in, I think, with the king 9.
All in.
Oh man, this is just like, if you're Stevie here, it's just so beat down by the deck. And Phil making good decisions, obviously. I mean, not to take away.
GG check, what's happening, brother? Appreciate the kind words, my friend. Thank you.
It's not over, you know. Stevie doubles up a couple times and it's even. It's just like
This is nowhere near over. This is nowhere near over. Ace king suited, big slick here for Phil Ivey blind.
this is gonna be limp, I think. And yeah. You know, you don't have to actually go all in. You could make a small raise if you want. A lot of people don't do that. That is part of the strat.
Watching Sam Greenwood, Dan Smith earlier, I did see some very small sizes to those limps like that.
Yeah.
Each player.
People are trying to find edge everywhere, and sometimes you can find them even at super shallow stacks.
Mhm.
And again, this is like, you know, we see some live players do stuff like this, and I think without necessarily, Queen 7. This is okay. You can consider it.
Think about it.
You know, I think, you know, you see someone like Phil Ivey do some kind of navigation with the shallow stacks, and again, I think he's not someone looking at solvers,
are we talking about the heads up god himself, Phil Ivey, or what?
He's got some intuition with
Yeah.
what,
All
you know,
in!
got some. Well, oh, here we go. Here we go.
Phil Ivey needs a queen.
Wow.
Phil Ivey
Two
needs a
diamonds.
queen. He needs a
Oh,
jack or a
jack
queen.
Here we go. All right, Stevie
Ooh.
doubles, and we got a match again.
Said Olivia, it ain't over yet. 3-1 chip lead
One
for
more
Phil.
double, and Stevie has got a tiny lead. So
Over yet, Poppy.
it is not over, for sure.
And this is an invitational heads up tournament. That's correct. Each player here was invited to play. This was not an open tournament. Otherwise, we know Phil Ivey would have won because he's one. The guy's a heads up no home specialist.
You don't think my man was invited?
Well, I don't know. Maybe
I don't know
who knows if he's invited.
would
I
have
don't know.
been-
He's a busy guy. He's got 85 companies he invests in. You know, he's tweeting about it. So check back here. Ooh, could be a nice turn card here for Phil Ivey to start bluffing.
mean-
Double blocker.
Yeah. The 8 or the queen. He's got no clubs, but he's got heart.
Gonna go with it.
And I mean, you know, if you're Stevie, like, you got a pair, like, you really just gonna fold? I mean,
You got a pair on that board. Maybe that you're thinking about
mean,
queen. You know, but queen.
Phil's betting a lot of his pairs. Like, Phil's betting a lot of the 9, 9X. Whereas some people might be betting less of them. So it makes the 6 a less attractive call, right?
Right. Makes sense. Yeah.
But Stevie just again correctly folding.
Ivy still going with that big raise size, even at that 20 big blind stack.
Yes, that's intense.
Huh?
I mean,
Oh, okay.
wow. That is part of the problem. Is that when you do that, like when you get the 3-bet or the all-in, now you've lost an extra half big blind. Whereas if you min raise, you know, you lose less.
Blinds just went up 48-17.
For
Phil
real.
Ivey in the lead.
Unreal. Min raise with the 3-4 suited. Again, trying to avoid the spots that he's gotten in before with the Queen Jack suited, the Jack 8 suited, where it goes limp, raise, call. This hand's a bit weaker, so you'd prefer to avoid that spot. Min raise instead. I need to get this beautiful looking flop where you don't really have much. I mean, okay, you have a gutter and a backdoor flush draw. Like, it's not bad. But
like
you
a lot
see
to me.
Phil's hand. What can he do when you bet a quarter pot here? Can't really do much.
Lay down some of his weakest hands, and then he does do that. Robert Rosenson, Joey, can you shout out my brother from another I ain't gonna say your brother's name because it's a fake name, my friend, but what's going on? Will, what's happening? Q, J. Okay. King 7 of clubs.
Dominated and suited. See what Stevie does
Thinking
here.
about another 3-bet here, Olivier? No, just calls. Oh,
Ooh, there we go. Steven starting to get some better flop. Phil with really,
Ivy finds the check back here. Nope.
and I think actually this hand plays better as a call. I think a lot of people check raise this spot, and I don't think it's as good as people think.
Why is that?
There's a lot of showdown value to this king, and I think it just will just win without
Oh,
having. Whoa.
uh-oh.
Whoa. I mean, there's some advantage to check raising as an exploit against certain strategies, I think. You just like,
Phil Ivy's locked in over there, nodding his head. The classic Ivy
oh,
bet call.
this is not like a give up, and Phil's probably gonna treat this as a give up, and he is gonna be very disappointed when he gets check raised all in here.
Stevie might win a couple more bets with that king high. Ivy
I assume this is all in.
gonna bet 1/3.
He calls and misses, and Phil Ivey jams the river. Like, I'm just gonna be beside myself.
Olivier feels a tingle over there. What's Stevie gonna do? He knows Phil Ivy's capable. He just calls.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ivy.
If this goes check all in, I will. Oh my god.
Here we go. Lock in. Phil Ivey.
He would
bet
win
calls
if
the
Phil Ivey
flop.
gives up and checks too.
Yeah, the 7 does have showdown. That's right. Phil Ivey has to wonder, what does my opponent have all in?
Oh my god. Is this real?
Stevie with the better hand at king high. Phil Ivey
Oh my god.
goes for it.
I can't.
Stevie's not giving up. He
Oh
lays
my
it
god.
down. What a
Oh
bluff
my
by Phil
god.
Ivey.
Oh my god. You see him just looking at him like that? Oh
Wow.
my god.
What a play. Wow. Okay.
That was insane.
My man came
Oh
here
my
to
god.
play.
Oh god.
Wow.
That hurts so much to see that.
Wow.
That really cut so deep inside. Oh.
This is how you get to the semifinals.
Oh, the
Nick,
King Deuce O without a club just punishing so hard.
Wow, dude.
That was unreal.
So now 56
Oh,
to 10, my
God.
friends. Phil Ivey, the 5.5 to 1 chip lead. It's gonna take some work.
This is a really nice limp call, but Phil does not fall for it.
Just
Checks back.
it.
This is a more interesting spot to lead, I think, because you just have so much more of the trash in the limp check at 10 big blinds, but Phil somehow just knows that Steven has 2 overs and a flush draw.
He avoids it, Poppy. He knows. Uh-oh.
No, I can't
know-
get
you know-
over that
you know-
King
you
Deuce
know-
and the
he
6-7 and the Queen 9 of spades. All 3 of those hands were just so insane.
What you gotta
This
do?
guy is like, what is happening? Oh my god.
My
Oh,
name's Phil
God.
Ivey, and this is my masterclass, my friend. Listen, hey, he's got the course out there, right? You know, he does have it. So Phil Ivey looking to put this match away. All in, Queen 6.
How
Gets
does
it
he
through.
know? He's not an all in. It's like not at all an all in, but he just like knows this guy can't call.
The Ivy solver, baby. Come on, Olivier. Get the note. We've already given you. Then you see the pad of notes. Get your pen. Start writing things down, my friend.
Yo, it's
Okay.
gonna go all in call. Oh, because it goes limp. 8-9-0. You know,
All in.
God.
No fold.
Oh,
My man. The 9 big blinds.
that was
Stevie. Come on, buddy.
insane. That was insane. I can't get that.
The chat is
All right.
just seeing that nice, beautiful King Deuce offsuit hand. And they're getting it fired up in the chat. Let's go, baby. Uh-oh. This could be it. All in.
Oh god.
Call! Ivy going for the win. Stevie needs a king or a 3. He needs a king or a 3 or a jack.
Oh, it's
River's a
over.
6,
That's
and
it.
that's it.
It's okay.
Phil Ivey
Oh
takes
my
it
God.
down. What a
Wow.
find the man in the village himself, Mr.
Oh,
Phil Ivey.
God.
Advances 0, puts on an absolute show, my friend.
What a
Wow,
show that was.
What a kind of the thought
Wow.
in that match, my friend.
Wow. That was unreal, man. It was unreal. The first hand, 6-7 of diamonds, follows the check raise, has absolutely no equity. Like, you think also, if Stevie had nothing on the flop, like he had some random 8 or something, that he would bet, right? So it's like Phil knows he's got some sort of showdown, some sort of pair, and he just bets with no equity, 6 of clubs on the river, and he's just all in. Unreal. And the king do so here with no club. I just can't. I can't, man. It's just too much. Oh god. Against the king 7 of clubs. Just the whole world he has. And it just breaks off and
Guys, just like that, Phil Ivey moves on to semifinals, going to battle Chris Kruk, and I do believe we're going to go to break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at the brackets, and we are going to see the first semifinal match. Phil Ivey.
boys, in the next match you got
Take
Nick
on Chris
Schulman
Kruk.
coming in. So stick around because he is the living legend of commentary with my man Yellow Poppy.
Guys in the chat, Twitch, YouTube. Hope you guys enjoyed that match very much. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be playing down to the final heads-up match tonight on Twitch, on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Be back shortly. WPT Heads Up. Semifinals are about to begin. That's right. The winner of this next match, Phil Ivey, versus the high stakes boss himself, Chris Kruk, is going to go on to the finals. We're down here live, Cabo, and listen, look to my left. You're going to see, joining me in the booth right now, once again, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Nick Schulman, one of the greatest commentators out there in the world, in the poker world. Poppy,
what's up, brother?
always beautiful
hey guys.
to see you again,
Hope
my friends.
everybody's well.
We just saw Phil Ivey put on an absolute performance against Stevie, and the chat was fired up, YouTube was fired up, Twitch was fired up, Ivy was making crazy bluffs right now, and now we go to the semifinal match against Chris Kruk, and Phil Ivey seemed pretty locked in. Nick, anything you might want to expect from this match, watching these two play?
It's a good match. I mean, with Ivy, we're talking about arguably the GOAT. Great to see him down here in the Final Four playing heads up, you know. So that's a beautiful thing. And Kruk, as you said, high stakes M-boss kind of guy. Really a great player, really a sharp, you know, poker thinker and so on. So it's a great match.
Absolutely, Nick, man. I'm excited for it right now. Take a look at our bracket. Started with 32 phenomenal players, some legends, some influencers, some online qualifiers, and my man Steve Aoki was in the mix here too. Shulman was also in the
Aoki
mix.
was here. There were a lot of different people here. It's a mixed bag, and end of the day, it's four of the best.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
Kind of getting down there, you know, fast structure, but they still sort of prevailed. So
I mean, and that's what we thought, right? You're putting your brackets together. You know the best players are going to make it here, and that's what we're seeing right now. We got Patrik Antonius versus Stefan 1122 coming up. Two absolute great players as well too. And right now, look at the payouts right there: $400,000 for first place, second place $200,000, third and fourth place take home $100,000. So each of these players we're going to see coming up here each took home that $100K, $25K buy-in. Shulman actually lost his first round match, unfortunately, to Chris Kruk. So he's going to know a little bit about playing against Chris. You did play a good match against him. Anything you think about from that match you played against Chris?
I've played a lot with Chris over the years. Stylistically, I would just have to describe him as exceptionally sound, and again, just very tough. You know, he's extremely well versed in the comings and goings of not only two card but all of the games. And you could say the same thing about Mr. Ivey. I mean, tons of experience at the highest levels and all of this. So, just two world-class players squaring off to try to get into the finals of a tournament. Love it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we just saw Stevie. Now he's got to get through Chris Kruk, known as Apotheosis Online. Went back-to-back 25K tournaments. We don't know when. Maybe it was in 2014. Maybe it was in 2019. But yeah, Chris is my guy. Podcast guest of mine as well too. I really enjoy talking with him. Phil Ivey, Poker King Ambassador. It's the sponsor for the stream. Top right corner, see that logo. Poker Hall of Fame member, WPT Champions Club member. First 8 WPT caches were all final tables. Once again, I don't know how that's possible, but how do you do that, honestly?
Young Ivy really went on a rip, and it was go big or go home for him. Here we go.
All right, boys, let's go. We are ready. Picking up the match. Just beginning. 400 blinds. Match 1. I believe this is a best of 3, correct? And the final is a best of 5. Is that correct? You're going to have to let me know here in the chat. And I do believe that's true, but I'll let you guys know here shortly.
You're right, Joey.
Best of 5?
I believe it's best of 3. The finals will be best of 5.
Okay, best of 3 here. Blinds go up, I believe, every 9 hands as well, too. New format here. First time ever putting on an event like this. 25K heads of event. First of potentially many coming up here in the future. Let's see what goes down. Chris Kruk on the left-hand side. Not in Cabo. Looks like he might be in some sort of office or something like that. Phil Ivey on location down here in Mexico. How you enjoying Mexico so far here?
Isn't Joey, you?
Yeah. Having a great time. A little disappointed I haven't met many Mexican girls, Latin girls down here, but
there he is.
Yeah.
Check raise here from Kruk.
All right, already lock in. Let's go.
Blue cards and Ivy with a fairly comfy one top pair in the back door. They're going 40 some odd %. He does call.
He's on the turn, Chris. At blocker 5, Phil Ivey. Second pair. Everybody on Twitch, YouTube, thank you guys for sticking around. We appreciate y'all very, very much out there for supporting the stream, watching. Let us know what you think about the match on Twitter. I'm at Joinger1. My man Nick's at Nick Schulman. Nick Schulman, a great Twitter follow, by the way. You don't follow Nick, you got to follow the kid, man. He don't do much, but when he comes out with some heat. I'll tell you that right now.
Look at this, by the way, from Ivy. A nice sense of kind of wherewithal, coming with 60% on turn after check raise. So just middle pair with the 10 kicker, but he kind of knew where he was at, felt like.
Man, the man has some spice. I'll tell you that right now, Nick. The
I mean,
man
we're
has some
talking about
spice.
the
Not
goat.
surprised.
We're talking about the goat, Joey. All right.
The man has some spice. I'm loving it. Flush draw here for Chris. Top pair or no top pair? Ace high.
Yeah, let's see how Ivy likes to proceed against a small bet. Kind of uncomfortable, but ace high is a lot of hand. Heads up. Does peel.
We did not see Ivy run bad that last match, and already Chris starts off, makes a nice hand flush. Think he gets another straight value here?
I don't.
Yeah.
Poppy without the diamond. Maybe a Phil. Even the 9 of diamonds, Phil might have.
Yeah, one diamond, ace
continued,
nine.
but
Yeah,
we'll
I see what you're
see.
saying.
I mean,
No.
he does get another street of value, Joey.
Here we go. King of diamonds on the river. Phil not loving that card. His ace high was ahead. Now he loses to a lot of those one diamond hands. Maybe a hand like a jack 10, one diamond. Looking to lead.
This Joey.
Wow.
He's just leading straight away, turning his ace of hearts 9 into a bluff, and in all likelihood this one will be going Crux way. Can't imagine he's folding the 10 of diamonds here.
Maybe about a raise. I mean, if he watched the last match, he knows that Phil Ivey is an out-of-line man. And
He does fold it, Poppy.
This guy's a
Mr.
god,
Phil
bro.
Ivey,
What
ladies
is
and
going
gentlemen.
I've never
From
seen
New
anything like
Jersey,
this in my life,
USA.
bro.
Also known as the GOAT.
What is going on? This
I mean,
guy,
just
I
as
mean,
right
I don't
as you
even know.
said, there's some spice. It would, you know, was readily apparent.
I mean, that
Very
was-
nice. I mean, that was just some streets kind of stuff. And I mean,
Mhm.
it shows that these guys will make big laydowns. A lot of us can't fold a hand such as that, but Kruk deemed it foldable. And I mean, listen, I think often Phil does show up there with the ace of diamonds, but anyway, open call, check, check, flop. Phil continues to kind of give free cards with the queen.
Little sneak, as Nick likes to say. Shout out to Landon.
It's a cool idea. Sometimes undercards make 2 pair in these lines where we're dealing with the big blinds. Wide range. And here, of course, Ivy will go for some value. And let's see Kruk with the ace high.
I choose to look him up here, Nick.
He might, yeah. Against half pot. Getting 3 to 1. Does he win it 25% of the time? He deems that he wasn't this time. So well done.
So starting off, Phil Ivey once again in the lead, my friends. Thank you for joining us. 25K WPT semifinals. The winner of this match goes on to the finals, and they will be playing heads up for the title. How crazy would it be to see a man like Phil Ivey take on a legend like Patrik Antonius, an old school battle? We've seen those boys play a lot of matches together, so I know a lot of fans out there excited for that.
Comes with 30%. This ace 9-5. Ivy defends with queen 8.
He turns the gut shot. Might go check, check. Ivy might feel compelled to bluff this river.
I would think so, Joey.
Okay. Backdoor gets in there for Phil Ivey. Now let's see if he does indeed continue with that plan to potentially bet this river. Don't think he's going to get much action. Takes it down Ivy, 143, 107. Line go up every 9 hands. David Capio, what's going on? Do they have a 500 leg edible down here? They do not have that here. Not like back home in GTO headquarters. The chat's going crazy. They just saw that hand. They're fired up already.
Percent stab here from Ivy. Let's see if Phil keeps it going here with the 6 high, or if he sort of throws up a temporary white flag.
Seen Ivy be pretty aggressive here
We
so
have.
far in this match, but he checks it back. Ivy. Got the nut low, checks it back, does not bluff. What do you think about that?
I kind of like it, honestly. The diamonds are, sometimes you do give up these small card hands, and I think diamonds weren't so favorable for him, where we might want Chris to have some, but I'm not sure, Joe. He probably goes either way.
Yeah.
And Chris's 5s with a spade maybe could have called, maybe could have even raised sometimes, and and mixed folds. Many poker hands are like this, where they can go different directions, but seemed reasonable. Ivy with a little lead here to start off.
Yeah, we've
The
seen him do
nitty-gritty,
this.
Joey.
Dude, Nick's locked in right now. I didn't see Nick this locked in. He's
I
real.
mean, we're
He's
getting down near
Yeah.
the final.
I know,
Ivy,
I know.
Rock. I mean,
liking this.
unfortunate for Ivy, guys, to say the least.
Uh-oh.
Straight for Kruk with the backdoor. Top pair for Phil. Kruk comes with a big size straight away.
See a big pot brewing here. Turns a 4. Good card for top pair. Chris.
Right, exactly. A kind of tough card for Ivy to be getting away now. Where at a 3 or an 8 or a club or something like this, maybe 7-9 would get scared. But here we have a
bet.
mandatory continue, barring some extreme read from Ivy.
Yeah,
Does call.
Be hard to lay this one down. There's a 5. Obviously not a good run out there for Chris Kruk. Got the straight.
Oh, would you think we're going to see Kruk come with something like 17,000? He does check it very
Checks it
reasonable.
back.
It's not so easy. To target the 7 or ace X, but then we fall to all of the boats and the draws can't really call us anyway. An understandable check back.
Mm-hmm.
They're back to starting stack apiece, Poppy.
Just like that, blinds went up 100 to 100. Phil Ivey. First time I've seen him down here in a bit. Prison Mike 19, really enjoy the content. Thank you, Nick and Joey. Thank you, Prison Mike. We got a lot of people behind the scenes working very hard to put on this great event. Kathy's out there, Thomas out there, Dan out there.
Sure, shout out everybody. I
Yeah.
mean,
A lot of staff out here shooting content behind the scenes.
Kruk with the peel. Ivy slides into the lead here with the 6s.
If Ivy checks this back. Nope.
Targeting the 3. Even some of these little pairs, as we see, Kruk is out of there.
Lays it down. So these two are not playing across from each other, but they can see each other face to face on the iPad. So they got iPads in front of them. They can see.
Yeah, it's a good point for some of you guys who haven't watched all of the event. When they look straight into the camera, you see Kruk doing it sometimes. They are looking at each other's face, so it's a good thing to know. Got to be careful with old Philly boy looking at him for too long. But
I want to do a show called Nick Solman Tells Phil Ivey Stories, because I know some of the Phil Ivey stories, and they're pretty quite amazing. So opening straight draw for Phil, backdoor straight draw, ace high for Chris. Probably not going to go anywhere quite yet to that small bet.
we're definitely in versus the small bet, and let's see how this one develops.
Good card for Phil is a pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, pretty bluffable one for Phil here with the open ender and the heart. And for Kruk, this one is done, even though we have the flush draw interactors and ace high. Let's see how he proceeds. He's out.
Farian, how many times can Joey say lock in? Listen, man, you got to lock in sometimes. You got to remind people you're at home, you're watching casually. When a big pot goes, big pot energy builds up, you got to lock in. You got to pay attention, all right? Open up your eyes. Let's go. Phil, 110 to 90. Coming out with that 2.5x raise size. We've seen him use that at most stack sizes last match. Chris, queen high flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Comes with 30%, and for Chris, okay.
On the turn for Chris Kruk. Phil, most likely not going to lose any more money here. Does not have a flush, just has that second pair.
If Ivy checks here, he doesn't. He comes for the kind of just very sort of spicy, as you said
what
before,
word you got for
half
this one, brother?
pot.
I'm
I mean, this
curious.
hand is good sometimes. This is just a sort of a bluff of sorts, but occasionally we pick up value. And let's see here, Joey. Interesting. Turning these 9s into a bluff, and of course for Kruk with the second nuts.
Yeah, he just
Gonna
calls,
look
does
him
not
up.
choose a check raise.
And just like that, Kruk slides into the lead.
So Phil Ivey, little misstep there. Now he's on the other side of things, 110 to 90. Meredith Jones, what's going on? Lacey Williams, Tony Roberts. Does anyone think Joey looks like Peter Steele? I have a feeling I know who that is, but I'm going to look him up. Not the sinker, huh? Well, damn. Okay.
With a fairly quick check back. Makes middle pair now.
Mm-hmm.
Crook with the gut shot, king high. Checks again.
See if Ivy goes for some value. Hasn't been checking back too many of these hands on the turn. Go small bet, mixing up his sizes.
Let's pursue some value with 40 some odd percent. And for Crook with king high and the gut shot, let us defer. Does deem it continue worthy.
There's an ace. Let's see if Phil goes for another value bet here. Might actually get called by the king eight. Probably don't want to have that 8 of diamonds. Block the straight, block the flush draw as well too.
It seems awfully thin, but you're right. You could target king high, 4x, 7x, and so on.
Mm-hmm. And he does indeed
He
go
does
for it.
Go for it, yes, with a half pot bet of sorts. And
The 8 of diamonds. Not the card you want to have here.
in more condensed range spots, that's almost certainly true. And heads up, sometimes it's a bit trickier, and Crook does let it go.
Oh, nice fold there by Chris Crook.
We can see how kind of pesky and unorthodox Ivy can be at times. It's one of the things that's allowed him to become such a great player over the years. It's just he's very hard to deal with. He stays on you kind of. The nines value bet pretty thin. Turning the nines into a nice one for Crook there. See if he comes with a quite big size poppy here. 8,000 in the middle, bottom two on this dual flush board, multiple straight draws. Kind of an overbet sort of board. Just pretty textbook there with so many draws. Nice one to remember for newer players a little bit.
Mentioned, I think Olivier's point about Phil intuitively understanding solver strategy just makes his play so powerful, and then his willingness to bluff certain runouts and being disciplined with giving up and hero calling.
Yeah, definitely a lot of truth to that. And just the sort of Ivy solver at this point. He's seen so many flops, turns, and rivers that he just has a sense of kind of what to do. And nobody can quantify, the power of one sense. Crook with a few different backdoors. Got the wheel draw, the diamonds, and Ivy with the middle of the deck here.
Or bonanza.
Or bonanza.
Well, I don't know how term I like to use, but not as necessarily relevant for 2-card PLO here.
See if Crook 3-bets or not.
Haven't seen any 3-bets yet so far. We really didn't see a very aggressive pre-flop match last match as well. Board, gutter for Chris. Ace high for Ivy.
I think Chris can find raises here. And if he does, it'll probably be a quite big raise.
There you go, Nick. Nick's locked in right now. I'm liking this.
A little bit north of 4x. And for Ivy,
might
pretty cuspy. Pretty cuspy. The 10 isn't really fantastic because we want Chris to have 10-8, 10-6.
Yeah, that's a little point, right? Maybe ace jack might be ace queen.
Yeah, some of those spots are weird, or even ace deuce is a better kind of, but probably not there because of the over. But anyway, snowmen for Ivy. Let's see.
Pocket 8, see if he 3-bets this. He does. 6-4 diamonds, Chris.
Seems like a pretty comfortable deal, fairly deep button.
Yeah, about 70 big blinds deep. Chris with the lead right now. He does indeed call. We're going to see our first 3-bet board. Oh my God.
What a flop for Crook.
Wow.
Open-ended with the plus draw to boot. And for Ivy with the 8s and the diamond, we've started off with third pot. Let's see how this develops.
Just Crook play this one more aggressive. Open-ended straight draw, flush draw.
Most of the time and raises some turns as a semi-bluff, but raising here simply has to be okay.
Here we go.
If not for choice. And he does go with raise just south of 4x. And for Ivy, what a dicey spot. Let us defer.
Absolutely. See what Phil does. Chris, what kind of hands would he do this with? He does call. Here we go. Lock in. 9 on the diamonds on the turn.
And perhaps now Chris goes with something like third pot. That's often typical when flush card comes in. We go with a small bet.
See if he does that. 8s for Ivy. And he does indeed go with that small bet.
With a very small bet. I think for Ivy, we have this awkward call now. Just try to hit an 8, which, as we can see, is no good, or perhaps a diamond. It's clearly not lovely, but
All in,
he check jams. And,
Oh,
and
Ivy
wow.
needs a diamond.
Wow.
Ay, 5 on the turn.
Just like that, Poppy. Match 1.
Oh.
Go to the crook. Are they taking a little break, or are we firing this right
I
back
think that's
up?
gonna
Wow,
be a break.
match
Wow,
1.
did
Match 1
not
to
see
crook.
that coming there right now, guys. Phil Ivey makes check raise the pocket 8s. Did not think that Chris had anything there. And just like that, Chris Kruk snaps him off. Game 1 goes to Chris Kruk. Nick, a little surprised by that play right there?
I was a little surprised by the check jam, but I knew he wasn't folding. I mean, a lot of stuff Ivy does surprises all of us at times. So 1-0 Kruk. Ivy needs to win 2 in a row to get to the finals. You already know what it is. Bet the 3. So can he do it, Poppy? I don't know.
Definitely going to find out here, guys. We're going to be back. Match 2, Phil Ivey versus Chris Kruk. Whoever wins this is go into the finals of this event. Started with 32 players right now. Phil Ivey. I'm going to be back soon. Twitch on YouTube. Stay locked in. fire me up right now. Listen, Phil Ivey. We just saw him make a very controversial play. People in chat fired up about it. They got some controversial opinions about it. Nick, match 1 goes to my man Chris Kruk, the high stakes beast himself. What'd you think about that play? Pocket 8s, King 5-3.
We were talking about it. I mean, it was a little unorthodox. It looked like Ivy had an awful lot behind. Elected a check jam, King 3-5-9, 3 diamonds.
Pretty deep stack, right? 50 big blinds
3-bet
effective on that
pots are
turn.
weird. You know, yeah. It was just, that's what he went with. Here we are. He finds himself down 1-0 to the man himself.
I mean,
Chris
listen, we know
Kruk,
Ivy
hailing
can come
from
back from
Canada.
this. He's been in spots like this plenty of times. Match 2 begins. Best of 3, $25,000 buy-in, World Poker Tour, Heads Up Championship event. We're down here live in Cabo. Myself, Joe Ingram 1, a.k.a. Chicago Joey, joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Nick Showman over here. Phil Ivey doesn't look happy right there, Nick.
Just focus, baby.
Yeah, he's locked in. Okay. No? Oh, wow.
Kruk suited off the bat.
Are
Probably
you
logging
in
in
the
right
game?
now.
Yeah, the table's just loading. It'll be. Oh shit! Up hit raise is already using your time bank. My bad.
That's all good.
I just clicked it right away.
Yeah, no worries.
Ooh.
A nice start for Kruk. Forgive the obvious, guys. Straight flush draw, just in case we're beat. Navi with middle pair ace kicker elects to stab 30%. Raises, and this is awkward right off the bat. Nice snap fold there from Phil.
Didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Tomorrow, we're going to see the finals take place, I believe, it's going to be around 1 Pacific time. I'm going to have to double check with that, let you guys know. We'll be back tomorrow with the finals. Tonight, we're going to see another semifinal match. Patrik Antonius is going to be playing Stefan, and the winner of that match will go on to face Sam Greenwood. Sam Greenwood, another very successful high-stakes player himself. Pocket jacks for Phil Ivey, most likely going to see the 3-bet. Very quick 3-bet from Phil. Pretty big size.
Stefan's a really great player. Patrik, of course, all-time legend, and Greenwood waiting in the wings, another world-class player.
Absolutely,
It was really an exciting finish.
Yeah, the finals will be a best of 5. Winner will take home $400,000. Not bad at all.
5, by the way, has some real meat on the bone. You know, that's a match. I'm excited to watch that.
Yeah, it's gonna be intense.
You know,
sure,
I mean,
yeah.
you get to know somebody in a best of 5
Yeah.
for real. We see another 3-bet from Ivy with
Ivy's
King
coming out
9 off.
swinging, Nick.
And this is an either way for Kruk. Call 4-bet a little bit sometimes. Goes with the former. 16K in the middle, 3-6-7 rainbow.
Ivy does not see bet. Checks it over to Chris. Ace Jack.
He does. Chris can pen to check it back.
5 on the turn. Ivy picks up the gutter. Has 1 club in his hand. Chris, checker bet here. What do you think?
Probably we accept the showdown most of the time, even though it is a board that he could sort of rep, and it comes right in for Ivy. The 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And for Chris, I suppose he'll have something of a decision, but a tall order to call with ace jack here. And let's see if Ivy even bets, and if he does, what size.
We're half pot.
He comes with something like 70%.
Just thinking about it.
He is thinking about hands like king high and queen high, but he does make the laydown. Ace river there for Ivy, slides into an early lead here. Match 2. Down 1-0.
Yeah, Phil Ivy's got to win 2 in a row here to move on to the finals. Phil Ivey is one of the Poker King sponsored pros himself. Tom Dwan, Poker King, the main sponsor of this event, as you can see in the background. They got themselves 2 logos instead of World Poker Tour's 1 logo, I guess. Oh, I guess WPT's got more. No, and the table, the same thing. Interesting. Okay. No, table's got another one. Hidden logos all over the place. I can't even tell. Got shot for Chris. Doesn't choose to bet. King high Phil. See if he takes a stab here. And he does. Chris maybe continues.
Half pot for Kruk.
Oh.
Lets it go. And it looked like he thought about stabbing turn, and had he, it would have gone his way. So it just goes to show how these hands can go different ways. He might stab turn there sometimes. Looked like he mulled it over. King queen off here on the button. Let's see if Ivy defends this 6-3 off. He does.
Phil Ivey optimal. The Phil Ivey solver, PO solver. What did Olivier chat? What did Olivier call that? Olivier had a nickname for that, and then Landon was in the chat. He had a nickname for that. So what was Olivier's first nickname for the Pio, the Phil Ivey? It was something like, I can't remember what it was. Chris still king high. Phil, third pair. We kind of see Phil that first match go for some value with some of these type of hands. He doesn't go for any value here. Just checks it down. Gonna win it. Claudia Salinas still out there with us. Shout out to Claudia. Just graduated to become, or passed her bar exam to become a lawyer in California. So if you need a lawyer, let her know. I don't know exactly which law she's practicing, but
Always need a lawyer, buddy.
yeah,
Congratulations, Claudia. 8-4 on the button here for Ivy.
a little loose,
A little bit.
a little bit.
Half pot for Chris, of course.
Not going anywhere at that top pair.
Interesting. The gut shot now for Phil. No
I think Phil's
diamond
gonna
of
keep
any
betting here.
kind, but just 8 high. See how he likes to play. It comes with check. And I feel this could go a variety of ways for Chris.
Chris could bet small here, or bet
Comes a
big.
full pot,
Nice,
which
interesting.
seems to make a lot of sense. Of course, Ivy with 8 high.
What do you like the full pot there? Making sense.
It's just a hand that can pursue meaningful kind of value. Top pair 9 kicker in that line after he checks turn, where he probably bets 8-9 a lot and so on, is quite strong. And often good, as we see Jack 6 slides into the lead against King 6.
Cody Kilgore says Ivy's on tilt. Does Ivy tilt? From your experience?
I mean, he tilts a little bit, Cody, but I think he's all right now. But yeah, he could get a little bit tilted, although it doesn't necessarily affect his play.
Interesting. Okay.
You know, it's one of those.
Wow.
He's actually kind of known for that. He's a little tilted, but still kind of doing his thing.
Check raise here from
Check
Phil
raise on
Ivey.
flop, and let's defer to Chris here. This is a lot of hand. King high, the back door, even the deuce 5-6. He does peel.
Both players pick up the gutter on the turn. Ivy can't like getting called there when he check raises with
Yeah, I
just that
kind of
check.
like this check from Phil. It seems quite logical. We really don't want to get raised on turn. Oh, and just like that, out of nowhere, a bolt from the blue, as they say. Croc. Best hand.
Yeah.
And Ivy comes with a half pot of sorts. And I think for Crook, we just have a snap next hand.
He does call.
Ivy will see the bad news, Poppy.
It's like that. Chris Croc hits a lucky river, takes the lead in the match right now. Match 2, 110. Sorry, 105 to 90. Blinds go up every 9 hands. Phil Ivey output. Thank you, chat. That's what it was. Phil Ivey optimizer. Phil Ivey output. Yeah, Pio solver. Phil Ivey output. I like that a lot. Some people were speculating that the poker solver, the program, was actually built off of Phil Ivey. Yeah, based off his hand, brain. You know.
I can tell you this: way before these programs and solvers came out, Ivy was doing some pretty cool stuff that not a lot of people were doing. That, as time has gone on, has turned out to be correct.
Remember that legendary hand we had played against? What was it, like Peter Jackson, Paul Jackson, something like that? There was
where he had quads, and or rather, he was like he repped quads.
Yeah, it was basically like bet, raise,
like
re-raise,
17
re-raise.
raises on the flop or something. Yeah,
that's like one of the first poker hands I ever saw, and I was like, bro, who is this guy? This guy's a guy. I mean, like, what is? Because everyone's saying this guy's the best, and then you see a hand where he makes like a 7th raise,
right?
And you're just like, what? Blowing your mind, right? You want to go out there, you go to like your local 1-2 game, you try it, they don't fold, and you're like, what's happening here? Yeah.
9 of clubs, 5 of hearts for Crook. Not so exciting, but he has the dream, the representation dream. Middle pair slides in. Let's see. Sometimes we pursue value against the deuce and the 3, but with no diamond, it's precarious. He checks.
Ooh,
and a nice river for Ivy, naturally.
See what size Ivy goes with here if he chooses to bet. Goes pretty big, bets pot, hoping to get called by a worse flush. Chris, third pair. Can beat a hand like 4 or 5 bucks to 5 in his hand. Doesn't want to see that. He does lay down.
Well,
so Phil Ivey back in the lead right now, 102.97. Anybody's match right now. Battle of the Kings. Set for Breakfast says, if it doesn't affect his play, is it really being tilted?
If a tree falls in the woods, set for breakfast. These are the eternal questions, my friend.
Me and Nick could debate that question for 5 to 10 hours one night around a fire. So,
Kicker issues for Kruk here. Let's see. Spade to boot.
Good turn card here.
An
for
awfully
Phil.
bad spot.
That kicker does indeed play the 9.
Needs a 10 jack queen. Some sort of a boat out. Doesn't come in. And let's see if Ivy gets value on the end or elects to just kind of check back. It strikes me as close.
Oh,
he
does
comes
check
with
back.
the ladder.
Okay. Why does that strike you as close in terms of checking back first betting?
Mid-elite kicker, we're really targeting a king. And our kicker is, you know, I think king jack plus is abundantly clear. But the 9 of spades is nice, blocking the sneaky flushes Chris might have. So one of those spots.
Phil. Getting that lead
I
just
think it's the
a little bit.
undercards out there with the 5s.
RM says, Joey, I appreciate you saying lock in. It allows me to go from just listening and multitasking to watching to see the exciting hand.
Love that. Love that.
Thank you. Appreciate you, my friend. That's kind of why I do it, right? For these long matches, sometimes you're doing this, you're doing that, you're watching your kids. I mean, I know some of my friends, they're multitasking when they do it. So usually I'd have like a rocket I'd fire at something like that, but he's high here for Phil. Most likely check back turn.
A white flag so far, but let's see if Kruk has ideas on the river. This does seem like a maybe ideas kind of river for him. He can have a lot of 2-pair in these lines, just defending big. And with just 7 high, comes with
Overbet.
a little overbet, exactly. And the ace high for Ivy, let's see what he comes with. Certainly capable of hero calls, but this is pretty dicey.
7 in his hand. Looks like he's thinking about it. Phil Ivey. Don't try this at home. Overbetting the 7 deuce on the river. Chris, looks like he's staring at Ivy in that screen.
Maybe 10 seconds for Phil tops here. Pretty short time banks.
Ivy
It does get through. Bravo for the Krukster.
Nice bet there by Chris Kruk with that 7 deuce. The Krukster, I like that.
For Ivy, the backdoor situation. Chris. Comes with check back.
Trips for Ivy on the turn.
A pot win for Phil.
Takes it down. Rick Ricard, what's going on? Chris Kennedy, how's it going in the chat? Appreciate everybody for tuning in on Twitch, on YouTube. We're here. Cabo, Mexico, my first time down here. I learned an important lesson. Wear sunscreen.
Like the desert, buddy.
Yeah, it's not like Vegas.
It's a whole different situation out here. Ivy with the 4, 5, 6, the heart. Kruk with top pair.
Oh, you would describe this as a little bit of something.
Something of a draw.
Something of a draw.
Straight
Yeah,
draw.
something of a draw.
Now with the double backdoor blockers, but the 6 high.
Yeah.
Defer to Phil.
If Ivy, he does go for a big bet from Phil Ivey.
And it's a fun kind of plan here. We bluff if a heart or a club comes, and kind of shut down a lot of other rivers. Although we're finding bluffs on some other ones. The heart does come in,
Here you go,
and
Nick.
Phil's plan is certainly to continue barreling, and it's a pretty logical and sound kind of line from Phil.
Here we go, guys.
The turn
Big pot
barrel
ruin.
seems very good.
He does go.
He goes full pot, and Chris is in an awfully tough spot.
Wow.
Let's see what he comes with.
This is Nick suspected. Big bet on the river from Phil Ivey, putting his opponent in a very tough spot with the 6 high, and he lays
It
it
does
down.
get through.
Nice
Bravo,
bet by Phil
sir.
Ivey.
Mr. Phil Ivey, ladies and gentlemen.
You saw that one coming. You picked that up on the turn, right? Yeah, that was
When
nice.
you
That
have
was
the
nice pickup
heart
by you,
club
yeah.
and only 6 high, and it's heart, club, the plan is very straightforward there. If you're, somewhat familiar with the spot, you bluff the flush cards.
Jonathan Sandoval, Poppy, please convince them to do this type of tournament again. Just tell them to do best of 5 matches. Well, I know that we are going to be seeing more events. I don't know exactly which ones specifically, but There definitely are more events coming. I think poker's fired up right now, man. I think people are excited about this event. Maybe some people watch it, get some inspiration for their own events as well too. So
There for Crook, got shot for Ivy on the button. See, comes with half pot.
Almighty 501 on Twitch fired up right now. Calm down, buddy. Ivy with the gutter. Turn second pair. As Nick takes those headphones off. Like Nick's behind Phil Ivey over there too. Interesting. Okay.
Nice.
Ivy bets again, has a big range advantage in this type of board as their pre-flop raiser. Queen 10 Jack. Chris
He does leverage that range advantage that you astutely mentioned, not getting 3-bet free. This is really his kind of board. And let's see, Poppy. Does he turn these jacks into a bluff? Perhaps. It's very close. We do have some showdown. He liked to just take the showdown, understandably, but unfortunately for him, he'll see the 1 pair queens from Croc.
Beat to 10. Chris certainly could have a king there. And like king 8 might check call flop. Maybe have check call turn as well too. So blinds up a little bit, 92 to 71. Phil Ivey still in the lead, down 1-0 to Chris Kruk. Chris Kruk, longtime high stakes player, plays cash games, plays tournaments. If you want to find out more about him, he's been on my podcast before as well too. Phil Ivey, most recent guest I had on. There's Wolfort that I had to leave for dinner. Who won the first game? The first game was won by Chris Kruk, my friend. Very, very interesting hand took place. Pocket 8s, 3-bet pot versus 4 diamonds. Ivy staying hydrated as he flops the queen high.
Ivy comes with a 30% some odd stab, and Croc has a pretty comfy slow play here. Well,
Quad alert. First time we saw quads here today.
He even has the 5 of clubs in case.
Just in case the straight flush draws out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
man.
Oh no. Ivy.
In an interesting spot, perhaps Chris does try to check raise the queen.
Oh,
He
no.
does.
Oh,
Very
this guy's
cagey
sick. What a
from
sick guy. Oh my gosh.
Chris there. And Ivy comes with half pot, and he's about to find himself in such an awkward, probably under bluff spot if we're talking about the history of time. But a guy like Kruk, and Kruk comes with a very polar kind of size, which is quite nice. And let's see, guys. I mean, can Ivy sniff it out? A really tough spot.
Jeez. Phil Ivey with the full house. Nobody folds a full house.
First check called flop here, 30% bet, check turn. So he can have stuff that's worse than the queen.
Of course,
I
Ivy
mean,
got-
make no mistake.
Yeah, Chris can be doing this with some of his missed flush
Ivy
draws.
maybe
Maybe
10
3, 4, 4,
seconds
5.
left, maybe.
Yeah. Phil Ivey in the tank right now. Big check raise from Chris Kruk. Chris Kruk with quad aces. Ivy, full house, aces and queens. What's he going to do right now? This is a big pot. And he lays it down.
Very
nice fold
nice
by Phil
there.
Ivey.
Very nice from Phil.
Pot energy was coming out there, and Chris Kruk went for the big check raise.
One
Phil Ivey
issue,
sniffed it out.
I suppose, when you go for the check raise is that a lot of your bluffs would have just bluffed straight away.
Point.
So it kind of condenses the situation, but he could still have take some kind of give ups and do it. But either way, great lay down from Ivy there.
It's a really great point, Nick.
Croc with
Really
the
great
9-10 Jack Queen here, or the 9 Jack Queen King rather, and the heart. Ivy with top pair. And this could be a representable one for Croc, although maybe we just check a lot. With the heart diamond,
Yeah, kind of what
Just
you said
check.
earlier, right? 3 pair for Ivy on the river.
and I think if we're Chris, we just check and hope to beat something like 8-10 occasionally.
Takes it down, Phil Ivey. Chips up a little bit, 91.75. Sven calls. Baz Maniac on Twitch. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the kind words. John Dennon, is this even real? Poppy GTO, Nick Schulman, Phil Ivey.
Oh, baby.
This is awesome. Thank you guys. Guys crushing the commentary. Appreciate you,
We
John.
got
Appreciate
Ivy down here, guys. Trying to get to the finals
I mean, listen, this
of
is
a modern day heads up tournament.
Think about this guy.
Likes
Comes
a
out, right? Just
limitless
all of a sudden now he's semifinals.
button clicker. Stefan 1-1-1-1-1-1. I mean, all the boys are here. Kruk. You guys don't know. A lot of you guys don't know. Like this, Chris Kruk is one of the best players of all time.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy. Like, you know, I've talked a little about the game with Kruk. You know, lucky enough to just kind of pick his brain here and there. It's you know, it's a tall order for anybody to have to deal with the Kruk.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can do it. It's this man down 1-0.
Blinds just went up here.
Best of 3.
Yeah, best of 3, Nick. Phil's got to win 2 more here.
See what Kruk comes with here against this small side. King 10 on Queen 6-7. Probably just enough to kind of squeak in and see.
Except a gutter 2
2
pair.
for Phil.
Yeah.
The gutter with that spade for Kruk.
Spade matter at all? Continuing here for us a bet?
It might matter just as far as finding some check raises and so on, and some coverage on maybe even finding bluffs on the end. So of course it matters, but he's out. Doesn't matter enough, I guess, Joey.
Mm-hmm. The chat's fired up. They just saw Ivy fold that full house, and they're fired up in the comments. Liking the energy you guys are showing today. Appreciate y'all very much. 70-52 right now. Phil Ivey is in the lead. Trying to claw back to even here.
Slightly 2.5x open.
Dean says everyone in the chat snap calls at full house. Yeah, most likely. All my chat
The
pros out
entire
there.
chat snap call.
All my chat pros out there.
None of you guys are folding out there, man.
Top pair here for Chris. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Phil. Check raise. Interesting. Oh.
Chris takes the 10s with a 6 kicker and shoots it. It's pretty
Surprised by
cool.
that check raise. Think about that. Top pair. 6 kickers. Flush board.
I think it's something that should be happening, you know, here and there.
Mhm.
And it's easy to not have the here and there creep into your game and to play it as always a call.
Right.
That's what makes the highest level so dynamic. But it's not like every time he has 10s with a 6, he raises there. Maybe there was some suit nuance, or he does raise that 10-6 every time, but this one's a wrap. But the point of just having these low frequency lines and so on.
EJT says, are these replays of previous games posted? I believe the replays are on the World Poker Tour YouTube channel. You can go on there and check it out. Nick's been doing commentary. I've been doing commentary. Beautiful Jamie Kerstetter in the house as well, too. Mr. Doug Polk.
People have been rotating in and out.
Olivier
good.
Bousquet. Yeah, it's been great. Dan DeVorce in the house as well,
So much
too.
coverage. Yeah, go back and watch those matches. A lot of great players giving their insights. It's been cool. DeVorce was in there, but you got Bousquet just now.
Chow was in there earlier. I was
Rabbit
watching
Chow,
him.
one of the best in the world. It's intriguing to hear different viewpoints just on the way the cards sort of interact and so on. Everybody has slightly different ideas. Ivy with the overs, the double cut shot, beautiful hand. Stabs, takes it. Sip of water there, Chris.
The players locked in with water. This isn't your local 1-2 game with the Golden Nugget where everyone's drinking alcohol, getting a lot of line. We got our waters back here, too.
That's right.
Everyone at home just took a drink of their water now. All 3 people. Going with that hand over the face. I noticed Ivy's got some big hands.
He does have big hands. He has great hands too. Like he's quite talented at like pitching quarters, you know, shooting free throws, hitting little creepy little chips around the green.
Has golfed a lot together?
A little bit with Phil.
Yeah, how's it going, Poppy?
Not well for me. I can tell you that. 50 effective here. They're back to starting. Phil does 3-bet, a very 3-bettable one. Take it, sir.
Line just went up 53-47. Anyone's match right now. Phil Ivey up just a little bit. Three-bettable hand for Chris Kruk. Ace-10 offsuit.
Very 3-bettable.
Flynn!
Yeah, I was wondering about size, and it's interesting to see what Chris did there. A quite big jam seems sound, but kind of interesting to see for some of us. No antes as well. So just collect these lines from these great players and pursue on your own whether you like them or not, or you know, that's kind of how this works.
We don't recommend going to your game and shoving in the 50 big blind pre, but use at your own risk.
Some specific hands are kind of happy doing that as we see Kruk checks back flop. Let's see here with the gut shot, the overs. Maybe we get a hand exactly like this to fold, but he does check again.
See if Phil, nope, Phil checks. Chris?
Probably we check again if we're Chris and just take the showdown, queen jack good sometimes. Take the showdown kind of means you're less than incentivized to bluff if your hand can win when you check. You're more incentivized to bluff when your hand cannot win if you check. That's kind of what take the showdown sort of means, just for some of the newer players. King 10 here, Brock. Jack 10 for Ivy. Let's see, sharing some cards here. Both with a diamond.
Phil's been c-betting these boards pretty high frequency once
He
again.
has.
Yeah.
He comes with 30%, which is a kind of per choice size that he's been going with. And King High here with the diamond certainly in. Interesting, because Ivy has a kind of natural barrel.
Right.
And I think for Chris, we have a just defend, keep an eye on things. And
oh, checks
Ivy
back.
does check.
Chris thinking about betting? Nope,
Definitely thinking about betting. He does just kind of accept the showdown, and it looks like a white flag of sorts from Ivy. Kruk will take that one. King High.
E149, the match back to even right now. Anyone's game. The boys are battling right now.
Gut shot wheel draw for Chris. Not much doing for Ivy. This comes with third pot.
Ivy.
Ivy's
wanna
in
give
there
it
with
up.
the queen of spades, 5 diamonds.
Great card there for Chris to keep betting. Kind of blocks some of the hands you might want Phil to have though, right? The 3 and the ace. Nice river there.
When it comes right in. Could even see Phil throwing a little tickle out there. Something real small. He actually comes with half pot going for full value, which is understandable. 5s with a queen, fairly strong in these lines. And
You need bad news here, Nick.
yeah,
Now, Ivy's got a little confused. I mean, I don't think you have a hand you can call with, but a little confused in terms of what Chris could have here after he checks back that turn.
absolutely. Chris can have a lot of stuff. Hands that just have a 3 in them or a 6 in them. Stuff that elected to bet flop, check back turn, and is now doing this. That's what makes poker so hard with wide ranges, but Phil does wisely.
That he ran out of time.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. The next match, guys, is going to be, I believe it'll be a condensed version of Patrik Antonius versus Stefan 1122, and then after that, I'm going to be back with Jamie Kerstetter. I'm going to hop out. It's going to be Jamie Kerstetter and Dan DeVores coming in next, and then Jamie and me are going to do the last match of the night, which will be the last semifinal. It's going to be Sam Greenwood versus the winner of that match. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. A lot of poker left to play Monday night. Appreciate y'all tuning in. 7 p.m. combo time, and this is going on for a few days now. Tomorrow, the finale. We're going to see the final best of 5. One of these two players will be in that final, Nick.
% Poppy. Interesting. Gut shot on the unders for Kruk. Pretty clean open ender here for Mr. Ivy with the backdoor to boot. Sometimes these hands check raise, although King 9-8, bit dice, let's defer.
7-5 offsuit might check raise. Yeah, you're right.
Find
Okay.
it. Nice to have outs, you know, forgive the obvious, but 7-5 is a lot different than something like 3-4. It might look like this just dust ball, but it's actually a hand. And Poppy, the stone cold nuts slide in for Mr. Ivy, but Kruk has to be scared right now
He's
with a
gotta
5
be
and
really
7 in
scared
his
right
hand.
now. Oh my God,
Wow,
he
he
goes
does
for
keep
it.
it going though, Joey.
Wow.
Interesting.
How's Ivy going to play this one?
I think we're calling most, if not every time we're coming.
All
Just
in!
probably jams though. I'm surprised to see that, but he didn't want to see a scare card come off or anything crazy like that. And there was an awful lot out there already, so it's not as if they were extremely deep behind.
Yeah,
But
maybe he's thinking this guy, if he just check raise, continue barreling, he has a hand, maybe like a king
yeah,
8,
I thought
king
that
9.
he was going to keep
Right.
kind
Yeah.
of laying some rope, so to speak. Bottom 2 for Chris. The Gut shot of sorts for Ivy with club. Let's see. Again, 75% sizing. Yeah, he's out of 2-1 lead now for Phil. 28 bigs to 55. Down 1-0. Best of 3. Match wise.
Yolo, what's up, buddy? Nice to see you. We got Spicy, we got Poppy, we got Ivy. I'm tired. Alarm comes early, but I gotta watch. Thanks, fellas. Cheers. Listen, Tommy, happy to have you here, brother.
100%. Sometimes you gotta watch, guys. It is what it is.
Sacrifice sleep.
I got work in the morning, East Coast, but we got Phil Ivey down there.
It's really loud.
It's tough.
That's really, really loud.
Talking about you. He was talking about you.
Just fired up. Sorry, Phil. Watch the
Poppy
last
was
match.
screaming a little bit. We're on a little bit of a delay.
Buddy, listen, Phil Ivey was
And there's
making
no
these crazy plays. I
There's
was
no
fired up. What
spoilers
can
for
I
us
say,
either.
Phil?
The guys know, not for no spoilers commentary wise. But Big Poppy's in here screaming. Can't help it though. You know how it is when he gets locked in. 4-5 suited. Chris is jamming.
How many big blinds did he use?
Take
Big
a look.
blinds?
Something like 30. So another maneuver for you guys at home to collect and pursue. Just 5 high, but one of the best in the world. Deemed it jam worthy, interesting. Sometimes those hands like to see all 5 cards. Make a flush.
Olivier, actually, we had a discussion before we have some commentary. He was talking about certain hands. You might just ship in 30 big blinds, and he said some really weird hands. And I said,
It's quite interesting. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Spades for the boys.
48, 46, 33 right now. Phil Ivey, slight lead. Sven calls replay World Poker Tour YouTube page. Interesting turn. Blocker for Chris. Queen high. Phil Ivey. Bottom pair. Gut shot straight draw. He's going to bet really big here.
Yeah. Just south of a 1.5x over bet. And for Ivy, he has tons of interaction. Maybe the 5 shows up in more bluffs than nuts, but nonetheless, this is totally understandable with a pair and a straight draw on Poppy. Let's see.
Here we go.
Big pot energy, 40K out there.
It's building right now. Is Chris Kruk going to go for this guy? 17 in the pot, 26 behind.
He has 150% pot left, and it looks like he does wave the white flag.
Gives it up. Now Ivy.
Ivy will be content to check back, and
Huge
Chris will
pot
see
there.
the somewhat bad news.
Huge pop for Phil Ivey right there. Extends that lead. 57-26. Trying to close it out here. 1-1. If Phil Ivey can take this one down.
Interesting. I would have thought Chris's hand without a diamond there is at the very least bluffing river sometimes. How much I don't know, and perhaps none at all. Many such cases anyway.
Phil running well here. Nick flops another top pair.
Third pot from Chris here. Ivy, yes. Top pair, the diamond.
Might get a little tricky with it. Just calls.
Does get a little tricky with a good call, Joey. Broke with just 10 high. He does have this 8 of spades. Let's see. Let's just check. Maybe Chris is finding some river stuff here.
Yeah, Chris.
Let's just give it up, and seemingly a wise choice.
Rolls
Pretty
the eyes
sure
a little bit.
Ivy was
that
gonna
roll,
look
eye
that
roll.
one
We've all
up,
been
yeah.
there. We've all been rolling those eyes like that. Yeah. It looks like he's been blowing your nose with sandpaper. No, it's called the Mexico sun, my friend. Listen, I don't know. We're a little red, you know. A little Rudolph over here. Lobster vibes. It is what it is.
5 deuce offsuit, guys, off of low 20 BBs versus a limp. Another play to kind of, you know, it isn't just blind aggression. There are ideas, and Ivy's in with the 9-7. Open-ended here at this depth. 14-4 out there. Only 48K left to play. I mean, it can kind of do whatever it wants. And for Chris, he's still telling the tale, but let's see.
Ivy just calls here. Open end straight draw. Limp called pre-flop. Chris, whole bunch of nothing. Might pick up a good card to bluff on the turn. Ivy, 2 pair. 7s and 6s. Chris Chris, open and straight draw.
Yeah, interesting. I could see this going check, check, and then Chris bluffs the end. He's just bluffing straight away, which of course 5 high, and for Ivy, we're just not going anywhere.
See if Chris is going to barrel through.
This really is the question. I would imagine no spade. He is pretty high frequency.
Straight.
That's awkward for Chris, that 10 on a devilish card, and for Ivy, as you said, a straight with the boat blockers for dessert.
Is he going to go for it, chat?
I think there's a very good chance that he does go for it, Poppy, and it's 1-1, baby.
Thanks. Go to the bathroom real fast.
Phil
Hey,
Ivey.
gentlemen. Rubber match coming, guys. Beautiful. Wow.
Just like that, guys. 1-1. We are going to go to the third match. Phil Ivey, limp calls the 7-9. Flops you up in a straight draw. Calls the flop. Calls the turn. Hits straight on the river. Chris Kruk goes a little crazy with the deuce 5. Some people out there might be wondering what's going on there. Nick, tell us what's going on there with the raise pre-flop, the barrel off. What do you kind of think?
Small
was thinking there?
offsuit kind of bad cards, free at these weird, not weird, but these 20 big blind, 30 big blind depths do actually get in there with raises free in some of these limp pots. And then on the flop, he went for it. Tourney's open-ended. In the river, he had the, he had 5 high. So we're not going to win if we check. And he ran into a good one. The straight from Ivy. So 1-1. I mean, chips are flying. The boys are playing. This is a good sweat. See if Ivy makes the finals, guys.
Guys, we're going to be back. Don't go anywhere on YouTube, on Twitch. Be back in a few minutes. Third match, Phil Ivey, Chris Kruk. Who's going to the finals?
Right here.
We're going to find out.
What if women had a seat at every table? A seat in every classroom, every interview room, every boardroom. What if women sat at every table and played a game? A game that made them strategic, decisive, resilient, analytical, influential, unapologetic, and confident. What if this game was a game changer to change the stats? To change our stories? To change the future? This game is played at a table. Flip the table. Raise the stakes. Play to win. We saved you a seat. That game is poker. And the players? They're fearless. Poker power. Join us.
are back. Cabo, $25,000 heads up. Illimin Hold'em Championship WPT event. Phil Ivey going for the finals right now, battling one of the best players in the world, Mr. Chris Crook, joined once again by my man Nick Schulman over here. And that's it. We're hopping back in. Lock in, boys. YouTube, Twitch. Here we go. This is it. Match 3. The winner will go to the finals. We don't know who they'll face quite yet.
Thank you.
Coming up next, Patrik Antonius versus Stefan 1122. I heard that match is incredible. You're not going to want to miss that one. And then after that, we'll have our last semifinal match. The winner of that match takes on Mr. Sam Greenwood, me, Nick Schulman in the house right now. Nick, you ready to get after it?
I am, Poppy. I mean, rubber match to get into the finals. Doesn't get much better than this. Ivy Jack of Diamonds, 4 spades here. Come with half pot winner. Good start for him.
Who do you think the fans are rooting for out there? Chat? Let me know. YouTube, Twitch?
Let us know, guys. Twitch, YouTube, people. Who are we rooting for out there?
Yeah. Phil Ivey or Chris Crook? I support Chris. That's my guy. You know what I'm saying? I like Phil too, but Chris is my guy. So
Go back a long way with Phil. Love Chris too, though.
I like Chris, man. Really funny guy.
He is a very funny guy.
All right, here we go. Remember, guys, 125 big blinds. That blinds go up every 9 hands. Best of 3. Finals are best of 5. $400,000 up top. 32 players. Mix of legends of poker. Some of the best current online. Doug Polk was in the mix. Debatably one of the best. You never know. And some influencers, some businessmen, some online qualifiers. And look where we're at. We got some of the top players in the world still in it right now.
Ivy checks the 8-7 over to Crook. Check back flop with this king high. Checks turn again. Interesting. Ivy with the half pot. Half pot heroics, Poppy.
I mean, you
And
can't
does
win.
Chris
You gotta
raise this half pot size? He doesn't. Winner.
Takes it down. Puppy Butter 73, Nick and Poppy, our peer commentary gold. Thank you, Puppy Butter. Much love, Poppy. Thank you for tuning in, guys.
Thank you, Puppy Butter.
Puppy Butter.
Puppy Butter. I'm not even gonna ask.
You know
Okay?
what I mean? Yeah. Puppy Butter. What? Uh-oh. Flush draw for Ivy. Backdoor flush draw on second pair. For
Chris,
Mr.
a
Chris
clear
Crook.
just call, nothing else. Oh, and it's the most dynamic turn we could think of, guys. King's up for Crook, open-ended now for Ivy to complement the hearts.
Big pot energy brewing here.
And
Little check raise, maybe.
Let's see what Crook comes with against this 2/3-ish sort of size.
Uh-oh.
He does come with the 4X and Joey.
An offsuit 4 or
A
9.
lot of outs for Ivy, a 2-1 dog, but 4-9
Gonna
heart.
be it if he hits an offsuit 9. He'll call. Need heart 8-4-9. River's an 8. Counterfeit that king 7 though.
Right.
If Chris checks, Phil's got to go for it.
Does he?
Yeah.
Maybe he does, Poppy. At least sometimes. Just 8 high, guys.
He does go for it. 19,000.
Usually, in theory, these counterfeited 2 pairs just call the end, but
Tough decision here for Chris Crook.
comes with half pot. It's so scary. And
And he
this
does
spot, he does pay it off. Well done.
call.
Bravo, Chris. Nice hand. Just like that, he has commanding lead, almost 3-1. We see how fast it can happen. Open-ended, straight draw, flush draw for Ivy there on the turn. 2 pair for Chris. So, I mean, understandable.
Think about that bet size from Ivy on the river. Goes to the half pot.
I think it's okay because he can have things like King Queen in that size, King Jack. I mean, you can go a bit bigger, but you know, it certainly can have a lot of value in it. But Chris just looked it up and that got shot with the club for Chris, top pair for Ivy. Let's see, 3-turn, 2-tone now.
The chat's a little fired up both ways. A lot of Phil Ivey fans up there. Some Chris Crook fans as well too.
Shout out Crook fans out there too, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
There's 2 barrels.
tough when you're up against the GOAT in the Final Four. You need a little love out there. Croc barreling off again with the plan. Fire a club, fire a spade. Let's see about this ace of diamonds. We do block tons of draws if we're Croc, but just 7 high. These spots are weird. 5-7 of hearts is a much cleaner bluff than this, but again, just 7 high on the end. And he does shut it down with the
Shuts it
dual
down.
kind of flush interaction. Logical.
If he makes a big bet there, queen 9 on Ivy's end, what do you think about?
Spot.
Yeah.
Mix it. Call a fair amount. Hold sometimes.
So we go 164 to 85, the last match here. Phil Ivey, Chris Kruk, the winner, makes it to the finals, plays for the championship and for $400,000. I wonder if they get a sick trophy in this one. I'm pretty sure they do. I hope they get something besides
pretty,
the 400K.
It looked pretty flavor. I saw it.
Yeah.
Got shot here for Ivy, 10-7 off. Let's see. Maybe Kruk is content to just check, although very stabbable kind of board.
Big Kruk energy, BKE. Okay. I like that, Benjamin. As the sun begins to go down here in Cabo. See if Chris decides to bet again. Queen high. Ivy, the gut shot.
Oh, and it does come right home.
Bingo.
Poppy. 7, 8, 9, 10 jack for Mr. Ivy. Unfortunately for him, Kruk fairly empty.
Rough start there for Phil Ivey, losing that big pot, obviously.
Yeah, he's clawed back to under 2-1. It was really dire for a second. So
blinds go up every 9 hands. We'll be up at 501K very shortly. Chat's fired up right now. Purple Melon, Man Illusion, my man, Man Illusion. What's up, buddy? Nice to see you here. Stephen Bays, as always. Three X here.
3x now from Ivy.
Go. First 3X really. Oh, 3X. Oh my God. Little coordination here.
You know,
both
one
hands.
thing with Ivy, guys, like some of these early bluffs that he'll make in each respective match, I do think is a bit of advertising, for lack of a better. He's good at that. You know, he'll send you one way, but then it's the other way kind of thing. Very tricky, mix it up kind of guy. I've been in there with him. It's strange. Queen high here, Kruk, let's see. Probably content to just check.
Ivy gonna no, just gives it up, checks it
Ivy
back.
kinda
Sometimes you
just
got to do it.
Fights another day.
Currently listening to the Mandarin broadcast. If any of y'all speak Mandarin, you want to check out the Mandarin broadcast. This is being commented in Mandarin as well too.
It's worldwide, Joey.
I know. Listen, this event is worldwide right now. Pretty sure it's kind of late over in Asia right now, though. You know any Mandarin, Poppy, or what?
No, I don't.
No?
I mean, you know.
Yeah. Maybe you
6
do.
of spades, 9 of clubs here for Phil. He peels. Interesting.
Ambitious, but
Maybe quite nice, actually.
yeah.
Against that small
Something of a
size,
straight draw.
probably just for choice. And Kruk here with just the jack high and the 8 of spades. Beautiful execution there, coming with the kind of small bet. Recognizing a nice bluff spot and getting it done. Just north of 2-1 right now for Kruk to move into the finals, guys. Rubber match here, 1-1. Best of 3. Winner of this one takes it. Deuces on the button, 7-9 off for Ivy. Should be seeing a flop here. 2.2x. And Kruk.
Monaco says Ivy doesn't need a pile solver. He has a solver. Well, we've already established. Uh-oh, 3-bet.
Interesting. We have
See that coming. 7-9 offsuit.
and a kind of nice spot for Kruk to just call and hope. Not the worst flop for Chris, but naturally not the best one either. Let's see what Ivy does here after 3-betting. Comes with half pot, just north.
It's probably not going to go anywhere here.
South, just south rather. And I agree, Joey.
Oh
wow, a kind of informational sort of.
Raises.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Ivy doesn't look like he wants to go anywhere here. It's got 9 high.
It's just 9 high, guys.
The Wilka
9 of
suit.
hearts, 7 of diamonds. Oh my God, Joey! Joey! Bang, bang. I mean, that was, guys. Bravo, Phil. That was beautiful. I mean, bravo.
What was that? Yo, this
I have to
guy,
ask
this
him.
guy,
At
I
the
love
end of the
God.
day,
I can
you
watch
were-
Ivy play all day long. I'm loving that. Wow.
wow, what a play. Certainly did not, that was not even on, I would say, both of our radars. So,
I got to
I
put
mean,
the
there you
Norman Hold'em
go,
hat on after
guys.
that one. I mean,
Yeah,
my
for
God, what
sure.
was that? That was crazy. Phil Ivey, 3-bet the 7-9 offsuit. Bet gets raised, re-raises, no 7, no 9, 10, 5, 3.
3 bets, 9, 7 off, 10, 5, 3. Goes half pot, gets 2.2'd, and just dumps the whole stack of Chino in there. That was strong. I wonder what compelled him to do that. You know, he's obviously a genius and one of the best ever. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was something about Chris's size or the speed of the raise, perhaps. There was some, it's just hard to say. But again, bravo. Off we go. Neck and neck now. 100 big blinds apiece, guys. This is a really good one. 5-7 suited can 3-bet, can call, goes with the former.
So excited for the chat to see that hand. I just know.
Oh my God.
I'm so happy. I'm so hyped for when they comment. Here we go. Lock in. Big pot brewing.
Top pair
3-bet.
king kicker, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Open-ended with clubs for Ivy.
Ivy gonna go for a check raise here, Nick.
Certainly could. I mean, this hand can play for all of the chips. 90 effective is a lot of bigs. Just the 7, 8, 9, 10 draw, not the bigger one, but still.
Here we go. 7-5, 3-bet pre-flop. Flush draw, straight draw, top pair, king kicker for Chris. Phil just calls.
All very reasonable.
Might slow down the action a little bit. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Phil, gonna be check calling. Maybe hand like ace queen. Maybe some ace jack.
Hands with a king is strong, but Chris has to fear the semi-bluff check raises on turn. And he does check. And it comes right in,
Ooh.
guys. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for Ivy. Let's see if he bets what size he goes with and then take it from there. He comes with check. Chris will be happy to do the same. This one will go Ivy's way.
Ivy's gonna take the lead just like that. Nick Schulman. 115 to 85. Bill Ivy. Try to move on. The chat's fired up right now. They don't even know what they just saw with the 7-9 hand. Let's go. Aces for Mr. Ivy. The chat is moving hard right now. Let's go.
We're seeing the goat emoji in the chat. That's about all that should be in there when you see that hand. King 9, a little bit annoying, but I think we're in. We fight.
Yeah. Bill
Ivy laying a little rope here. Very nice.
Oh,
And it
look at
does come
that.
home. Probably only one street goes in, but nonetheless, had he bet, in all likelihood, King 9 out of there. Now we see the power of the check this particular time. And
Outsized
Kruk
bet.
would be over bet, and this will get relatively snapped. It's going Ivy's way right now, guys. Just south of 2 to 1. Of course, lots can happen, but we're here for it.
Wow. Bill Ivy coming back strong right now. 130 to 70. Looking to take this to the finals. Look at Phil Ivy, a little smirk on his face right now. He's fired up. You can see it in his little emotion from Phil Ivy. The most emotion we've seen him make. I mean, listen, anytime you make a move with 7-9 offsuit, come on, you got to
Of
get.
course.
You know that don't make you 15 poker. I don't know what's gonna make you poker hard out there, guys. Come on. Wow, what a play right there from Phil Ivy. I mean,
Bottom
my
pair
God.
for Kruk. Nice one for Phil. Gut shot, got the club.
Phil Ivy optimal.
Comes with half pot.
Wow.
Phil Ivy optimal. P.O. That's
P.O.
right.
baby. Do not try that at home,
Poppy's
my
poker
friends.
hard over here.
15, baby. Uh-oh. Ivy. Good turn card from the bet. Gutter.
Much
Takes on the
so.
turn.
He agrees with you, Poppy. He comes with half pot. And for Chris with the bottom pair now, let's see. Half pot fairly inviting, but still just sevens, and he is out.
Down.
Officially a 2 to 1 lead for Ivy right now. Match 3. Move on to the finals. Who wants it, guys?
Who wants it more here? Pocket deuces for Phil. BCS Poker Pro, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the chat, guys. You just tuned in. This is match 3, Phil Ivey versus Chris Kruk, semifinals. 32 players entered. $25,000 from each player was put into the prize pool. $800,000 total prize pool. $400,000 for first place. And Phil Ivey is somehow in the mix, man. He's ready to go to the finals here. Chip lead, blind just went up.
3 off for Ivy. Comes with the 2.5x size that he seems to gravitate towards, and a really nice one for Kruk, Jack 9 suited. 4x's, that should do it. Every pot so key. 3-6 off, let's defer. Cuspy. He's out.
I called Avatar Goat chats on Twitch, and we did in a few goats in there going on. The goat emojis.
Food on the loose right now down in Mexico. Man. They might have to call the Agriculture Commission or King high here for Ivy. Just tap. Comes a third, and for Kruk, I think we have a call. Usually, maybe, probably that's about it. And let's see, King 6 of spades here. Does Ivy want to keep applying pressure, or does he not?
He's been having some pressure in these kind of spots. So far today, checks it back though. Oh, great river for Phil.
Chickens do come home to roost, Poppy.
Mm-hmm. See what size Ivy goes with here.
Comes with that very kind of annoying computery half pot. That's a hard size to deal with, frankly. You can put a lot of hands into those sorts of sizes, and Kruk keeps it honest with the A7, so we see the power of the kind of friendly bet, for lack of a better. And just like that, Ivy has over a 2-1 chip lead to get to the finals. 25K WPT Heads Up Championship, Poppy.
Go. Chris, not going to give it up easy though, Nick.
Of course not. Plays all stacked ups well too, so going to be a fight to the bitter end, but great start for Ivy here in the rubber match.
I am Groot says Joey nervous energy Ingram, my main listener, you know.
A&E, I mean,
I'm a little nervous here, yeah. J&E energy, okay.
Gotta be nervous here. It's the rubber match to get into the finals, guys. 10s for Kruk, 5 deuce off for Ivy. Let's see. 5 deuce. He opens it up.
Not afraid. Pocket 10s for Chris. Just one of those hands he ever thinks about just shipping in. No?
Do that earlier with that ace 10 off, I believe. But 10-10 maybe a little too good.
Makes sense, yeah. Young Jerome is indeed here, my friends. So you can see the contrast in opening styles. Chris is going for a little smaller raise. Phil sticking with his customary 2.5, working in a limp on occasion.
Kruk takes the free one. Nice turn for him. Makes a pair now. But Ivy kind of with the see where he's at. Ace high. So sticky, pesky, annoying. Ivy style kind of just keeps jabbing at you and so on.
See Ivy bluff a couple spots like this where he had no, just doesn't really have showdown here.
He doesn't really have any showdown. I suppose he beats the red 8-10 every once in a while, and we want it to check. And he comes with full pot. And there we go.
So Chris gets a little one back on his side.
Joey.
Think about that bet on that river from Phil. Pot size, ace 5.
I think river's logical. Turn I didn't gravitate towards turn, but the ace on the low card sometimes actually does do things on the middle E. The totally disconnected. Some of these bluffs are sound. 4-8 suited, let's see. Bit of space between the 4 and the 8, but a suited connector in the button nonetheless. He does peel, Joey.
Here we go. Whole bunch of nothing. Backdoor straight draw, flush draw for Phil. Chris, Jack 10 and the initiative.
That's interesting. He comes at 30% for Phil. I do believe we have a
might
call.
make a move here.
I think we just peel. We don't really want to raise and get re-raised off our equity. And now, see what Kruk does here with Jack 10 of diamonds. Probably would just give up, but he does block some Queen X. It's interesting.
Queen Jack, Queen 10.
And he doesn't have a 6 or a 7, so he kind of unblocks these sort of maybe straight draws, and this is quite spice, guys, to collect at home. Comes
Yeah,
with
Ivey
this.
plays this one, picks up the flush draw on the turn. He just calls.
Oh, and it does come in, Joey. It does come in, and of course Kruk is at the bottom of his range, although blue cards on this. He doesn't have any clubs. I mean, I could certainly see him bluffing here, Poppy. Wow. He does do it. Phil Ivey's going to the finals, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Rivers the flush. Good thumbs up.
Good game there, friends.
Wow. Just like that,
Exchange
Phil
a quick pleasantry
Ivey.
and it's over. Phil Ivey's going to the finals. Bravo, Phil. For real. And good game to Chris Kruk. I mean, hell of a showing. Naturally, what a match that was, Joey.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Chris Kruk, maybe people might look at that play, tune it and say, what does this guy do in Jack 10? But as you said, doesn't block those clubs. Flush draw certainly capable. Being in Phil Ivey's range, 5 and a 3, can maybe get him off that hand as well, too. Unfortunately for him, he runs into the backdoor flush, the 4-8 suited, calls the 3-bet. And just like that, we're going to see the legend Phil Ivey in the finals.
In the finals of
tomorrow.
the WPT Heads Up Championship. Beautiful.
Who's going to be taking on Nick? Next match going to come up here. Patrik Antonius versus Stepan. Stepan, one of the top online players in the world right now. Patrik Antonius. I mean, this guy's a legend. There's really not much to say about that. I know this match is a pretty crazy match. You don't want to miss that. The winner of that, I'll be back to do commentary later with Jamie Kerstetter for that. And the winner of that match is going to be playing Sam Greenwood. The winner of that, Phil Ivey, clash tomorrow. Nick.
Crazy stuff. I mean, love to see him down there, man. It's been a great sweat start to finish this tournament. I don't know about you guys, but I love Heads Up Poker, so it's been really interesting. And what a match, Joey. Always a pleasure. I mean, sir.
Always a pleasure. My friends in the chat, appreciate you guys for tuning in, all the comments, all the love, all the support you've been giving this event. Been giving us as well, too, all the commentators, all the staff. Next match coming up. Jamie's going to be back in the booth as well with Dan DeVoris. They'll be back in here doing commentary for that. And then I'll see you guys later tonight if you're still awake. So don't go anywhere. Hope you enjoyed this match. Congratulations to Phil Ivey. Congratulations to Chris Kruk. He's going to take home $100,000. Phil Ivey comes back tomorrow, plays for $400,000. That's what we got. So see you guys soon. Go on a break here and be back in a little bit.
Yeah, game one pretty much came down to one big hand when I had a full house and Doug had 3 6s with the king. That was a big deciding hand on that. I don't think there was not much more into it. Second one was more like up and down battling, more back and forth. Yeah, actually we were playing pretty conservative, I think, both of us. There was not much 3-betting, and the pot sizes were pretty small. So yeah, it was maybe a little bit surprising that he didn't go more aggressive against me. Yeah, every opponent is different, and today I have no history with this player, so it's gonna be kind of interesting to see what he's gonna come up with, and yeah, we'll see. He has more experience lately to play online, heads up, so maybe he has an advantage in this way, but we will see. I don't think he's familiar with my game either, probably, because we never played. So maybe it's the same for him. Yeah, I used to play a lot of online, a lot of heads up, short-handed. I would have to say that it's from the experience part, like I used to play different opponents a lot and very quickly try to adapt to their style. This is heads up, is all about this. Now I might be a little bit rusty regarding my skills, but yeah, I have a lot of experience playing heads up online. So it's not something that is, it comes pretty naturally from me, let's say.
Oh, looks like we are live already and waiting on Jamie, who should hopefully be here shortly. Just me in the booth for now, it looks like. So maybe a little bit of a delay. And reasonable to get a little bit lost in Cabo, but we should be able to figure it out shortly. So we will have, let me get everything together here. Not sure if the bracket has been updated yet.
Hello, Dan. Can you hear me?
I can. Hey.
Hey, what's up? It's Jamie. I was just appreciating your hair from Cabo.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's kind of accidental. The hair salons have not been open here for like a year, so it's just it is what it is. It's not by choice.
I actually also have, you can't tell how bad it is right now because I was just outside on the beach and it's messed up anyway, but I am still dealing with my home haircut from COVID. I've just been too lazy, even though I'm vaccinated, so that's even worse.
It looks like you got some sun, by the way.
Oh yeah, a little bit burnt. I'm a little crispy, but some of these guys got really, really burnt, like Joey. Joey's bright red.
Yeah, I saw that, and yeah, I guess when you have skin like that, it just doesn't take very much.
Yeah. So welcome back, guys. We are about to watch an awesome match. We have Patrik Antonius and Stefan, who pretty much is a high stakes online cash player, one of the best in the world. He won the recent high stakes battle with Limitless, which is a pretty sweet bragging point to have under your belt. Who do you got in this match, Dan?
I'm gonna have to go with Stefan, but you know, it's just. It's going to be a close match. I think Stefan's just going to be a little bit more of a tough opponent. He's going to be putting more money into the pot, just putting more pressure on. But it's a hyper. You never know which way it's going to go.
Oh man, I adopted Joey's battle station here, and it's just every chat super huge, and then the table very small. So I think his priorities might have been a little off. But yeah, if you guys want to talk to us in Twitch chat and in YouTube, I do have it up. We're going to be paying attention to play mostly though, but every once in a while I'll come check out what you guys have to say. So
yeah, I should open those
3,
up as well.
It is the rubber match. Yeah. Or I could actually, you can be the super awesome analyst and I will field you some questions from chat if you'd prefer that. So you don't have to pay attention.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll focus on the table.
Okay, and just to catch you guys up, it is 1-1. This is the rubber match. Whoever wins this match will move on, and whoever loses will be eliminated.
So with this sort of hand class, I'd expect Stefan to be fairly aggressive. He does 3-bet. He can call. I think like this is just the kind of thing I'm expecting to see from him, where he's going to be trying to play kind of big pots, not afraid to get a lot of money in. I think from everything that we've seen from him from previous matches, not afraid to overbet on later streets as well. But also, funny enough, I think a lot of his matches have really gone the distance, even though he's playing this super aggressive style.
Why do you think that is? Just variance?
I think so, yeah. I think the average pot in terms of big blinds that he plays tends to be on the higher side, so it's just variance that the matches have gone a long time. With the heart here, I would expect on the turn Stefan to continue being very aggressive. His hand just retains equity very well. When called, he's got some relevant blockers, and he can obviously get overcards to fold. And when Patrik continues with a hand like this, he obviously still has a lot of outs.
Patrik taking up most of his time bank on this hand, it looks like.
Yeah. And I cannot imagine that Stefan doesn't wager something here. You know, he's got a few options. He can just rip it and go all in. He can bet a smaller size. There's, you know, sometimes he'll river a king. I think he can still bet a hand like 10s or 9s for value. So depending on what part of his range he wants to represent, he has several sizing options. He does choose to go with the all-in sizing, which I think is just very consistent with his hand, just having the 9 of hearts in it. It's the card that most of his value bets for that size would have on the river, so it makes sense to bluff with that card as well.
It's just really fun to watch this from the booth and be like, well, that could have been a really short match. If Antonius is just a non-believer, we're just like, okay, that's crazy. Was there any chance that Antonius should consider a call there or not with the way the hand played out?
So I think he should have heavily considered a call, yeah. It's really easy to get into those spots and kind of say, well, it's like 2x pot, I'll just like call with something better. But at the end of the day, Stefan has all of these bluffing hands like that one available to him. So you have to bluff catch with something. I believe the shove was for something like 2x pot. So
pretty much.
Yeah, so you know you still have to call a third of your range. And if he's just
ace-8 there is probably pretty high up in his range.
Yeah, I mean he might have thought that something like a weaker 8 or even a weaker pair with a heart kicker might be a better bluff catcher, which it would be, but I'm not sure how many of those hands he's necessarily defending pre-flop. So, you know, I would have at least considered, and not sure what decision I would have arrived to, but definitely if he's not considering a call with a hand like that, then Stefan's play, I think, is going to be quite profitable.
Got a raise and a call, and Stefan ends up flopping pretty well here with second pair and a 9 high flush draw. Almost nothing for Antonius. Tiny bet sizing. So he's been using 20% pot? I guess we haven't seen the first 2 games.
So funny enough, like in my match against him, I think there were 4 or 5 monotone boards. It was crazy. It's like only 4% of boards, and like every board was just monotone. And I think he pretty consistently used the 20% bet size. It's a really hard bet size to play against and to defend enough against on a monotone board. So this is another one of those spots where I'm assuming this is something he does with the Jack 7 at a low frequency. but it's possible that he's choosing to do it at a slightly higher frequency, kind of mindfully.
Okay.
Just kind of based on the aggression.
Okay.
Yeah, just based on
So I
the
was gonna
aggression
ask,
I've
is it
seen.
specific to his opponent?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so sorry guys if we have like if we talk over each other a little bit. There's like 0.1 seconds of delay, just enough to make it a little bit difficult because I'm in Cabo and Dan, you're in Canada somewhere, right?
Yes, I'm in Toronto, and it's totally my fault for not being in Cabo. So the delay is totally my fault.
Well, you learned your lesson. You will come here next time.
I did learn my lesson. So I would assume that Stefan heavily considers a bluff here just because his cards are not that relevant, which is actually what you want in this line when it goes when it goes check check on the turn. You just basically don't want to be blocking floats like this one. Now everything's going to block a little bit of everything, but you just kind of want low cards that don't really interact with a hand like Patrick's, hoping to fold out something like that.
Pretty coolery flop here. Stefan with the top pair top kicker and Antonius the middle set.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Patrik does here. I think he should check raise quite often, but I wouldn't be shocked to see a check call from him either.
A little bit of a action killer turn here.
Yeah, I think it's easy to fall into the trap of like, oh my god, there's a 4 straight on the board. My opponent must have a 5 or a 10 in his hand. But heads up, just ranges are so wide that pocket eights, before this river where they're chopping, just had such a huge amount of equity against Stefan's range. Like, he's going to be calling a bunch of one pair hands, floating with a bunch of overcards with a backdoor flush draw.
And Stefan is going to make a play at this, trying to avoid chopping the pot with Antonius. Do you think the sizing can get it done?
I don't think so, especially not with Antonius holding a spade in his hand.
Just the limp with jacks. Wonder if Stefan's usually very aggressive, then I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it just depends what strategy you want to play. Obviously, we're just getting some of the hands, so it's hard to say what Patrik is up to. But 80 big blinds, you can play a raise only strategy from the small blind, and I think it captures most of the EV. Or you can play this other strategy, which involves some limping, where you limp mostly like weaker stuff, but then occasionally balance it with stuff like this. I think it's a good adjustment by Patrik. Just again, we're only seeing some of the hands, but I think that Stefan is a very aggressive player. I think that Patrik would be quick to catch on to that. So doing the sneaky limp with jacks, I think, is a smart adjustment. Stefan has a candidate that can really just do a little bit of everything here, I
Anything.
guess. Yeah.
He chooses the
It's
less fun option, though.
he did choose the less fun option. Well, the second most fun option, I guess, too, depending on how you look at it. So we see this sort of middling sizing from Patrik, which I think is a really good size on a board like this that's like fairly dynamic, but there's also a lot of made strong hands already present. So it kind of like in both ranges. So you don't want to bomb it too big because you want to be able to bet a largish size for value with your good hands. But if you're just like potting it or something like that, then the equity that you have with like a top pair hand after you get called just isn't that good. But if you're also picking a sizing that's too small on these sort of dynamic but already made hand boards, then what's going to happen is you're obviously just letting your opponent draw for too cheap. So this middling sizing is a great in between. That's the most common sizing for boards like this.
Oh, interesting. I thought this would be a hand I'd be happy to flat.
Yeah, it's kind of a fringy sort of stack size. A little bit deeper. I really like the 3-bet. A little bit shallower, I would really hate it because it just sucks to get shoved on and have a suited hand. And also just like being suited when you're shallower and after you get called, you're playing like SPR 1 or SPR 1.5 just doesn't matter that much. But with that stack size, like he's right in between. Like he's not going to get shoved on all that often. Suitedness still matters with that SPR. So I don't mind the play. And I would like it more if he was a little bit deeper.
Gotcha. I was trying to figure out what turn card could make this a highlight. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I guess I'm a little bit surprised to see Patrik check back. It's just a hand that it's a little bit of a weird spot at the stack size where if you make that straight with the 9, you actually kind of have the nut straight just because there's not really ace-x present in big blind's range. So it's actually like a pretty sweet hand because you have like a legitimate non-dummy end of the gutter, even though it doesn't look like it. And you obviously have a backdoor flush draw to go with it as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that Patrik checked back there.
So on 20 big blinds, Stefan's limping. I was in the booth with Kevin Rabishaw before, and we're discussing the different stack sizes and your options. And he said around 35-ish big blinds is when people start having a limping range most of the time. And anything above 35 or 40 big blinds, it just becomes really complicated to learn to actually include a limping strategy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I think once you get pretty deep, and pretty deep can mean like, 35 is like a decent line. I think even deeper if you're willing to learn complex strategies. You capture a little bit more EV by limping. But yeah, I would say if you're not limping 20 big blinds deep, you're really doing it wrong, because you're supposed to be like mostly limping. And then like if you get to 50 big blinds deep, like you have some limps, but mostly you're raising. And if you just raise a slightly tighter range, then you're still kind of doing okay. And this is the exact hand class that wants to limp 20 big blinds deep. It's just a little bit, I mean, you're obviously going to raise fold if you raise and get shoved on, but it sucks to raise fold. And if you limp and you get raised, you can call the limp raise. So you don't really get blown off of your equity when you limp, but you might when you raise. So it makes sense to limp this hand. And if you had something like 4-2 suited instead, then that's a hand where raising, getting a fold from something is better. And also limping is not as good because you can't call a raise.
All right,
and I would
sold.
assume that this just gets in. I would like to see Stefan check raise and try to get this hand in here. It's a hand that's a really natural check call with deeper stacks. But here, when SPR on the flop is so low after you face a bet, if you think about what the best run out is for your hand, on that run out, you still get stacked by a better hand literally every time. So if on the best run out, you're just getting stacked by every better hand anyhow, but your hand is obviously a good hand and needs a lot of protection, then check raising with these shallow SPRs makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and the river is just cooler. So this is a hand that I would mostly be raising. We're a little bit deeper here, but it's kind of like the exact same concept that we talked about on 20 big blinds. You have a hand where, if he folds something like, 7-2, even something like that, that's a good result for your hand. Your hand plays pretty well still after you raise and you get called. Can't call or raise after you limp. So putting money into the pot right away and trying to get some hands that dominate you to fold pre-flop is great.
Sorry if you guys hear a little bit of noise in the background. Tom Dwan is commentating on the Asian stream in English. I don't know how that works. I think perhaps there's a chance that Selena is translating. Oh, brutal.
No way.
Ooh, yeah.
No way.
That's tough. Especially when you lose like that to a really good opponent. It's hard to get the chips back. That is a bad feeling.
Yeah. I would think that Tom's like the only guy that they would just like accept commentating in English on the Asian stream.
They love him.
Like who?
Apparently
yeah,
he's,
of
like,
course. But like, who else
famous
would they
there.
want to see?
Right. Maybe Phil Ivey. I think they'd put up with that too.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So this is another one of those spots where it's a cuspy sort of stack size where if this hand's a little bit deeper, the 6-5 suited, just pure 3-bet every time. And then here, So now we're in a situation where we're playing SPR2, and it's like you have a hand that's a gutter and a backdoor flush draw, which is like a sweet hand if you get to play 3 streets. But you generally don't really get to play 3 streets with these short stacks. So it's good to be a little bit more, I guess, polar in a way where the bad part of your range is kind of junkier, disconnected hands, rather than playable hands like this as stacks get shorter. Really natural barrel for Stefan here. He just gets a lot of ace highs to fold that would have played this way. If Patrik played a hand like Jack 10 or Jack 9 this way, he gets a fold from that. Also, I don't think Patrik is going anywhere with this hand, and I would expect him to just check shove. And that 6-5 play from Stefan looks a little bit silly, but it's the exact type of hand that you want to be betting on the turn there, because when you do get check shoved on like that, you don't want to be in a situation where you're folding away a lot of equity. Like there, he just folded a hand with, maximum like 4 outs generally against his shoving range, which is exactly what you want to be doing because it just makes shoving that much worse.
Yeah.
Well, shoving with value. Obviously, Patrik would like to get a fold from anything.
One instance where, yeah. It's one instance where it would be a chop if somehow there was no more betting. So yeah, but yeah, in general. There've been actually quite a few hand matchups here. I've been just watching people play nothing versus nothing for so many of these. It's been kind of fun. But there have actually been like sort of cooler situations here.
Yeah, I mean this is we started the hand on like 25 or something big blinds, a little bit deeper, but like top pair is kind of just like the nuts, especially in a raised pot. So shallow. And this is a spot where, like after the flop 3-bet, like against other opponents that maybe aren't finding the sneaky bluffs, you kind of just go, well, Queen 6 is like just a bluff catcher. The 6 is bad because it like blocks, like 6-4, 6-5, those types of hands. And against some opponents, you could actually get away from these top pair hands in these sort of weird esoteric lines. But against someone like Stefan, who's going to be consistently finding the bluffs, you really got to go with like the top pair hand. It's just way too good, and you're gonna get exploited pretty bad if you're folding hands like that by the river.
Stefan just limps the button with ace king off versus Antonius' 25 big blind stack, and Antonius flops middle pair.
Definitely can't go anywhere with 2 overs to the board, and obviously just beating anything that Patrik can be bluffing with. And this is a spot where button's going to have way more ace-x than the big blind. Just the button will be trapping quite a few ace-x hands pre-flop. the big blind's going to be raising a bunch of them. And then if you think about the flop and the turn play, this is kind of exact, like most of the buttons ace highs go like take this exact line, whereas that's not true for the big blind. I'm a little bit surprised that Stefan just called the bet on the river and didn't consider a raise. And 22 big blinds deep, yeah, you just 3x, and if you get shoved on, you kind of just call it off. But really the purpose of the 3x is to try and inflate the pot, obviously, while you have a really strong hand. And yeah, if this happens, then yeah, you're playing heads up with a 22 big blind stack. You know, what can you do?
Yep. So Antonius there has he's got about 2-1 now. And these swings are kind of crazy though. Much money it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were a couple of matches that went really, really long, like Dan Smith versus Steve Aoki, where they were basically posting like a quarter of their stack each time.
So I would think that one is like more by design, where I would expect Dan Smith to play like a much more low variance style there and just like try and limp a lot, keeps the pot small. So that one, like I would expect to kind of take forever. Whereas this one, you know, if we're seeing the 3-bets with Jack 7 off, 100 big blinds deep, and like seeing all these flop 3-bets, you might not expect it to go the distance like this. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for Stefan here. Kind of a natural check raise. So I think these boards where there's these low paired boards, they generally get over c-bet by pretty much everyone, kind of myself included. So I think just being super aggressive with these backdoory anything sort of potential types of hands is really good, just because the big blind's going to have a 4 more often than the small blind. And I think the small blind often doesn't realize that and kind of just like mindlessly goes, oh, dry board, let's c-bet and see what happens. And you could really punish that with the check raises like that. I would like to see Patrik value bet here. It looks like everything got there, but you have to remember that, especially in these limp check pots, ranges are super wide. Like Patrik still has bluffs like 6-8, 6-7, stuff like 10-7, 10-8, all of which need to bluff. You know, did Queen 10 get there and did Diamonds get there? Sure, but those hands would have generally bet the turn for Stefan, so really good value bet from Patrik. Yeah, and then the call from Stefan is also, it's just a spot where you have to bluff catch quite a lot of stuff because, again, Patrik has a lot of bluffs available to him, and you kind of look down at your hand and you go, okay, well, I'm beating all the bluffs. I have a pair. And then the ace of clubs is actually a really good card to bluff catch with because it's not a card that Patrik will ever bluff with. So when you're in that spot and you're kind of, okay, I have to call quite a bit and you need to pick bluff catchers, you prioritize the having a side card that doesn't block their bluffs, and the ace of clubs is always going to be one of those side cards.
King 5 of diamonds enough to continue? Looks like it.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
King High is just going to be good a bunch. Ooh, yeah, that's just an unfortunate turn. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor gutter. With deeper stacks, we can consider check raising. But with stacks this shallow, you don't want to be putting yourself in a position where you check raise, and then if you get shoved on, it's like, you're getting blown off of way too much equity. And I can see Stefan trying to pick Patrik off here. It's again a spot
Beating,
where
lower heart draws and straight draws, right?
Or just complete just something like 9-2. Right? That like if he just took a stab on the flop and then gave up turn, and then on the river was like, well, I have 9 high, I got a bluff. Yeah, this is a tough spot for Patrik. I think it's kind of right there. And it's actually been a while since I've played pre this tournament. It's been a long while since I've played no ante heads up.
How much preparation did you do specifically for this tournament?
Maybe like 12 hours or something like that. And then kind of like a little bit more of just like lazy prep, where I'm just like talking to friends and like, oh, well, I'm in the bracket with this guy. Like, how does he play?
I thought you say lazy prep, like watching. I don't know. My lazy prep for anything would just be like watching matches. Just Poker Go has a heads up thing.
Oh,
Now
I
you're
did that
watching
too.
like Helmuth. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the stream too, but I didn't count that because that's like, I don't know, that doesn't count as prep. That's entertainment. It's very useful, but it's not like, it's not really work,
Yeah, that has to be really fun, especially if you get to see your future opponent play. That's got to be really valuable.
But it is like a bit of a dangerous thing where if you only get to watch the highlights and not the whole match, it's so easy to get biases. Like it's just because what's going to get shown down is going to be like big bluffs, big pots. So it's very easy to come to the conclusion like, oh, this guy just blasts it in. Yeah, and this
and
is
you're
just
seeing them against a specific opponent. Oh, that's
yeah,
it.
this
Wow.
is just cooler, and that is it.
Yeah, defense eliminated. Brutal. Just out of the money.
Wow. That was.
So there you have it. Antonius advances. You will play Sam Greenwood, who has been waiting all day for this. Oh, we got Tom Swan coming in for a little bit, I guess. Awesome. The end of course has been really fun. I learned a lot every time I listen to the
Hey, Tom.
But yeah, that'll. guys, and welcome back to the WPT Heads Up Championship. 25K buy-in, 32 players, and we are down to just 3. Phil Ivey's already through. You might have heard of him once or twice. And right now we get to watch Sam Greenwood versus Patrik Antonius to see who will be facing Ivey tomorrow for the title and $400,000. So, who you got, Poppy?
Oh, I got to win in this next match.
Yep.
I don't know, but I'm going to go with Patrik Antonius taking it down. But I mean, Sam Greenwood, tough opponent as well, too. Obviously a great player. It's good to be back in the booth here with you, Jamie. And man, I don't know, that last match, Dan DeVoris, that guy's locked the fuck in. I mean, listen, I've heard a lot of guys talk. That guy, that's a man that's locked in. All right.
I felt the same. I was like, Dan DeVoris and Kevin Robichaux, I just want to listen to them.
I was listening to Kevin Robichaux earlier, and I was like, wow, okay, I like this guy a lot. And yeah, Dan was that was impressive stuff. But he was talking. He's like a lecturer of like poker, basically, he's like a PhD of poker guy. I don't know, man. It was pretty nice to see him. But yeah, guys, here's a bracket here. Check it out, Jamie. 32 started. Now Phil Ivey in the finals. Now he's gonna be facing Sam Greenwood, Patrik Antonius, the winner of that. I mean, kind of an iconic finale if we see Phil Ivey versus Patrik Antonius.
I know,
right?
But it's also really cool to see someone like Phil Ivey versus someone like Sam Greenwood, who, you know, I don't know if Phil Ivey's in the solver streets as much as some of these guys, right? Sam Greenwood definitely is.
No, Jamie, you're confused. Phil Ivey is in the streets of the Phil Ivey streets, right?
Yes.
He operates on a different level, a different planet. The guy is Phil Ivey. I mean, there's solvers and there's Phil Ivey, you know.
So there's our payouts. This is a very top-heavy payout structure. Half of the money in this is going to first place. How good would that feel? You just win half the money that everyone bought in for.
Yeah, I mean, that feels good, obviously, right? Procedures event, some great players in here, some non-great players in here, mostly great players in this mix as well, too. And, I mean, it's going to feel great. Can you imagine Phil Ivey coming back right up the podcast, run good, taking this down? Yeah, there we go. Check it out. Patrik Antonius, Sam Greenwood. Patrik Antonius, debatably one of the best-looking men still in poker.
Debatably?
I mean, you know.
The debate has been settled.
We could debate it. I mean, ladies out there got their own fan favorites for sure. There you go, Sam Greenwood, 11 in GHW GPI rankings, so 22.5 million in tournament earnings. Not bad at all. Yeah, Sam's a beast, man. This guy's been around a long time. Very confident guy, and I'm excited to see him battle the legend Patrik Antonius. I mean, listen, this bio does not do my man justice right here, because this guy's one of the original high-stakes player in the world. He was just playing untracked Euro site, battling at Hold'em, Pot Limit Omaha, epic battles versus Phil Ivey, Isildur won. I don't think him and Doug Polk played too much, but this guy was always in the red at full tilt poker, the highest stakes there, battling, high stakes poker, Sammy Farha, Jamie Gold. The guy basically took on anyone, and the man's the machine. I'm excited to see him play. Who do you got, Jamie? Give me your pick.
I mean, I'll just take Sam Greenwood. I believe in the solvers. I believe in Sims. I think that he works so hard, and he is a new school pro compared to Patrik Antonius, but it could be anyone's game. Yeah. Patrick's been playing really well, and also, who knows? Like, I don't know what he does at home. Maybe he's in the streets too. Maybe he's simming it up all day long.
I actually do know he was just studying with his program, First Land of Poker. Ding ding. No, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was working on his ranges, working on his game. I saw him studying. Yeah, he told me he was talking to me about it a little bit. So, yeah, I'm fired up to see this one. We are late here, guys. Listen, 8 o'clock. What's today? Monday, Tuesday? What is today?
Airs.
Yeah, I don't know
what
today
Cabo.
is, guys.
It doesn't
to be honest
matter.
with you right now, we're in Cabo. Obviously, I'm a little sunburnt. The lights on. Jamie, looking beautiful as always. Didn't wear that red lipstick today, though. I'm a little disappointed in that.
Sorry.
I was really hoping we saw that red lipstick, but all right, lock in. Let's go. Break it down for us, Jamie.
Break it down for us. Okay.
Break it down, Dan DeVoris style.
I wish. Don't you wish you could just like download someone's brain?
I want
his poker knowledge.
That guy's like a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a beyond that.
And I'm like in
whatever
community
the highest.
College.
You're what?
I'm in community college right now. Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We're live on YouTube, live on Twitch right now. We don't know who's going to win this match. We don't know. It's still going on right now. Picking it back up once again. Best of 3. Winner takes on Mr. Phil Ivey, the legend himself.
That's just incredible.
You know,
he's just sitting on top of the mountain waiting for his opponent.
I mean, seriously, I know the guy's playing a lot of poker. He plays online and plays on the app sites and stuff like that, but to just come out here and just, I mean, come on, man. Phil Ivey, what's going on here, man?
Man's a beast.
I just posted the hand of the match on my Twitter, and yeah, 7-9 offsuit. I mean, what is this guy thinking here? with Sam Greenwood. Looks like he's on location somewhere undisclosed. Patrik Antonius in studios here, Cabo headquarters. Me, Jamie
I
Kerstetter.
actually saw Patrik Antonius. Hi, yes, we're we're
we-
close
are we
enough
here?
for.
Oh, are
Aw.
we here? Oh my God. Oh my God.
The rails. We're off the rails already.
Got our margaritas here, ready to
I
go.
think I got to go for Sam Greenwood because Patrik Antonius turned us down for volleyball this morning. We're all playing. He was like, no, have to pin.
Jean Gluck in the chat. What's up, Jean? I know she's a big Patrik fan. Patrik, bottom 2. Got bunk beds here. Sam Greenwood.
Bunk beds. I have not heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
Cute.
Fun, everybody in the chat. I see a lot of people out there watching. Hope you guys are still enjoying.
Pat misses you when you're away, by the way.
Why were they
I
saying?
hear where's Poppy?
Oh,
Poppy.
yeah. I don't know. I was listening to Dan. I was like, oh, you know, he's definitely breaking down the hands really nicely here. Patrik defends at 9-10. Middle pair, better. Sam, ace high. Expect him to check back here. He does. Turns bottom pair. 9 diamonds in his hand. Jamie, what's been your takeaway from this great event so far?
I feel like this is my favorite event I've ever commentated, and that includes the WSOP main event. This has just been really fun. It's really cool to watch people play one-on-one. I feel like there's just better stories, and like you get to focus on these people and their backgrounds and stuff, and it's pretty fun. And also,
Greenwood.
go ahead.
Sam Greenwood taking it to the streets here with the raise and the turn. Ace of diamonds in his hand. Bottom pair. Patrick's gonna call. River's a 4. Patrik has to be wondering what would this Sam be doing this with. Yeah, maybe a hand. Yeah. That's an interesting play by Sam. And Patrik strikes first blood here, up 150 to 100. Shout to Val Carney. Pilo says, "Creepy Joey back in the house." Yeah, you know, put the hand. You know. So I'm trying to. I'm just showing you we're here. You know what I mean?
You said Creepy Joey?
Creepy Joey. So I'm not Joe Biden. Calm down, guys. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. Take it easy. The Welfarian, another beautiful commentator in the YouTube chat all day today. Congratulations, buddy, for leaving such valuable comments all day. You should reward yourself with a margarita. My man Sam Greenwood came to play.
Yes.
Check
as
raises.
Usual. I was mentioning earlier, Sam Greenwood is low-key very funny. I didn't know that. Did you
He's
know
so funny
that?
on Twitter. He's like, come on, the guy's
but
hilarious
still,
on
like,
Twitter.
I'm funny on Twitter, but not in real life. I thought he was the same.
Bang bang. Okay. Wow. Sam check raises the flop with the 4, backdoor flush draw. Patrik calls with the gutter, backdoor flush draw himself, turns top pair. Let's see if he bets for value here. Targeting a hand like potentially a 7, and Sam just gives it up right away.
And we got a question for chat. JGA1635. Joey, is this basically the second place match since Ivy has turned on God mode? Yes.
You know I have the chat on here, right, for you? If you
But
wanna
I
use
like to ask. Oh, I liked using it like this instead.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of think that's a good read. When Ivy's winning, he's just winning. He's just crushing. I don't know. So these guys are just playing for second right now?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. AGS, what's up, Poppy? What's going on, guys, in the Twitch chat? Much love, everybody out there. PJB, where are the graphics at? We don't have them here. I know, I miss my graphics. I'm my fire in hand. Dude, I'm ready for some rockets here.
I did like that. Watching the Doug and Negreanu match. I was commentating on the upswing stream, but I was like, yo, where's my truck? I want to have a truck that runs across.
Remember, guys, we're going to see every 9 hands the blinds go up. That's the 3. Patrik, Sam Greenwood, semi-final match. The boys have been battling past couple days. Comes down to this.
And you guys, if you are enjoying this event, if you're enjoying the coverage of this event, please let us know on Twitter. Let us know in the chats, because I want to run this like every week.
Olivier was advocating for once a month. We do it.
Once a month.
We bring it down here. I said, I'm in for once a month.
I won't ever go back. I'll just hang out down here. It's super.
I actually said the same thing.
Yeah, it's like
we should get a place in Cabo, and we'll be here full time doing this. Yeah.
I did it for a month before. I could do it for several years. No big deal.
Why not? So Sam mixing it up. Curious to see what Sam's going to bring to the table here against Patrik. Patrik, legend of the game. I know him more as a great game of Potlam and Omaha player, but obviously the man's got skills in all formats. Sam Greenwood, one of the top players, tough player, funny guy, as Jamie pointed out. Low key, likes talking on Twitter. I always see him kind of, making some. I wish he tweeted more. Actually, he's a funny guy.
But that's why he's funny, because he doesn't tweet so much. That's the secret.
Mm-hmm. Low frequency tweet
Mhm.
strategy. I like
Yep.
it. Unlike me, I'm firing all the time. Patrik calls, gut shot, bottom pair. Turns the future straight blocker. Sam bottom 2 pair. Bunk bets. Gonna be looking to get some value here.
Bottom 2 pair of bunk beds. I feel like it makes more sense if it's top and bottom.
German 2 pair technically, but I see your point too. Thank you. A beer has
Thank you, Dan.
as whiskey. Oh my
Oh
god, a
my
bottle
God.
of whiskey. After hours is on.
What
Thank
am I
you.
supposed to do? Like when technically my boss drops off a beer for me. Like
Yeah,
what can I do, you know?
Thank you to Poker King for bringing in a bottle of whiskey for myself here. I appreciate that very much.
When in Cabo, right?
Amen here. All right, lock in here. Blinds go up. 120, 80. Patrik Antonius. Been brewing so far, the boys. Feeling each other out right now. Patrik struck that first blood with that big Jack 6. First the Queen 4. Jamie, you picking up on anything during all this great commentary?
So much.
You're talking with all these wonderful players. Any big takeaways for yourself that you've maybe seen that
I'm not
comes to
joking.
mind?
I feel like I was pretty much a noob to Heads Up before the Doug Daniel challenge. Learned a little bit through that because I got paired up with some people who knew what they're talking about. I've definitely learned a lot this week. It's really cool to talk to
Why
people
don't you
that
tell
are
us
so
what you
good.
learned?
Some stuff I learned about what stack sizes you should start considering limping. That at 20 big blinds you should have you should probably almost only be limping.
Having a rabbit jaw
Yes,
thing.
yes, and a down divorce thing.
Okay.
And around 35 or 40 big blinds is when you should start having a limping range. But I don't exactly know what hands will fit into that. But I'm eager to look at some charts.
You should do some sessions with
Who?
Dan Divorce and Kevin Rabichow. Those guys seem like
Yeah,
they
if
know
they
what's going
want to
on.
just take me under their wing, sure. Yeah, I'll be in those sessions.
I remember during the Doug Polk versus Dan Negreanu challenge, I talked with Kevin a bunch about doing some heads up build at home content together. So, and then I was like, oh, I don't really want to make YouTube content. So now that I'm going to be doing some stuff, I got to hit up Kevin.
He's great. He's definitely one of my favorite people I've co-commentated with.
Yeah. Bang bang. Wow.
Just what? I said one of them.
Oh, okay. You're one of my favorite people I've commentated with too.
Aw. See, I don't hit you. I massage you.
Thank you. Pink pair, that sunburn. Check call by Sam, pocket 7s. Patrik, Jack 8, middle pair. Expect him to check back here. Sam. Reverse the flush. After decided you want to bet for value. Maybe try to get called by an ace, by a king. Maybe sometimes a worse flush. He does indeed bet. Patrik probably doesn't have a hand he can call with. People in the chat, very, very nice. I appreciate you guys for the comments.
I have so many comments I want to read. So Phil Beto, I don't know if I'm saying this right, asks, you all having side games since you're all in Cabo? Yes, we're having a lot of side games, but they are chess and mafia and drinking too much. Anything else?
Yeah.
I think no poker has been played on the side.
No, there's no side. There's no side poker. No. There's no. This has been a really great time, honestly. It's been a hell of an experience, right? I've enjoyed doing the commentary, talking with the chat. My man Big J in the chat. What's up, buddy? Hanging out with a bunch of great people down here. And yeah, just been really enjoying myself a lot. So it's great to see poker experiences kind of coming back here.
And now we all live in Cabo if anyone wants to visit.
Pretty much, yeah. So I'm deciding if I'm going to stay here longer. I'm going to get a place, I think, downtown Cabo.
Well, my passport's not here yet, so I'm in.
Oh, okay. Well, perfect. Now I got a girlfriend hanging out with me. Perfect. The Mexican ladies are going to be in shambles, Jamie. They find
terrible.
that out.
I'm so sorry.
Couple open and straight draws here, both players in a limp pot. Bellaverino says no edibles, Sir Papito. Nope, no edibles here either. in Cabo headquarters.
This is great. Don't worry, be happy. 111 says, God, their jobs are awful. I don't see how they do it. Oh my God, I have to watch poker in paradise and gifted booze from my boss.
Uh-oh. We're going to see some fireworks here. Lock in. Big pot energies brewing, nuts straight for both players. They're obviously right now very excited, hoping that, maybe Sam might be hoping Patrik maybe limp a hand like an ace-5, maybe ace-3 offsuit.
Yeah, I was going to say, these are the boring fireworks. Like, they're going to see fireworks, but these are the ones that are kind of duds. Like maybe the box got wet and they don't work.
Patrik raises it up. Sam, let's see what size he goes with here as a re-raise, just for educational purposes. The Welfarian, he says, I'll be here all tomorrow. Well, I'm going to talk to my moderator about you. So Sam, anticlimactic here. Obviously, you're excited. You get raised when you have the nut straight, hoping your opponent maybe has a hand like ace-3, ace-5, might go for a really large re-raise here. They are quite deep, 100 big blinds. And he does go for the big re-raise. Hits up about 47, and now Patrik's going to shove all in, and Sam is not going to like that because he realizes that he's going to have to chop the pot. And you understand how that roller coaster of emotions goes here when you're like, all in, call.
That was so funny. We both thought we had it.
God, I can't remember what exactly the situation was, but Nick Schulman had like the best response once. Somebody was like really sweating that like a 9 was going to fill the other person's straight when they already had that straight. And he was like, oh my God, no 9, no 9. And Schulman's like, he must have taken some brutal chops in his day.
Ay, ay, ay. You want to see what Jamie's looking like? You can go to the Instagram right now. I'll post it on my story.
Better be a good one.
It'll look great. Look, check it out.
Oh, we're happy.
Perfect.
You guys don't know this, but Poppy is an amazing photographer. He's just been documenting this whole trip. He knows how to make you look cute on Instagram. So if any of you people need that help, he's there for you.
Patrik tries bluffing that river. Sam looks him up with the 8. Nice hand by Sam. Again, World Poker Tour, $25,000 buy-in. Some players did get their buy-in paid for them because they're not professional poker players, but most of these guys put up their own money. They're battling for that $400,000 first place, plus the bragging rights, and I feel like these bragging rights are something to remember. A lot of fans out there, when they only really see these big events. So in their mind, those are the hands they know. Those are the moments that they know. From a player standpoint, I think it is a lot of pride. I think it's special. Obviously, you get the money, you get the title, especially against a lot of great players. And yeah, I really feel like these moments really do mean something to the players, to the fans. So important things for historic purposes. Phil Ivey comes back. I mean, takes this title down. That's going to be something that a lot of people are going to remember for a long time that watched it. So I can kind of feel that emotion. I can feel that energy from the chat and from the people out there as well.
I mean, that's such a cool story that he really took himself out of poker for a couple years, dealing with a lot of real life stuff, and then comes back and he still crushes everyone. It doesn't matter how hard everyone works or like what solvers they use, whatever. Like Phil Ivey just has something about him where he gets it done.
I love watching him play, man. There's just something so. I mean, Patrik, right? Something so historic about these guys. Obviously, I started playing poker, and those guys were the guys at the highest stakes and people that you aspire to be like, and you wanted to see your name in red on full tilt playing Rail Heaven, and you know what I mean. It's just, were those guys a big part of your life, kind of growing up in poker for you?
For sure, I had some role models that turned out to not be so great.
Like, bang bang.
No, just once in a while, I was like, oh, this person seems really cool, and it's like, oh, this person scammed for $1 million. I didn't pick the best role models, but some that have stayed constant though. Phil Ivey's one of them. He's been at the top of his game for so long. He marches through the beat of his own drum for sure. And just seems to have a lot of confidence despite the game having changed so much. And some people might sell him short because he's not studying the same way everyone else is, but he seriously gets it done.
Yeah. Yeah, great point out there. Sam, 9-5, 9 high. See if he barrels here one more time. Checks it back. Patrik, king high. Might try to get the showdown. Counterfeited now. Queens and deuces on the board with the ace. you plan to play more poker and you coming up here? I know now that you've been studying, you've been talking to a lot of great players, have great resources.
I definitely, this helps. Every time I commentate something, it's so exciting and I just want to play more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Little heads up challenge me versus you. I'm taking
Do you
on
want to play
everybody
heads
here.
up?
I want to
Okay.
play. I want to play
Alright,
everyone
sure.
here.
Okay.
Right? You know, I want to play Kevin Rabichow for
Oh,
sure.
okay. You could start with me then. It'll be like in Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I'll be like the little Glass Joe guy. No, like who's the first one that he flamenco whatever
Yeah.
Don? That's
Yeah.
me.
Uh-huh.
You beat me. It's super easy. You
Okay.
move on to the next person. By the end, I think like Mike Tyson-ish is maybe Rabichow or Dvoris. But you know, you'll have built up by then. You'll have beaten little peasants like me on your way to greatness.
Perfect. That's actually something I was thinking about doing, like a little ladder bracket there.
Yeah.
You know, Doug Polk's a supreme leader. Maybe we put him, you know, to maybe he's like he's like the mentor, right?
Yeah.
Doug's my
Oh,
mentor.
he's definitely the mentor. He's riding the bike next to you in his pink jumpsuit as you're jogging down the street in Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Exactly. So blinds just went up 89 to 80. No big pots kind of brewing yet. The boys just kind of feeling each other out a little bit. Sam going with that small 2.2 raise. Patrik defending Jack 7 flop top pair. Sam. A little bit of nothing here. Checks it back, turns the gutter. Patrik has that 2 pair, Jack 7. Play double gutter there for Sam, and he's 6 and he 10. Gonna make him trade as well. Patrik goes for a nice bigger bet. About pot. Let's see how Sam plays this one. Let's go ahead and calls. River's a king. Patrik might try to get value here from a hand like a king 5. No, king 5's not calling 5. What am I talking about? I'm used to Nick Schulman and Olivier talking next to me.
Yeah, sorry, I'm more chill.
I
I
get
said
this-
you gotta bring the energy to me.
I'm like John Stockton, bro. You know, I'm talking with those guys. I'm like Stockton. I'm just setting these guys up, right?
Yeah.
Olivier's on another level locked in too, so it's great kind of hearing his
He's
perspective
on
on
another
poker.
level for being able to lose his match and immediately enter the booth to help me out. That was very nice.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do that. I feel like I need about an hour to like just deal with being out of such a cool tournament.
Yeah, guys, we appreciate y'all tuning in. I know it's late up there for some of y'all. It's 9 o'clock here, Cabo time. Everyone's partying. Where? Here. Watching this great match here. Sam Greenwood, queen high flush draw. Not a good board for him as the pre-flop caller, but he is going to check raise. Patrik has a hand. He continue with ace jack. Big pot energy about to brew here. Backdoor straight draw double for Sam. See how Patrik plays this one. He just called. Uh-oh. Turn is a 10. Sam, double blocker, flush draw. Patrik, top pair with that jack. Open-ended straight draw right now. Sam, obviously worried once he gets called there. He does go ahead and check it. Common thing to be check raising these ace-high boards. That's the pre-flop caller out of position. Patrik might be looking at bet for value. Does not. Checks it back. River's a deuce. And now Sam might have some ideas.
A little bit of a bummer to be holding 2 diamonds though, and you hope your opponent missed their flush draw.
Absolutely, yeah.
He does just wave the white flag.
Patrik might think, if I bet for value, what do I get called by? Maybe a hand. Queen 10 ever check raise? Maybe not. Patrik just checks it back, decides no value to be found. And Sam gonna move on. The next hand down a little bit, 60 to 110. Joseph Barbillo, what's up, guys? Give me some energy in the chat, guys. What have you guys been up to, man? How's things going with you? Jamie's locked in on your comments as well.
I'm reading your chats. Chat is very friendly. We've had a very nice. I'm wondering where all the jerks went though. Like, are they sleeping? Because chat's just nice.
I don't know.
Maybe Joey brings out the nice people.
My chat's really, really nice. So yeah, I don't know. They're always very, very.
Yeah, but let us know any jerks in the chat.
Patrik, open and straight draw. He calls, flops, returns that second pair. Sam, bottom pair. Most likely checks back here.
The chat wants to see Jamie versus Joey, so maybe we stream a match.
Oh, I mean, listen, Poppy, you know.
I think it's smart to do things like that to show how elite these people actually are. It would be like you watch Olympians compete at something, and then you watch people like us. Just
Yeah, no, listen, you speak for yourself. One heads up Melbourne home tournament win series this year.
sure you are a heads-up champion.
Yeah, no, I just prefer Potlam and Omaha. It is the great game after all. Patrick going for a little bit of value. Block bets the river, hoping to get called by a 4 or 6, and Sam does call. Patrick chips up a little bit. Nice bet there from Patrik Antonius.
Sam Greenwood over 2-1 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, with the programs these days, I don't think it's, obviously to sound like you're some super genius at poker, takes the desire to want to sound like a super genius at poker. And that's not really that hard to do, in my opinion, because all the content's out there for free. All you got to do is consume it, watch it, repeat it back, and then you're going to sound like a super genius. So in terms of understanding and be able to implement it, once again, comes down to the desire to want to do it. The programs these days are phenomenal. The coaches, mentors are phenomenal. So it's a matter of consistency and repetition and the desire and the ambition and the willingness to want to do it. So I think it's easier than ever to become great at poker and, to be able to be a winning poker player. Takes a little bit of run good and a little bit of game selection, and it's easier than ever to find a great game depending on where you want to look at. So when it comes to the question of being elite at a certain game of poker, it just really requires, in my opinion, the desire to want to do it.
Okay, but what about my plan to just learn poker every few months when I commentate?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty bad plan. I mean, if I were you, I think like as a poker commentator, you might as well just kind of put it.
Let's get in the lab.
Yeah. Well, I don't really want it. The more I learn Hold'em, the less I like PLO. So I'm trying to.
Whoa! Someone clip that. Somebody clip that, and we're going to just put this on Twitter and see what they think about that. Are you saying now that PLO is just the good game?
No, it's still the great game. I like the great game. I like investing right now, so investing's a lot more fun for me. But poker, I've done it for so long that like I said, with these solvers these days, I mean, the way to make money at poker, you just find bad players and you play with them and you put in hours, you work hard, and you pray to God.
I can't believe I just heard that coming from your mouth. That's insane.
I know, Poppy. I know. I agree. Bottom pair for Sam. Going to value bet. Situation bet, rather. Patrick calls king high. Turns a queen. Let's see how Sam plays it. One diamond in his hand. Patrick might go for a lead on this turn. And he does indeed go for that block lead. That's small bet. We saw Doug Polk make a habit out of this during the Doug Polk for Stand Granu challenge.
That was such a crazy challenge, mainly because if Doug lost, does he have to go into hiding? He just has to move to some other country and pretend he never played poker?
Yeah, this guy would never hear that down.
Yeah.
So Sam chips up a little bit. Nice hand by Sam. 47-78. Patrick still with the momentum this match. Patrik Antonius, the legend. Sam Greenwood, the high stakes beast. Winner of this goes to the finals. Brad Owen was in this event, indeed. Did not make it down to the finals, unfortunately. Would have loved to see him compete.
That was so much fun when it was fire pit time at 2 a.m. It was Joey, Brad Owen, and Lucky Chewy, and I got to be there for that. And I feel like I'm the lucky Chewy of the group in that spot.
That's so funny. Yeah, we had a great time down here, late nights at the fire pit. Grumswood said, Joey, love your movement. Instagrams made me run many miles. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't really love the always posting on social media stuff, but when I'm doing a lot of content, I like trying to get it going a little bit, and it seems like some people get some inspiration from some of the things, which is nice. I'm happy to hear that, buddy. Nice river there for Patrick. 9s and 6s. Sam might have a hand he feels compelled to call with here, facing a bet. The ace 10. Block the 8-10. Also ace high. Would Patrick bluff here with a hand like king high, queen high? Maybe some hands like queen 8. Sam does call. Patrick gonna win a little pot there. And there for Patrick, 84-40. Playing a bunch of hands right now, raising the 5-7. Oh.
I've never seen better posture.
I don't know how this guy does it, dude. Patrik Antonius and Matt Berkey are two of the posture kings of poker.
Yes.
Patrik checks back the 5-7, turns the 5. Might choose to check or bet here. Get some value from a 3, maybe some king and ace highs. A couple flush draws out there as well, too. I better stop doing that.
I've seen people shuffle poker chips when they're playing online, which I think is very cute. They may have done it from time to time. Poppy is the one who shuffles poker chips while commentating.
Yeah, I do it all the
I've
time.
actually never seen this.
I'm practicing all my chip tricks basically.
Oh,
So
cool. You got
yeah.
anything I don't know how to do?
I actually created a few ones. Yeah, I do like
Created
this
a
one.
few.
I do like this one where I pop it up in the air all the time out of the spin. You know what I mean? It's like whoa, you know, it's like oh, you know, like that kind of stuff. You know, so hey, we got a few. I'm just debating how deep I want to get in these live streets.
Deep. It's worth it.
Sam, flush draw, 4-5. Checks it back. Patrik catches up on the turn with that 6. Not a very strong hand though. Let's see if Sam feels compelled to bet here. That's 5 high. Patrik doesn't lead the turn, gives a little information away. Sam does indeed bet. Nice bet there by Sam. Nice big size. Nice play by Sam. I like that. Sam can be balancing his range on the flop quite well, I would imagine. I know we watched Phil Ivey match. Phil Ivey was situation betting a lot on the flop, and I think a lot of maybe I guess a lot of different players are going to be a little more balanced on the flop in terms of their c-bet strategy, whereas maybe some older school players are going to be c-betting a little bit more frequently. Amy, you got a highlight of this trip, my friend? What stood out to you?
This trip. Wow, that's a great question. I had a lot of fun so far.
Yeah.
I'll think about this.
Okay.
I feel like it was just a lot of good, pleasant experience. But also maybe the highlights today. Like we're gonna play more Mafia tonight. And then also like moving to Mexico is really a big thing, you know?
Absolutely. Ladies. For Sam Greenwood. Gonna kick it up here, I imagine. King 8 suited for Patrik. Seems like one of those hands he might decide to defend. Pretty big 3-bet there from Sam. It's a pretty big 3-bet, yeah. About 11. That's fold. Badger says, how much of your net worth in crypto, Poppy? Well, listen, at one point in time earlier this year, it was about 80%. And ever since then, I'm down hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's why I'm fiat mining here down in Cabo. Yeah, listen, it was
Somebody had a good tweet about that where they were like, I had way too much of my net worth in crypto, and then it crashed, and now I have a reasonable amount of my net worth in crypto.
Lesson number 1, take profit, my friends.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God. 3-bet here from Patrik. Uh-oh, dynamic board. King, Jack, 3, top pair for Patrik Antonius. Looking to take this match 1. Sam Greenwood with the second pair. Don't imagine he's going to be getting too much in here, but pot is already inflated. 28 big blinds behind. Patrik. Should have had a third. Sam Greenwood not going to go anywhere quite yet. Hasn't been a ton of 3-betting at this point. Sam calls. Pot size bet behind. 9 on the turn. Sam picks up the gutter.
Oh, baby.
Patrik with the top pair, gutter himself. What size is he going to go with here? Lock in. The pot is brewing. Patrik looks hungry. He goes all in.
Oh. Tough one for Greenwood.
All right, let's
Especially
go.
on this. Yep. Stay with the flush draw on the turn. It's tough to fold. Ooh. Wow, and Antonius takes the first one off Sam Greenwood.
All right. Round 2.
Crazy.
Awesome.
We might actually see old school in the finals.
I think so,
That's we might. I mean, look, 1 game up is a huge advantage. So I don't know. What was your thoughts on the play?
My thoughts on that play. I think we saw the boys kind of go back and forth, a little smooth, right? Nothing really brewing for the most part between a lot of those hands. And yeah, I mean, kind of that's what happens, right? The blinds go up, the hands kind of go back and forth, little passivity. Patrik took a little chip lead, and I mean, it kind of just coolers him, right? King, queen, turn comes down, 10 jack, he barrels. I mean, maybe he has a flush draw, maybe something like that. Yeah, last hand's pretty interesting.
The second diamond on the turn makes it a lot harder for him to find a fold.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see some other opinions on that 10 jack and that call there, but that's all she wrote there for Sam Greenwood. Patrik Antonius goes up match 1. Sam's gonna have to win 2 in a row. Not gonna be easy against a legend like Patrik Antonius, and I think we're gonna kick to a break. Jamie will be back in a few minutes.
Yep, stick with us, guys. We'll be right back. fair. He's really smart. Yeah, is that our apartment?
That's where we live.
Welcome back, guys. This is the WPT Heads Up Championship. 25K buy-in. We started with 32 players. We are getting to the end of it. We are right now witnessing Sam Greenwood versus Patrik Antonius. Whoever wins this match will face Phil Ivey tomorrow for a best of 5. And what's sick is that Patrik Antonius. Oh, and we're having margaritas. We're cheersing. Okay, we're doing this now. So.
Made that intro.
Wow, you cheers and didn't take a sip. That's very bad luck.
Now I see why the World Series Poker hires you for these things. Yeah.
This is gonna be awesome, regardless of who wins. If it's Sam Greenwood or Phil Ivey, we have kind of like the new school solver guy versus Phil Ivey, the OG GOAT. If Patrik Antonius wins, this is just crazy. We just have 2 OGs. We have 2 OGs. Like, who's picking that at the start of this tournament? Are you?
You know what? I don't think many were. I think Doug Polk, the Supreme Leader, was obviously picking himself. We did a little bracket drawing. He's like, I'm going to win this. I'm going to win that. I'm like, all right, Bobby, calm down, buddy. But yeah, I mean, Phil Ivey making his finals. I mean, we just saw me and Shelm were doing commentary on that match. Ivey was making some completely savage bluffs. I mean, Olivier was in here too. He saw these guys play. And yeah, I mean, it was on. The guy's on another level. So I'm personally, right, I like Sam. I like Patrik. Patrik's my guy. Patrik going to do a podcast soon. And so I'm obviously rooting for Patrik Antonius to face Phil Ivey because I want to see those two in the finals. But Sam Greenwood also facing against Phil Ivey. Would love to see that match too. Sam, very tough player, very top player, world class, and absolutely beast as well too. And but yeah, Patrik and Phil just go back so long. So we just saw match 1. Patrik Antonius took it down. And now we're getting into match 2. With what do you expect out here, Jamie? What do you think?
I expect Sam Greenwood to match him. I expect it to be 1-1.
Yeah.
That's happened so many times. Very few of these matches actually went 2-0. And just Sam's a great player, and I'm sure that he's going to put up a really good fight. He's not going down 2-0. That's my read.
Sam Greenwood, a top poker voice. Just the voice he has is just. I used to watch. I think like train vids back in the day. I was playing a lot of Hold'em. Yeah, when I was playing a lot of Hold'em, I just used to love watching his.
Wow,
vids,
you hear that, Doug? Bang bang.
Doug wasn't making training
I'm
videos
just saying
back then.
Poppy's in the Run It One Street.
Bro, this was pre. Well, Phil Gaffon's my guy. What are you talking? He's my PLO. He's my PLO liaison. So we're coming back to us. We're gonna get to that match. We're here, Cabo, 9 p.m. Cabo time. Poker King has brought us a bottle of whiskey in the booth and drinks and margaritas. So we're
Yeah. So if this does go the distance, if this goes 3 games, this is gonna get to be very interesting commentary.
Pretty much.
We might get, as Poppy says, out of line. So stay tuned.
Patrik, we were had a little outing at the local pool in GTO headquarters back in Vegas last weekend for my buddy Jonah's birthday. Yeah, he showed up. He showed up with the crew. He had a.
What's his crew like?
It's cool. It's people that he works with. Yeah, I mean his buddy, his one co-founder of his company is great. I really like that guy a lot. He was super nice to me, and he brought his like American contact who's in the coffee world in Miami, and we were talking about Miami out of line stories. So it was a lot of fun, man. I had a great time with Patrik, and yeah, we are. Yeah, I can't wait to do a podcast with this guy, man. I got so many questions for PA. The dude's a fucking legend, man. So.
To run back a podcast at some point. You can just come on mine.
Yeah, we've done a bunch, right? We've done a few. I think we've done a few. You were one of the first podcasts
I know, but that was
had.
like so long ago. I feel like I'm a completely different human.
Yeah, it was like the 2014. Doug Polk was the first one, and then I think you were like 4 or 5 or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I think I came on twice. I think one time we had a fight.
What did we fight about?
Oh man, I think it was like a women in poker fight. I don't know. Let's not. We're friends again. We're gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, okay. I remember I remember one time you set me up with some other girl actually. No, maybe that was Jen Shahade. Never mind.
Was it? Oh.
Yeah, it might have been Jen Shahade back in the day. Yeah. You better start chugging after those sips. All right.
Whoa. All right, chat. Chat. Listen, we'll do whatever you tell us to do.
Not true. Shout everybody watched on Twitch, on YouTube.
That's not true.
Okay, fine, maybe. Top here. For PA, Greenwood, gutter. Sit back, Patrik. Check her bet here with the jack. Try to get some value from some ace highs, king highs, flush draws, maybe some tens.
Phil Bido says Ivey and Patrik should play final in a blow up hot tub. We have an actual hot tub on this deck over here. I feel like that's not a bad plan. Sorry. One for the ladies.
Do you want them to use their shirts off while they play, or
I'm just saying one for the ladies. They're always saying, how do we market to women? I just gave a great idea and everyone ignored it.
Well, we better not clip that out on Twitter. Some of the other people might have some issues with that, Jamie. You know how they get on Twitter. They get real savage, especially when they know you know Doug Polk.
Oh man.
This guy, Doug Polk, what a crazy guy this guy is, man. Patrick bringing a limp here. I like that. A7 of hearts. Tom Dwan.
Lurking. He came and lurked at the end of the last session too. He just behind. He just comes in, sits down, and is just like, "Hello" in the shot. What are you doing? Guys, fun fact about Tom Dwan: he loves Mafia. If you guys have played Mafia or Werewolf, that dude would have played until today. Like we played last night, and he wanted to play 100 games straight.
Yeah, we were playing that till about 3 a.m. last night.
Yep.
I fell asleep. Yeah, I fell asleep. Lisa Pickle in the chat. What's up, Lisa?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, pal? Friend of yours?
Yep,
Roommate?
she's the best.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Lisa. She's really cool. Shout out to Lisa. What's up? What's up, Mamacita?
Yeah, I was gonna say you just put on the poppy voice like, shout out to Lisa, what's up?
Ay, puppy. Patrick off your lily. What's Tom doing? They're
So
pulling him back. Get him out of there.
Yeah. I swear Patrick's face didn't even move like a centimeter. He has Tom like massaging his shoulders.
We gotta close that door in the back.
Yeah, but
Go ahead,
too
Jake.
late.
Yeah.
I'm blaming Schwan. For anyone who doesn't know, Schwan Lu has been in the booth every single day, the entire time, running the Asian stream, commentating in Mandarin, and she's a superhero because she is in a walk-in closet and has not taken really any breaks.
I don't know how she does that. I mean, that's pretty impressive to do. A lot of work ethic there. Must be paying her a lot of money to do that. Yeah, up that rate. So the boys 1-0, Patrik Antonius, the legend from Finland, former professional model, allegedly former professional tennis player as well too. They always talked about that in the old clips. High stake poker legend, poker after dark legend, online poker legend. Basically a complete legend of the game, debatably in the top 3 legends of all time in online poker history, and maybe poker history in my opinion. I don't know, who do you think top 3? Who do you got in that top 3 legends list?
In online poker or live
I'm just
poker
saying
or
poker, right?
anything?
You think
Oh,
about
geez,
poker,
wow, this is so
who
hard.
are your top 3?
All right.
Just give me 3,
I
give
know,
me
I'm
5,
gonna
and then I'll go from
think
there.
about it. I can't just spew this off because then you're gonna be like, what about this person? So I have to think about it.
No, I'm not gonna be that. Not gonna be that offended by that. Yeah.
Top 3.
Yeah.
We have to say Doyle. I'm gonna respect our elders and say Doyle.
Mm-hmm.
He's absurd. He still plays like he's really old. He's had so many health problems, like one after another after another. He's had cancer battles. He'll still play super high stakes in Bobby's room. That's insane. Like there's people who are young, healthy, studying all the time, who will never make it to Bobby's room. This man is like great grandfather material, and he
Right.
will find himself in Bobby's room playing still. That is incredible to me.
Right,
That makes
yeah.
me very happy too. 'Cause I think, okay, poker's a game you could really enjoy for your whole entire life. I got Doyle. Eric Seidel. Eric Seidel. I know, like, not, maybe that's not the first person who comes to mind for most people, but this dude's been good forever and so quietly good. He's just chilling in the background, winning forever. That's pretty cool.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How do we know people are winning?
How do we know these people are winning?
Yeah. So
I
is
know,
your
I know. I
is your
really
argument
just say
that
that too confidently.
is your argument that if you're around longevity wise that you're winning?
No, definitely
Because
not.
I would
Look,
argue
I'm here
that
for
if you
15 years and I suck.
bang,
I
bang.
think you
Wow.
say bang bang.
I mean,
I do
firing shots at yourself,
self
Cowboys.
shots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's the respect of his peers. It's just like mutual agreement that this guy's a boss.
Right. Okay.
He's crushing.
Okay.
And then the fact that he'll play super high rollers and stuff still.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we don't, we see some of these people talking a lot of shit and they're not showing up for these high roller events, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think we just saw Dan Negrano kind of show up there. I don't know how,
Mm-hmm.
didn't see too much of him in that event, after
I'll refrain
spending.
from commenting on him. However, Phil
Yeah.
Ivey, my third pick. Phil Ivey, it's easy. I got Brunson, Seidel, Ivey. I'm done.
All right, I'm gonna go the legend Patrik Antonius in my top 3. Come on, man. This guy is one of the people that helped me, inspired me to get into the great game of Potluck in Omaha. I got to throw my man Phil Galfond in that mix as well too. As,
Galfond's the best.
yes,
That's true.
as Sam Greenwood goes to the check raise. I mean, Galfond challenges, right? Beating down these players. I mean, you almost originator in some ways of some of the Pop Omaha training content. Obviously, I'm biased towards Pop Omaha, so I'm going to go there. I think if you're more of a tournament player, maybe you go to Eric Seidel. Obviously, just a tremendous player, a legend of the game. And Doyle Brunson, I mean, this guy, this dude is just iconic, right? You got to respect your elders for sure. And yeah, I'd say Patrik Antonius, Phil Ivey, and Doyle Brunson. That's what I
Jennifer
got.
Tilly.
Jen Tilly is so
I
great.
actually really do want to pick Jen Tilly. Man, there's like no person that makes me happier. Anytime I interact with her, ray of sunshine. Dating Phil Locke, coolest person ever. Can I add her? Can I just have 4 people?
You want, yeah.
All right, I'll do 4 people. Thank you.
Yeah. JGS says, Joey, after Ivy wins this tomorrow and then Helmuth wins on Wednesday, can we just get Phil versus Phil and consider poker solved? I'm going to be honest with you, JGA. Something tells me Phil Ivey and Phil Helmuth are destined for some sort of battle, okay? And I'm going to be pretty locked in, so. My man, seriously serious. Shout out to Thomas, always working hard, helped to put on this great event.
The GOAT.
Yeah, Thomas is awesome, man.
I was really sad. So Doug decided to stop making videos for a while, and Thomas, Doug, and I worked closely together, also with Mike Brady sometimes, making these funny videos. And I didn't realize how much fun it was until we stopped doing it. And I was like, I miss my friends.
Yeah.
But we got the band back together, Thomas and Doug Polk and me, all in Cabo, kicking it this whole week. It was amazing.
Jay Charasis. Yeah, it's a great list. So right now, Sam Greenwood in the lead, 104-91, match 2. Patrik, kind of just small ball in here for the most part in these hands. Boys are playing pretty quickly right now.
Go ahead. You could take one of my chips since you keep dropping yours on the floor.
Thank you. Queen Jack suited for Sam might be a 3-bet candidate. Does 3-bet, a little bit bigger, 11.5 big blinds, a little bigger we've been seeing so far.
And this is some stuff I've been picking up from Rabichow and Devoris and Liv, all the people that I got to commentate with this week, is that stack size is so important to decide what you're doing with hands like this. If you're on about 40 big blinds, you're probably just flatting it because you would really, really hate to 3-bet a hand this good and then ever have to fold to a 4-bet.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I've been really, I mean, I'm super fascinated by heads of Melvin Hold'em, so I get a little bit too addicted with my study when I do it, so I needed to take a break and step away.
You do that with everything. I feel like that's your personality type.
Yeah.
I do that with some things. I'll find something I love and then I just beat it to death.
Yeah, Patrik, top pair, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Sam, backdoor straight draw, and a flush draw for him, backdoor as well too. He's going to c-bet with the initiative. Goes a little bit bigger, about 15 into 22. Patrik, top pair, not going anywhere right now. He does call. Lock in, big pot energy, brew it in the headquarters right now. 53 big blinds in the pot, over a pot size bet left. Patrik with about 65 left turns that gut shot. Sam, not likely to continue betting here with this queen jack. Patrik calls that 3-bet, gonna have 10 sixes, some ace highs, maybe have like an ace queen offsuit.
You have an interesting decision, I would think. This pot is super inflated. You do have a hand that probably wants a little protection from the type of hand that Sam Greenwood actually has on the river. And you have potential. So I guess he's betting this. And do you think he's willing to call off if it got jammed on him? Because that's a tough spot.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot. It's a real interesting question. Something interesting to consider in terms of what you do on that turn. You know, we haven't seen a ton of 3-betting this match so far. Yeah, I mean, that's a really important decision, right? You end up there, deep stacked.
Yeah.
These things matter so
I'm
much.
assuming he calls off because that would just be kind of a crazy bet fold, right?
Maybe,
the
yeah.
hand that top pair and also you have the gutter ball.
Yeah.
And it was a flush draw board. So your
Yeah, maybe
opponent's going to have a lot of draws.
He could, yeah. I mean, would Sam just not bet that himself first checking? That's a good question. Yeah, something to consider. Couple hands here. 33 Illuminati for Patrik Antonius. Just calls with it.
I love this chat. I love you guys. I'm not just drunk. I do. I'm in love with all you guys.
One between Chris Kruk and Ivy. My man, Phil Ivey. I feel bad
Yeah.
for Chris, man. He was,
Kruk's the best.
Yeah, I love Chris, man. He's so funny. Like Brady, like, where's my trip?
Where's what?
Brady's disappointed he couldn't come. No, someone in the chat was
Aw.
making a joke about that.
That would have been amazing if we just fly Brady out just cause. Like,
Coletta,
well,
let's get Coletta down here too. Let's bring the whole crew back together here, okay?
sounds good.
Apply down fees. Let him get out of line with some Latina women. Top
I'm
pair.
always like comfortable for where we took it, and then you just go like half
It is
step.
what it is. Overbet here from Sam Greenwood. Patrik lays it down. Nice bet there from Sam. So Sam mixing up some overbets here so far. I thought we'd see more overbets from some of these players. A little surprised we haven't seen a lot of overbets, especially on board textures, which do favor a potential overbet. Patrik limping in this deep stack. That's interesting. Had the ace-7 earlier. Did that with now queen-10 offsuit. Flops the open and straight draw. Bottom pair for Sam. The final is tomorrow. What time's the final tomorrow, Jamie?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I believe it's about one.
Yeah, I think we're sticking with a similar schedule that we've been on.
To say Poker King, kind of nice, hooking us up with this. I mean, listen.
This whole event has been really nice. I feel like players have been very, very happy being here. At the level of
And if they're not, they're a little weird. I mean, why would you
I
not
agree
enjoy
with
this,
that.
right? Patrik rivers the straight. Not going to get much action here from Sam. Sam bottom pair. Check called that turn. Cheers again. I got my whiskey now.
Cheers again.
I
Okay,
finished my
wow. I'm a
margarita.
really slow drinker compared to you. I gotta.
Okay. Shout to WPT, Kathy, working hard. Adam Pliska out there, CEO
She hopped
Adam.
in the booth. What's up, Adam Plisko? Kathy actually hopped in the booth today. I think that was the first
Kathy
for her.
did?
She hopped in. She gave Schwan a little break. She commentated in Mandarin with Selena Lynn on the other side. Pretty cool.
I used to know Mandarin too.
You did not. I know that bet. I know you made a
What's
bet.
down?
I'm just saying.
Ni hao, okay.
Okay, you might know like 10 words. That's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. I can't argue with that. The battle of King Jacks here.
Dude, have you ever handled a chip before? Have you ever played with poker chips?
I'm just nervous, you know?
Oh, what's making you so nervous?
Nothing.
Patrik Antonius.
I mean, look at this guy, bro. Couple king highs here. Sam, C bets flop. Good back turn. River 9. Let's see if any of these players decides. No, most likely go to showdown on Sam's side. And he does. Chop it up. And a Baker says, we love you, Jamie.
Oh, I love her.
Europe UA says, Jamie, the best female poker commentator. Wow, you had to throw in that.
I mean, I don't think there are any other ones, but I'll take it anyway. Whatever, you know, it's fine. It's
Shout out
cool.
to Maria Ho. I know she's out there watching
Yeah,
Furious
I
right
feel
now
like
at
she
that
doesn't-
disrespect you just gave her.
Do it that much anymore, though. I feel like
Yeah,
she
she does. I
hosts.
did commentator with her actually it's a year and a half ago. So
That's what I'm
never mind.
saying. I think she's like, you know, she's got her hand in a lot of different things. I think maybe she doesn't do it much.
I love cold.
Mhm.
Patrik Antonius in the lead right now, Jamie 99-68. My man NPD Ballet in the chat. What's up, my brother? Nice to see you, buddy. He was actually present during my Heads Up Nolan Holm victory. He was one of my coaches.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Amazing.
Uh-huh.
I knew you were gonna win that. It was so weird. Knew it.
3 months talking to the best poker players in the world. Turns out it's a good
Yeah.
idea. I was
All
going through my commentary list for that event, Doug Polk versus Dan, and I was like, wow, these are some
The list of people I commentated with on and this week is ridiculous.
you
The
basically talked to
best players in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you take for granted that too, just because we've known these guys for so long,
Mm-hmm.
guys, girls, right? And you know, when you think about it, these are some of the best, right? These are top 150 players in the entire world. So
Yep. Yeah, because they're kind of down to earth. We're all just chilling on like a vacation kind of setting. But yeah, maybe instead of Mafia, we should have been asking them poker hands. Like, by the way, I got this hand I want to run by you.
ELO, then absolutely, yeah. Sam looking for a little value here with that 2 pair. Jackson 4s, King Kicker, Patrik. King High might be inclined to call, beat some diamonds. A hand like yeah, Queen 3, Queen of Diamond. Something like that. Kevin Mila Negrano was asked whether Kerstetter should do commentary for What's the Poker event. He said he thought there were better options. Well, the fuck does that guy know? You know what I'm
probably
saying?
right.
Right?
I mean,
come
to
on,
be honest,
who
he's
made this
probably
guy the
right.
commentary expert? Right? Was he the commentary judge? He's going around
Yeah.
watching everyone's commentary,
Oh,
grading them
my
out.
favorite. I'll just bang right now because this is what you like. He put a tweet out saying he mutes every person except for Nick Schulman. And then he came out like 6 months later and he's like, I have very strong opinions on other commentators. I'm like, bro, you mute everyone. Like, this is inconsistent, my friend. My enemy, excuse me.
You're not friends with him? No? It is what it is. I mean, I feel like he does a lot of poker as well too. So he loves poker. I mean, I got a lot of respect for that. Obviously, a legend of the game too in his own way.
Doesn't make my top 3.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Or my top 4 since I put Tilly in the 4th spot.
Diego Garza, appreciate you, brother. Aldo Perez, thank you, my friend. Nice to see you guys. Sam Greenwood on the ropes a little bit here, 70 to 96. Down 0-1 to Patrik Antonius. What are we drinking? We're drinking some Chivas Regal whiskey they brought me in here. Free bet here from Patrick, Queen 10 of diamonds. Sam's going to defend Ace 9 of clubs, flops King 8-7, backdoor straight flush draw for Sam. Patrick likely to bet this at a high frequency, probably a lower size. Checks over to Sam. Sam Ace 9. Probably go either way. Better check. Patrick gonna be check calling here with some of his ace highs, some pairs. Maybe behind like ace 8, occasionally checking a king, king jack, king queen suited. Turns a 5. Sam picks up a gutter. Might decide to stab here. Potentially set up a 2 street play. Try to get Patrick off one of those 8s. Maybe ace jack, ace queen. Sam checks back as well. River's a king. Patrick, queen high, beats some hands. Sam might defend. But not many. Check, check. Anticlimactic there. Kathy says, tune into the stream at 1 p.m. Pacific time to watch the finale. Yo, I am fired up. So what's the commentating looking like tomorrow, Jamie? What are you thinking about that?
Oh, I think that you and Schulman should close it. I think it could be a really long day with it being a slower structure. We're doing way more hands per level. Is it 11 hands per level? I have to check. There's also best of 5 instead of best of 3. So this could be several hours, I hope. I think you and Schulman should do games 3 and 4 in case that's the close. I'll hop in the beginning. You know, I'll warm you guys up. I'm like, you know, I'm okay with being like the first batter. I'm like, I can get on base. I don't think I should bat cleanup. I think that you and Nick should bat cleanup. So I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna do this, but you know, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think we'll have a great time tomorrow witnessing Phil Ivey going for some poker history. Very excited to see that. Sam raise pre-flop, most likely to bet this turn. Turns the gutter. Julian says WPT should do this again, but invitational for women only.
I mean, can you fill a 32 player bracket? 25K, you know, I don't know 32 women who'd want to play heads up. This is the problem. This is why I actually taught a ladies seminar this morning at 8 in the morning. Try to get more women to play poker so that at some point it wouldn't be that crazy to say we could fill a whole bracket.
Yeah.
But right now, probably pretty tough.
What if you do like a smaller buy-in, something like that?
That would
maybe.
be great. I would
You know,
love to
yeah.
play in something
I would
like
love to
that.
see. I would love to see something like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, more heads-up events are better in my opinion.
Agree.
I like
Everyone
the
who's on this trip agrees. Anyone I run into is like, can we do this again? I was like, I'll stay here.
I mean, I love heads up. I love watching these players go back and forth. 66 to 58 here. People in the chat getting very triggered by the amount of drinking that we're doing right now.
Are
Calm
they
down,
triggered
guys.
by
I mean,
it?
there's, you know, these people, they're always triggered about something sometimes,
Oh,
but I understand where they're
no.
coming from. They want us to be down in these things.
Gotcha. Sorry, guys.
Patrick, top pair. Sam looks like he's adjusting something going on there. Gonna lay it down. David Rogers, Jamie, you have the most beautiful, enchanting smile, and Joey, you are the poker in general end boss. Well, thank you, Dave. That's very nice of you.
My favorite compliment ever on a stream was today. I screenshot it. So cute. Someone said I have resting cute face. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I can
because
see
I don't
that.
believe that. All my poker pictures, I look very angry. I was like, oh, now I have that resting bitch face. Terrible.
Let's see that. Nicholas Jones, I'm drinking Jack and Cokes along with you. Cheers to you, buddy. Let's see if someone takes a stab at this one. Patrick with the gutter is going to lead out. Sam also with the gutter as well. Imagine he's going to continue here. Not seeing many big pots between the two players so far. River to 10. Let's see who's got the heart here. Patrick. Might not think he can get Sam off at ace high. Maybe 3-2. Might need to bet pretty big here. But he does check it. Now Sam 7 high. That's sausage. He knows he's got a bet to win.
Sausage is entering the poker vernacular now. We're gonna do this.
And he does bet. Nice bet there by Sam. Big over bet there. Sam representing a flush, maybe a slow played 4.
Very nice to have a diamond and also a 6 in his hand right now.
Patrik lays it down. Nice bet there by Sam Greenwood. Puts the aggression on Patrik Antonius. Takes back. Now Patrik still in the lead. 64-61. Match 2. Patrik takes this down. He moves into the finals to face Phil Ivey, the legend.
They've probably played a fair amount together, right? Oh, geez. Kathy in the chat letting us know it's 11 hands per level for finale. That's awesome. Like more than 1.5 times the levels that we're having right now.
Middle pair here for Patrik. Both players have that 9. Couple backdoor flush draws for either ones. They both call turn at 10, kind of kills the action. This guy's name's I Hate Poker Streamers.
Oh wow, a Skyless Turtle says I'm triggered because you aren't drinking enough. Jeez, you can't please anyone. Crazy.
No. A lot of people are happy out there. Shout out to them. The river. Backdoor flush gets there, Sam. Looks like he's thinking about, no, checks it. Check, nothing to see. Hogan says we just both want you to.
I gotta stop reading chat. So funny.
Here we are, guys. 9:25 p.m. Cabo time. Everyone out there enjoying themselves. Me and Jamie in the booth.
Enjoying ourselves.
Enjoying ourselves, hanging out with you. Big pop there for Patrik. Pairing a flush draw. Check. My man Vic, what's up, Vic? What's happening?
What makes you start that voice? The the radio DJ voice.
Sam picks up a little bit on that river with a 4. Might feel inclined to call a bet here if Patrik does lead. Beat some hands. Maybe hand like 9-10, Jack 9 if Patrik did decide to lead that on the turn. And Patrik does bet. About half pot. Sam debating to look him up with the 4. Raises it.
Whoa.
Wow.
Let's go, Greenwood.
Greenwood, big pot energy brewing off him.
God,
he makes
I
a
would
massive
love
raise.
to hear about this hand. Can we just have him in the booth after? This is crazy.
So Sam Greenwood with the 3-4. Patrik lays it down. Nice aggressive play there by Mr. Greenwood. 63-62.
I need to hear about this hand selection. He even had a spade in his hand too. I need to know how that one was picked. Sam Greenwood, give us some answers.
This answer's Poppy.
They're back to even. Sam Greenwood's giving himself a chance to get back in this tournament.
Ortega says, Poppy, this is the calmest I've ever seen you call heads up match.
Seriously? Wait, what?
That just goes to show you
Your
how
energy
crazy.
level is like a 12 out of 10. Mine's like a 5 at
It
all
just
times.
goes to show you how crazy people think I am if they think I'm low energy right now.
Yeah.
Throw in here. Patrik limp the button 6-7-0. Let's see which player decides to take a stab here. The buy-in $25,000 for this event. Check, nothing to see. Doug Polk, the supreme leader, unfortunately went out in round 2. Poppy. Doug had such high hopes. He was running his mouth all tournament
I
beforehand.
really thought he was gonna win his match after he had that fiery Twitter battle. When in the morning we're at lunch.
I don't think the thing is I don't think he was locked in really. I mean, he didn't really give
He's
any
locked
hands.
in. I thought that boost of just battling Bryn Kenny so hard for like hours straight for no reason was what he needed. He's like harnessing energy from Twitter battles. It feels like it. He's so energized. He's like so happy. I thought he was going to carry that over to the heads-up match and just destroy, but
You guys saw Doug Polk, Bryn Kenny. I don't know, Bryn Kenny. I love Bryn Kenny. He's my guy. I love him too. He's always a great character to talk to, and he occasionally comes out and just starts talking a bunch of shit on Twitter, and then Doug Polk kind of picked up on it, and those two guys back and forth. Those guys are on another
they
planet
both
with each other. I don't know what
canceled.
they're.
They literally both canceled their plans for like 4 hours and just tweeted back and forth to each other.
Stamp, big
Beautiful.
bet, King 964. This is a. I expected to see more of these kind of bet sizes from players in earlier matches. Sam seems to be the one employing the bigger bet size on these different textures that players are betting a little bit bigger on the cash games right now. But yeah, like you're saying, Jamie, right? I just Doug Polk, Bryn Kenny. I mean, two just amazing characters, right? Bryn Kenny, the Zen man, the top earner of all time in tournaments. Doug Polk, debatably one of the best, right?
Yeah.
They love needling each other, going back and forth. I don't take either one of them too seriously when they do that, right? They're all kind of.
Like Bryn is serious in the moment, and then he thinks better of it and deletes tweets like hours later, maybe the next day.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
usually what happens.
Yeah. I thought that tweet he made was hilarious. I mean, that dude's.
The Happy Father's Day was what really brought it home for me.
He's a funny guy. So, Sam pulls out for the lead a little bit here. 68-53. Kevin Malia says, read my comment out. What's up, Kevin? How's it going, Poppy?
That was it? Just read your comment?
Well, give me a different comment, Kevin.
Yeah,
Give me some
we'll
with
read
some
whatever
spice.
you post, so just be very careful. Get us fired if you want, because we promise to read it. What?
Anything you want to tweet. Oh my God, okay.
I just trust the chat. I feel like they wouldn't do that to us.
Monster flop here for Greenwood. Top pair, flush draw, straight draws. Patrik Antonius with the gutter. Blinds are going up here. 56-40. Patrick a little bit on the ropes. Checks back that flop. Turn. Both players pick up the open-ended straight draw with a 3. Now Sam has to decide what to do. So Sam definitely employing the bigger bet sizes that I've seen so far of any of the players that I've watched. Patrick most likely going to continue here open-ended straight draw. Not necessarily a clean open-ended straight draw with the 2 flush draws out there. Not as big of a worry at Texas Hold'em versus PLO. Flush draws are more prevalent. Patrick
I was
does lay
gonna
it down.
say, it just seems like an okay foldable spot
Why do you think that is?
with the 2 flush draws out there, and
Right.
you're drawing to an open ender. Sam Green is going to share this card sometimes. He just may not have anything. He may fold to you when you make it. It just seems like marginal when you're getting pot bet into you.
I see what you're saying, right? Even if a 3 does come or an 8 does come and you do make your straight, the implied odds aren't necessarily there.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Sometimes put yourself in a interesting spot when a flush does come. Check to you if you decide to turn that into a bluff, right? Yeah, I can see that. Maybe avoid some spots and yeah, maybe make some tighter fold there. Definitely can understand that play. Sam going with the min raise strategy here. Patrick defending most hands, it appears, from the big blind. Big flop here, guys. Lock in. Nut flush draw for Sam. Top pair for Patrick. Could be some fireworks.
Real ones this time with no chopping. Let's go.
Patrick plays this one. Top pair. 10 kicker. Most likely check call. Some players been working in more check raises here. He does indeed check raise. And now Sam, how is he going to play this one, Jamie? He has 2 overs. Nut flush draw. Sits up in his seat just a little bit. As Patrik Antonius smells a little bit of blood here.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, it was like, let's get it all in. And now it's like, well, my ace does have some showdown value, and I have 2 overs. I'm not really vulnerable to anything. Call. Like, everything's getting called these days.
Well, great turn card for Sam Greenwood. Nut flush there for Patrick. Patrick's not loving that. Does beat some hands, beat some 4s, beat some 5
Wow,
6s.
I did not expect another bet here, did you?
Yeah. He does indeed bet. Not expecting that. It feels like most players are checking here. Overall, Sam loving his hand, obviously. 15 poker hard right now, getting bet into with the nut flush. He just calls. River is the jack. And now Patrick has to wonder, 10-9. Maybe Sam could be calling the turn. Ace king, ace queen, maybe 1 diamond type hands. Maybe a hand like ace 5, 1 diamond. Does beat some hands.
But yeah, even so, your hand is best served as a bluff catcher at this point, especially after barreling the turn.
Now Patrick's going to be in a little bit of spot, Jamie, once he faces this all in from Sam Greenwood. 26 big blinds effective here. Sam seems like the only size is to go all in. Hope that Patrik maybe has a hand like a 9. Sam's in the tank right now. Patrik, all in.
Whoa.
Patrik Antonius 2-pair. Check raise the flop. Bet the turn. Just got called. Certainly some hands he thinks he might beat.
It's an interesting decision though, because once you bet the turn and get called, what can you put your opponent on right now that you could beat? You have a 10 in your hand. You could say 10-8, queen 10, but that's pretty optimistic with the 10 in your hand. I feel like him betting the turn has made Sam Greenwood's range fairly strong here. And even with the jack pairing and you feeling slightly better about your 9, I think you could probably find a fold.
Fold there by Patrik. Sam Greenwood. 3-1 chip lead here. 75-26. Grant McLean, 5:30 a.m. in UK watching. Come on, Puff. What's up, Grant? Nice to see you here, brother. Thank you for tuning in, my friend. Very nice to see you. Be double dizzy. Looks like he wants to fight, buddy. Come here right now. Don't get that hook to the face. Calm down, Poppy. Just kidding. So Patrik on the ropes here a little bit. 0-1. A lead. Take the lead. Ham check calls to king high. Patrik, let's see if he's got a 2-barrel in him. He doesn't. We're at the 10. Both players not loving that card, Jamie. Okay, Patrik decides to bluff here. He's got that 8. Just gives it up. Nice hand.
I'm not sure what the deal is with poker and people wanting everyone to fight each other in MMA battles, but chat wants you to fight a little bit. I'm not really sure.
They want me to fight.
I don't know, maybe me. Joey's a wild card for me in a fight I don't know what he's capable of. There's been a bunch of talk about this, so I don't know.
Me fighting someone? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be in the gym 24 hours a
fight.
day training with the
Yeah,
top people in
that's what I'm
Vegas,
saying,
right? Like, I mean, I'm ready. I'm ready to do
Once I
whatever.
accept
Yeah.
a challenge, it's really quite sick. Like I've raced Lily Coletto for a bunch of money in
Huh.
a mile.
You
And
want to race me?
I'll race you.
You want to trade? You want to race me?
I want to race you.
How long do we train for this?
Like 10 minutes. We'll do it later.
No. No.
I'm just not sure if giving you more time is beneficial to me or not. Probably not.
Be double dizzy, like a desperate woman on Instagram right now in the chat. Shout out to Be Double Dizzy.
A desperate woman on Instagram.
It's basically the opposite of the desperate men on Instagram that you might encounter. So blind just went up here. Patrik, 22 big blinds. Sam in the lead, 7-6.
I'm dead. I just laugh at everything. I can't
So
read
Sam,
chat.
trying to pull this up 1-1. Gonna start limping it once we reach this blind. As we heard Kevin talk about earlier. 15, 20 big blinds.
Yep.
Start with a limp and go from there. Turn Sam. Makes that 8. Alex Carvajal, where can I get live bracket updates? The only bracket update you need to know is Phil Ivey's in the final right now, and he's willing to take on the winner of this match. Now Patrik. Yeah, queen high. Sam might go for a little value here with that second pair. Probably go with the half pot. Feels overbetting. So Sam using a lot more overbets we've seen so far. Patrik looks. Lays it down. Delta YB, greetings from Morocco. What's up, Delta? How's it going, brother? Nice to see you. Very nice to see you. You guys missed the legendary Phil Ivey bluff posted on my Twitter page. And listen, you don't want to miss this hand, okay? 1-1 to go to the finals. The guy 3-bets 7-9 offsuit. Gets called by pocket deuces, but Chris Krug flops 10-5-3. Ivey bets the flop, gets raised with 7-9, up 10-5-3, and jams all in. And gets Chris Krug to fold the pocket deuces. That guy's not.
What are you eating?
Not
Nuts.
Nuts and raisins. So hungry.
He's always hungry.
I mean, he's converting them directly to biceps right now.
Dave Rogers in the chat. What's up, buddy? My guy, Heads Up Master. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well, Poppy. Nice to see you, man. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Stay out of trouble. Okay, please.
I didn't even say Happy Father's Day to you, Poppy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day. I appreciate that. For all the children I don't know that I
You're called
have.
Poppy. I don't know. I don't know about you.
I'm everyone's father, it appears. Imagine I'm like 80.
Oh.
Mike Doyle. Everyone's going to be calling me that. Oh my God.
I'll still call you Poppy.
Yeah.
You can be Grandpoppy.
Thank you. Patrick, third pair. Fourth pair, actually. Not a very strong hand. Sam opening a straight draw with 1 diamond. Daffy said, yo, Joey, how was the action in Texas? You ever going back to Champions Club? I actually think they shut Champions Club down in Houston, but I loved Houston. I love Texas so much. It was a lot of fun. When you come back to Vegas, you know, the action's just a lot crazier in Texas. So Jamie said we're going to take a Texas trip, actually, for some
I'm
poker.
in. I'm super in.
Yeah.
But I thought we live in Mexico now.
Well, we'll go there sometime. We're bet by Patrik Antonius. Or actually, pot size bet. Sam basically calling for a chop here. Straight on board. Sam does call for the chop. Never a good feeling. But he is going to see the good
Alright.
chopped up.
Exactly.
Rodrigo says Sam is playing really good. Yep, not surprised by that at all. Sam is one of the top players in the world right now. Eights for Patrik. Any nice comments out there catching your eye?
I've been reading them.
You
But yeah, you know what, guys? I'm not impressed. Chat, give us some better comments. That's not going to help, is it?
Bang, bang. Sam, 2 overs, check calls. Turns a 6. Good card there for Patrik. Patrik. Most likely to bet again. Get called by ace high. 7s, deuces. Jamie, no lipstick. Where'd your lipstick go?
I don't know. I've been outside all day. I've been chilling in a hammock.
Yeah.
Just, you know, I'm unconcerned about looking cute comments
All in!
today.
That's it.
That'll do it.
Patrik. Interesting bet size there. Probably hoping to get called by a 7. I'd imagine with that bet size.
Oh no, I gotta stop yawning. The night is young.
Come on, Jamie, lock
This
in.
might
Let's
go
go, man. Wake
3 matches. I'm waking up. I'm waking up.
Okay, she's awake. Okay. Here we go. 2 pair for Patrik. Top pair for Sam Greenwood. This could be it. Big pot energy brewing here in Cabo headquarters. Patrik just calls. Slow playing. A little bit of sneak. Turns a 3. Sam loving that card. Top pair. Jack kicker. Patrik could have a king. Worse ace as well, too. Sam, you think Patrik might go for a check racer on this turn?
I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Sam, big bet here. Once again, overbetting Patrik. Feeling probably excited about that. Expect to see him put this in, and Sam gonna need to get lucky on this river to win. All in.
Oh, baby.
Sam calls. He's going to need a jack, an ace, or a 3. River's a 9, and Patrik Antonius is going to double up to 49 big blinds. And just like that, PA catches a lucky flop. Unlucky there for Sam Greenwood. Not much that he could do there. And Sam Greenwood on the ropes right now, 1-0. Patrik Antonius in the lead, 48-35. Sam Greenwood, a little bit of sigh, not happy about that. Very unlucky there. What can you do? You make the top pair, you overbet the turn, your opponent does shove all in. You got to wonder, okay, what's this guy shove it all in with? Maybe he's got a flush draw. We are ahead of those hands. And basically only lose to ace deuce, king deuce. So it's a nice hand. Be double dizzy. Oh, it's going to be miss you, buddy. Oh, damn, buddy.
Ban.
So
I
bad.
mean, I read about 17 comments that were bannable,
Yeah,
but
so
you know
sad.
what?
So
I'm
sad
not
to
gonna
see
crash the
one of
party.
the
I'm like, let him
the
continue.
worst commentator I've ever seen in the chat leave. Sorry. Patrick's going to call here with the 2 pair. Interesting turn for Sam. Picks up the gutter.
Do you
Jamie.
remember when Ali Najad and Nick Schulman had the night shift and they would just be super out of line? I feel like we are doing that.
No,
Shift de la noche.
I'm incredibly in line right now.
You're in line?
100%, yeah.
All right, well, makes one of us.
You think you're out of line right now?
This goes 3 games of out of line.
So. In the chat are just, I mean, they're just straight weirdos, bro. I mean, I don't even know where these guys come up with some of these things. You know what I'm saying? I deal with them though. I'm so used to them. Nice bet there from Patrick. Sit up there with the full house.
Antonius now 2-1 lead over Greenwood.
Patrick looking to close this match out. Go 2-0. Yeah, I mean, I'm just so used to it. You don't really think about how weird it is to do a live stream where people are like saying just the strangest things you've ever seen in your life. And, you know, I've been doing it for a long time now, so I'm used to just being absolutely assaulted in many different ways in
Yes,
terms
you
of
get kind of immune to it.
yeah, positive and
Yeah,
negative. I
you've
mean, I've
been
been said everything
vaccinated.
in YouTube, you know, all my videos and stuff like that. So, you know, you don't think about how just actually incredibly weird and strange that dynamic is until you really sit back and think about it for just a little bit.
I just think about sometimes like, have I ever sat in a chat and just said weird things for like 6 hours? I'm like, no, I haven't.
All boys for Patrick. Sam 7-9 offsuit might look to call a raise here after he looks in.
We need like a standing desk here to get hype, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to like run a lap around this resort. Okay.
I love how whenever we finish here, the dinners, there's nowhere to eat here.
I know.
Everything
Especially
closes.
this
It's
one.
like, oh,
It's
perfect.
10:46 p.m. Cabo time.
Yeah.
That's pretty much my bedtime.
Yeah.
And we're only on game 2, and it might go 3. I'm not sure.
Chip poker, if you don't consider being down 1-0 in a best of 3 without the chip lead and 20 big blinds on the ropes, then I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Okay. This is about as on the ropes as you can get without being with less big blinds. Patrick gonna bet the turn with the backdoor straight draw, flush draw. Picks up a little bit of equity with that backdoor straight draw. Sam has the 8 of spades himself with a straight flush draw. Check, check. There was a 5, and now Sam has that king high. Patrick. That's it.
Blue Demon JJ, what time tomorrow? 1 p.m. Pacific. Meet us back here. Slower structure tomorrow. We're going 5 games, best of 5 instead of best of 3, and we're going 11 hands per blind level instead of 7. So it should be a pretty long matchup.
Super excited for that to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been doing a lot of commentary as well, right? A lot of hours, long hours for you.
The first day was crazy. I think it was over 9 hours.
Yeah.
And then a half day, 5 or 6 hours. And then they gave me one day where I only had one match to commentate on. And I just had vacation the rest of the day. That was awesome. But then I still also watch some of the matches because I'm a huge dork. How about you? You've been in the booth. You've been boothed up today a lot.
Been loving it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love watching poker. Seeing players that play. River. Sam makes the straight. Patrick, whole bunch of nothing, just 9-6. A lot.
Full pot with the bottom end of that straight, but Patrik did not call with his pair. Greenwood inching back into this match though. But as I say that, the blinds go up.
Right.
40 big blinds to 25 big blinds though. Not too bad.
I was thinking about the comments, right? Dealing with comments, and I just think like 35 years old at this point in time, right? And 9:49 on a Sunday or Monday,
You're just
Tuesday. I'm not
reading
sure what
really
day today
weird
is, to be
things.
honest with you. But
Yeah.
then you think like, how do you spend your time? You spend your time dealing with these people that, it's just
All right, but I have the flip side of that was
like a black mirror.
I was a tax attorney, and I never had anything weird happen to me.
All
Every
in.
single day was the same.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you're nice in the middle, right? You have.
We're not finding the middle. Our personality types are not finding in the middle in any
I'm
time in our
finding
lives.
the middle. Poker
No.
Mountain's coming soon.
Oh, okay. I'll go to Poker Mountain.
Yeah. So Sam trying to claw back right now. Come on, Sam. Let's see what you got here, buddy. You're on the ropes a little bit. 23 to 41. Sam's not going to give up easy. Silver Surfer 218 with the subscription. Thank you on Twitch. World Poker Tour appreciates that very much. Sam going to go with the heavy limp strategy from the button, it appears. Patrik checks it back. Shot straight for Patrik. Most likely going to continue here. And he does. Whole bunch of nothing for both players right now.
You guys let us know who you want to win. I have a feeling about who chat wants to win. Who do you guys want to face off against Phil Ivey tomorrow? Put your ones in the chat for Patrik Antonius and put 2 for Sam Greenwood.
Bet by Patrik. Here we go, guys. Lock in. Big pot energies brewing here. Big slick
for
Antonius. Pocket nines for Greenwood. It's going to be one of these classic poker tournament flips. Patrik with the small raise. Sam. Does he ship it in now? He does. All in.
Oh, baby.
Okay, good luck. Good luck.
After calls, ace king versus pocket nines.
Oh,
9 on the flop for Sam.
That's good
Greenwood,
luck.
ace on the
Oh no,
turn.
what
And
a
you wait
flop.
to get
Got
there.
a king on the river.
Check that out.
Aye.
Oh no.
It's like that. Sam Greenwood doubles up.
Did you know that Patrik Antonius had a part in the movie Taken? Good luck.
Just like that, PA is now a little bit on the ropes himself, down to 24 big blinds in this match. Sam Greenwood trying to even it up.
All right. I also want to kind of do a lot in. Is it really a lot in things? Not really. There's only 2 options. But I want to know, Joey, what % chance is there that Ivey's watching this match right now?
0%.
Yeah. That's the only answer I'd accept.
I don't know what Phil Ivey's doing, but he's not watching
He's
this
not
match
watching
right now.
this. He's one of the only players in this whole entire field that would not watch the match leading up to his final match. I say this very confidently.
I mean, not even like that's a proud thing to be. You know what I mean? I mean, it sounds kind of,
I'm
silly
just saying,
not to prepare a little bit, but
it's not that. It's just like he is who he is. I would be really surprised if he was watching. He's like, well, I'm just gonna go and play my game. I'm gonna win.
yeah. Got to Poker Mountain out there as well too. Poker Mountain going hard. People in the chat room for Patrik Antonius.
Wrong call.
On here, nice bet here from Sam.
Yeah.
He does
No
call.
good.
When the chatter fired up, Jamie, the right ones. A lot of Patrik Antonius fans out
People
there.
are
in the
really,
chat right
yeah.
now.
Wow. Say it's around 80% once.
Patrick's on tilt right now.
And then Ig says, I just want everybody to have a good time. I'm with you, bro. As long as they had fun. You know, this tournament is about the friends you made along the way.
I don't know how much they spent on this event, but they can't get a YouTube moderator in here, can they? I mean, come on, let's
Oh,
just
are
hire.
you still getting tortured? Or am I getting
Yeah,
tortured?
let's
I don't
just
want to
let's
know.
just bring. I mean,
I don't
there's
want to
just
know.
people like, you know what I just
Hmm.
don't get it.
I
You
hang
know,
out in the Twitch chat. I like Twitch chat's pretty chill.
I just don't get it why there isn't a
Aw.
moderator for some of these the spammers basically.
Yeah.
I'll hire someone, right? Pay 'em
Yeah.
and $12 an hour.
I mean, I'll do it. That could be my job in my new home, Mexico.
Make any sense to me? A lot of things don't make sense to me about what's going on here, but here I am. Patrik Antonius is going to need to claw back here, down to 19 big blinds. Sam Greenwood in the lead, flops the middle pair. Patrik to the gutter. Silver Shrimp, I don't think there are moderators on YouTube, unfortunately.
Joey, just write down any screen names that give you any shit, and I'll
Why
take
not?
care of
They
it.
just spam the chat, you know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, it just makes sense to me. Double gutter for Patrik.
So I've heard that we're trying to get a Mafia game going up here today, instead. And that if
We doing?
you, a Mafia game tonight, and if you get voted out, if you die, you have to go in the hot tub. Those are the rules.
Sounds stupid. Why would we do that? Why would someone throw in the hot tub
I don't know
for?
exactly.
Why?
Why would we abandon the fire pit location? It's clearly they're not.
Yep.
Lines up again. You know, there's only 50 big blinds in play right now. It's like a pair versus pair situation. They're getting in. We haven't had any really huge tan matchups lately, though. Are you tilted by chat? The nice
I'm
Twitch
I'm
chat
just
wants
more
to know.
like, it's ridiculous, right? It's like, to let this happen, you know what I'm saying?
Aw.
Like, I mean, I just don't get it, you know, kind of
Poppy.
operation running around here, right? Come
Aw.
on. Let's lock in. Not on Twitch. I'm talking about on
I know,
YouTube.
Twitch is nice, YouTube's mean.
Yeah. degenerate hour, Kazin. That's true. 10 p.m. on Pacific time. Only people online right now. They're definitely degenerates.
Oh
Essentially
wow, it's
me.
11 o'clock here. That's crazy.
Yeah, what time is it here?
11.
Yeah, it is 11. You're right. Yeah. 2 p.m. 2 a.m. Eastern time, right?
Mhm.
What kind of
But
people
who-
be watching poker at 2 a.m. Eastern time?
Yeah.
Crazy people.
They're just shaming our viewers now.
Well, I mean, I'm here too. I'm obviously psychotic,
here.
so you know,
Yeah, that's true.
perfect. Blinds are up a little bit. Sit Patrik Antonius, 11 big blinds. He's gonna need a prayer here. Sam Greenwood has him 4-1. Patrik ace 10 of diamonds. See if he goes all in or just makes a 3x raise. All in for Patrik. Sam just gives it up. So Sam trying to get participant back. Shout out to Raymond Lusario. What's up, Poppy? What's going on, brother? Jack Hadley. What's up, Jack? How's it going? Kyle, if you could predict the final and put odds on it, what would it be? My odds are that it's Patrik Antonius versus Phil Ivey tomorrow. If I had to make a guess, that's what I would guess.
It's pretty safe. It's safe because it's a good guess. He's the GOAT. But also, it's the guess that chat wants to hear. So, you know, you make people happy.
Lynn Chalice, shout out to Lynn. Much love.
She's in the chat? What
Lynn
up?
Chalice.
Oh, I thought you were saying Lynn G.
Oh, Lynn Chalice. Shout out to Lynn Chalice.
I do not know that.
Patrik. Come back or gonna do a bit of work.
What now?
The chat thinks they think I'm on monkey tilt right now. Only
Well,
on tilted when.
that's not monkey tail. Monkey tail
No,
is
I'm not a
much
monkey
more
tilt.
boisterous
I'm more
and like
like
flinging.
you know.
You're like on
come
like
on, you know,
mouse
someone.
tilt, where you're just like
Right,
you got
like-
super quiet. You're like, oh guys, I really wish chat wasn't like this.
No, it's not what it is. I can't say what it is,
Good
but
luck.
Oh no, something.
Good luck. Good luck.
all in.
Anticlimactic.
Queen 10, both players. Anticlimactic backdoor flush draw.
Oh.
Sam.
Oh, yeah.
Chop it up.
You're at
Chop
that
it up.
point, man. 50 big blinds in play. 13 big blinds effective. There's gonna be a lot of all-ins right now. I hate YouTube chat. You guys threw Joey into this. Joey was happy.
No, it ain't
He was
the chat.
excited.
It ain't the chat.
Ain't the chat?
No.
What's the matter? Poppy. Anyone just joining us? This is the match to see who will play Phil Ivey tomorrow for the whole thing. 400K up top. Seconds $200,000. Right now Patrik Antonius is up 1-0. If he wins this game, he will face Phil Ivey tomorrow in the champion. 1 p.m. Pacific. Hope you guys are here. Me and Poppy will be doing some commentary. Not sure if together or I think he'll be with the GOAT Schulman. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing yet, but should be a good time. As long as chat's nice to him, and if you're not, I'll fight you.
They're always nice to me. I'm not mad at the chat. It ain't the chat. There's other things.
There's other things in life besides the chat. Are you
Yeah.
serious? I don't know of any other things.
Not angry, just disappointed. Exactly. That's exactly. Finally, somebody out there gets me in the chat. I mean, my God, you know what I'm saying?
Just disappointed.
It's 11 p.m. on a Sunday. I'm disappointed.
It's
That's
Sunday?
exactly
Wait,
what it
what
is.
day is
Thank
today?
you, Preacher BFG, my guy.
Dude, it's Monday.
Happily hired for anything that you do. Pocket Kings here for Sam Greenwood. Exactly what it is. See if he limps in with the Pocket Kings. And he does once again. A lot of limping here with this stack size.
Better ball for Antonius and backdoor flush draw. Not the best board ever for Greenwood, but do you think he's gonna bet? Oh. Interesting.
Just hanging in there, man.
But also just mucking, you know. I don't know.
He's got the 10 big blinds. These shots today, man. Chip does get off the rails a little bit at nighttime.
Yeah.
Patrick
Antonius flopping
with the
way the
9.
best of it.
Yeah.
And a second nut flush draw to
I
go
feel like
with it.
Patrick's going to come back here, Jamie. I don't know. Something about this just tells me PA is going to make a comeback. The man looks locked in. He looks fit. He looks ready. Sam looks a little tired, making a yawn over there. Maybe not as locked in. Patrick with the 9. The queen of clubs in his hand.
Where in Canada is Sam? Is he East Coast?
I have no idea.
I don't know either, but that could be why he could look a little tired.
That makes sense. I mean, it's pretty late right now for this match to be taking place around the East Coast. 2 a.m. there. Patrick makes a flush on the river. Sam has 2 pair with the 7s and 4s. Patrick might look to bet for value here. Try to get called by a king. Worst club as well, too. Maybe Sam turns some hands into bluffs as well occasionally. This might be one of those things he's thinking about calling here with the 7, 2 pairs, 7s and 4s. Does raise indeed.
Whoa.
Patrick, nice double up
Whoa.
spot here. Second nut flush. Full house is out there.
Oh, it's thinking.
Good call.
Patrick does call. Patrick Antonius gets the double up with the queen 9. And just like that, takes the chip
Bang.
lead 22 to 18. PA looking to close this one out. Sam Greenwood. Be rethinking that one a little bit later. Wants to turn some of his hands into bluffs. Decides to do it with the queen 7. And now Patrick looking to close this match out. Looking to face Phil Ivey in Navarro's. Heads up finale for $400,000. Best of 5. That's what we could see. PA, Phil Ivey face to face here in Cabo. Battling. Like it's 2008. Who would have thought 2021, June, we would see Patrik Antonius versus Phil Ivey.
Seriously. I mean, that is a
battle.
kind of cool thing that if Patrik Antonius does come from behind, which he was behind for quite a while, and wins this game and faces Phil Ivey, they will actually be physically in the same room, battleship style, which is pretty cool.
That'd be pretty iconic. And I mean, both these guys probably going to feel nostalgic vibes when that kind of happens too as well. Patrick, 22 big right now, looking hungry. Loves action. Sam looks like he's talking, but we can't hear him. Patrick going with the limpid strategy as well on the button, Jamie.
What? It's yoga time?
Yoga time.
Mandy Baker's been in the chat.
Remember when you went, I saw you the other day doing the beach yoga, you and Lynn?
Yeah.
The beach yoga,
Yeah, we really stretched like for
beach
2
yoga.
minutes and then
Yeah, it
just
was
hung
you guys
out.
sitting there hanging out, having a good
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Looking pretty on the beach.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that. Patrik turns the trip nines. Sam has the open and straight draw. Has that 10-8. EA. Goes to that half pot bet and that limp pot. Sam might feel inclined to continue. He does. Uh-oh. River's an 8. Patrik thinking about what size to go with. 4 big blinds in the pot. Every big blind matters at this point in time as the stacks get a little bit shallower, and he goes for a small bet. Sam does call, pays it off, and Patrik extends that lead just a little bit, 25-15. He looks hungry right now for that victory. 2-0, Phil Ivey. Patrik Antonius.
Yeah,
He
and
knows Phil Ivey awaits.
winning 2-0 against a player of Sam's caliber might be a nice confidence boost before he faces Mike Tyson in the last round, you know.
That's true. Mike Tyson awaits tomorrow. Mr. Phil Ivey, you can tell Sam limping in with a lot of hands on the button at this stack size. Ace deuce of diamonds, flops a bunch of nothing. EA with the backdoor straight draw. Earns a backdoor straight draw. See if he decides to lead here. Get Sam to fold off his ace high, king highs. Hands are gonna have equity. But he just checks it, Sam. Ace deuce. We should get Sam a ring light for next time.
Yeah. He is kind of in the
A
shadow.
little bit light on that beautiful face of yours, Sam. PA ends up not a very weak hand on the river. He bets most likely going to get called by that ace high, but he does just check it. Sam takes the showdown. 20-13, Jamie.
There's just no blinds in play. This is crazy.
Now blinds are going up every 9 hands. King, queen offsuit. Let's see if Patrik uses the limp button strategy as well, too. He is going to do the same thing. Sam might choose to raise this hand sometimes, but he just checks back for 9 suited. Anticlimactic board. Backdoor bonanza for Sam. PA. You overs, turn 6. Hold on, nothing brewing here. Just remember, these players each earn $100,000 for their place right now in the semifinals. Patrik gonna make a bet here with that queen. Hold out. That's equity. Nice bet by Patrik. So I guess we're not going to see any raising from these guys at these stack size. Just going to see a lot of limping on the button. King 10 for Sam. Beautiful hand. Especially at this point in time. A lot of passivity here, Jamie, huh? This is kind of the meta that takes place in these heads-up formats at this stack size. From what you're
Lots of limping, lots of post-flop play.
Yeah.
Just so counterintuitive, or it's just so different from how it used to be. I come from the tournament area of poker, and really it's just there's a lot of shoving, but it is not that way anymore. People did a lot of solver work and found out there's more profitable plays to be made. Even if something is a good shove according to Nash, there's just more interesting ways to play it. And we've been seeing all of those ways being played.
So what you're saying, Jamie, is all these people that play at the Golden Nugget and at the Win, they all limp in all the time pre-flop. Maybe they're actually making some pretty good plays. Yeah.
Possible.
So PA, best hand here, Jamie. 2 pairs, 7s and 6s. Sam has the king high. Might feel inclined to potentially call a value bet if PA decides to make a half pot bet, but he does just check. Sam gonna see the bad news. Patrik 23-10. To close this match out. Get in here, Patrik. See what you got. Sam, ace-4 offsuit could be a hand. He shoves all in. Pre-flop it. He does go all in. Looks like that's going to get through. Jack-4. Patrik, we saw him quite chatty with Doug Polk yesterday, the Supreme Leader. Today, Sam Greenwood not giving up much. 9 offsuit. He shoves this all in. Patrik 7-6 suited. Looks like he's pondering a call. He's thinking about it. Patrik loves those suited connectors. Three offsuit for Patrik, tanking down a little bit. He's all in.
All right, let's go.
Oh, baby.
Oh no.
He calls. Patrik's
Oh
gonna need
no.
a 3.
Oh no.
Oh no, oh no.
3 on the turn.
Don't do it.
And no return,
Oh
just
no.
like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
Cute. Oh no, oh no.
Ay, puppy. Come on, Patrik. Not out of it yet, buddy. 3-1 chip lead for Sam Greenwood. He's looked to even this matchup to semifinals. Now Patrik 7-5-0. Not a very beautiful hand there, Jamie. 7-5 offsuit. I mean,
So now.
but
Oh, potential.
has a lot of potential on the Jack 4-6. Coordination with that board. Sam Greenwood as well. Backdoor straight draw. Needs the 7 for the gutter. He's gonna go half pot. Let's see if Patrik decides to put in a check raise here. No, Sam's limping all his hands on the button. Sam's gonna have some jacks. Patrik does go for that check raise. Lock in. Sam gonna give this up. Gutter.
I think you gotta.
He might ship it in here. He does just call.
Whoa.
Turns a deuce. Patrik. He's got 5 big blinds left. He's all in.
This is stupid. I think I can fold though.
A little bit of math.
Yeah. I wish you check back the flop now.
And Sam lays it down.
Wow.
Not
What
call
you
with
had?
gutter there.
I had no. I had 8 high. But
Yeah.
Patrik gets
Some
one
hope.
through there with a 7 high. Obviously feeling pretty good about that. Most likely not suspect his opponent. Would even lay it down. King 4 here. The blinds. It's getting serious right now. It's getting intense. 2-8 for Sam. Jamie stretching out a little bit. Getting warmed up. She's been here all night. It's late here in Cabo headquarters. Sam Greenwood turns the straight with the deuce. Might get a little bit of bet here from Patrik. Patrik with the 4. And Sam goes for a bigger bet. Patrik officially drawing dead. Never a good feeling. Well, actually, it says 3% he can draw to a chop, I believe.
Oh man.
Not good here. Patrik Antonius rivers the 2 pair, kings and 4s. Sam Greenwood, all flushes miss. The 6 does not get there if Sam had a hand like a 10-6. Let's see if Sam decides what to do with his bet size. 5 in the pot, 11 behind. He goes near pot size.
You just started to bluff me a lot, or what?
Hates it. He hates it, but I feel like I just get stubborn and call here. There's 2 flush draws on board that missed.
I can.
You got 2 pair.
2 pair.
Yeah, I can't fault him there.
Yeah.
Patrik pays him off.
I just felt that stupid check on the flop. Just so stupid. Yeah. And why did I check that flop? It's just an idiotic check.
All right, Patrik, lock in, buddy. Come on.
It's
It's all in. King 3 for ace 9.
Ooh, no longer.
It's a 3. And
Oh
Patrik
wow, and
doubles
just
up.
like that.
Here we go. Back at it.
It's been a really long game.
This is it, man. 15-10 right now. Blinds just went up one more time. We're getting down to that pivotal hour. 1-0. Patrik Antonius looks to win a second match. Move on to the finals. Face Phil Ivey. Queen 6 all in. 4-8 club. Lays it down on Sam's end. Can't call with that yet.
Phil Ivey.
Tension is building right now. Phil Ivey awaits. Drinking a cocktail. And by cocktail, I mean he's drinking water.
Yep.
Doing some meditation right now. Preparing for his match tomorrow. Sam limping in. Queen 10 suited. Jack 6 suited. Beautiful hand by Patrik. Might decide. Just check in. Locked in on the chat over there. Full backdoors for each player. Backdoor straight. Flush draw for Patrik. Same for Sam. Sam's going to go that half pot. Just lays it down. 3 big blind matters this point, my friends. 15-10. PA. Still keeping that great posture in that chair. E6 offsuit for Sam. This might be an all-in hand. Let's go all in. Not going to get much action here. 10-9. Chicken lays it down. Jamie yawning back here.
I'm trying to hide it.
Let me
I'm
dump this
trying
water on
so
your head,
hard.
Jamie, or what?
Yeah.
Okay, I won't do it.
I was gonna see if you'd ruin all the electronics. It's safe to call that bluff.
Yeah,
I'm
you've
like,
been
I
here
don't
all
think he's
day.
gonna ruin a laptop. He might. He's crazy.
No. 3-4 suited for Patrik. Wonder what he's going to do here. Stacks are short. Good flop for Sam. Greenwood, top pair, 5 kicker, backdoor flush draw for Patrik. AKA a bunch of dog. Not to be confused with Jamie loves dogs over here.
I love dogs. I'm only salty that my Instagram is Jamie likes dogs. He loves dogs. It's already taken. So brutal.
Elite 8 from a man from Finland.
I was talking to Hafu today, who's very awesome, by the way, one of the influencers we had, video game queen. And she's saying to hang out in Henderson, that they're gonna have a game. I was like, that sounds lovely. I was like, do you have any pets though? She was, oh, yeah, we have a dog. I was like, no. I was coming if you had a dog. I think when people ask that, they usually are like, I'm allergic.
Didn't know you were the poker dogs,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
That makes sense. So once again, a heavy limb strategy. It's like playing against your little brother. Top pair for Sam. Good checker bet here.
Last, are we in the same room? Yes. If you want me to punch him right now, I could show you in the same room.
All right, go ahead.
Can't do it. I don't want to do it.
Go ahead.
Bobby.
No abuse. Go ahead. It's fine.
No.
Go ahead. Let me see what you got.
No.
I got a sunburn too. Go ahead. Give me what you mean.
Oh, that's even worse.
It's okay.
I'll just slap you. Wait, I
Oh, wait.
know. No, I can't
Okay,
do it.
okay,
I
go
can't do
ahead.
it.
Could be an all in, Jamie. King Deuce,
Oh,
all in.
baby.
Let's try it again.
8-9 for Sam.
Let's see.
Patrick, we need a king.
Oh my God.
Oh,
No
wow.
way.
What a
Wow.
turn.
This game, man, is so brutal. Poor Sam.
Aye. Patrik Antonius doubles up, takes the chip lead, 16-9. He's got him on the ropes right now. PA trying to close this one out. They're going back and forth, a whole bunch of small ball poker right now. 9-6 of diamonds for Patrik Antonius. All in. Takes it down, extending that chip lead. 17-8 has enough to at least withstand one double up.
And if Antonius can close this game out, he is going to win the match. He will face Phil Ivey tomorrow.
$400,000 in the title.
Yeah.
Pocket sevens. This could be it, Jamie.
The battle of the OGs.
All in.
Oh man.
Oh.
Oh.
Sammy's an 8.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Hey.
That's a good flop.
How many times will they trade the chip
Yeah.
lead back and forth? This is crazy.
Above
What's
Sam
going
now.
on?
One.
What's going on? Let's go one more time. 13-6. He's king suited.
Save a game, drink every time Jamie yawns. You guys gonna die.
Oh, look at that flop. Patrick with the trip queens.
Wow.
Sam,
This is insane.
ace king suited. Has to like his hand. I mean, his hand's better than a lot of other hands. A lot better. Beats all the other ace highs, king highs. Only loses to a queen. Even if Patrick does have a 3. Gonna be a vulnerable hand, Sam. Bets half pot. Patrick, most likely is gonna check call here. Slow play. Keeping all Sam's bluffs. But Patrick goes for a little check raise. 22,000. Sam, ace king.
Such a strange play. He's 3 big blinds back.
That's what it's about, baby. Poker.
Sam's gonna be like, what is this? Of
Sam
course
just
I call.
calls.
Like, how could this ever be a queen? I call. Yeah. Oh man.
PA. Half pot bet left.
Bet 2 big blinds.
He checked it. Oh, what's going on here? This is some sneaky stuff. Sam's got to be wondering. Probably got the best hand. Ace high. My opponent check raised me. Gave up on the turn. If he had a hand, would he not continue? Sam might feel compelled to go all in here. He does go all in.
Wow.
Patrick calls. And Sam's going to be drawing dead. Full house on the river for Patrik Antonius. And he takes the lead.
That was the weirdest.
Sam stares off into the distance, wondering what went wrong. Pocket nines. This is it, guys. PA.
Oh,
Trying
wow.
to close it out, Jamie.
Wow. And 8-7 going in.
It's definitely going to go in here. Patrik Antonius back and forth. The battle has been on. He just limps in. What's going on here? All in. Call. Sam, gonna need an ace. Hit the 7.
Oh my
game.
God. Wow.
All right.
Wow. That's it.
That is it. We are gonna see the dream matchup. Patrik Antonius and Phil Ivey are coming
That's
tomorrow for the
crazy.
final championship match in the 32-player, $25,000 WPT Heads Up event. I mean, listen, what year are we in right now, Jamie?
It's
What is
crazy. It is absolutely crazy. The people they had to beat for this to be the final matchup is insane. Just the people who live in the world of Sims all got beaten on the way to this final. Patrik Antonius versus Phil Ivey. The
I mean, God
battle
is
of
living this here.
OGs.
Look at that. Look at this bracket, Jamie.
Unreal.
Look at this. Phil Ivey, Patrik Antonius coming back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific time. Best of 5, playing for $400,000. The trophy, the bragging rights, the fan admiration as well, too. History, essentially in the making right now, as you can see, the brackets up here. And listen, man, it's been a great time. It's been a lot of fun these past few days. Thank you very much, everybody out there, for tuning in, watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch. All the team working hard behind the scenes as well, too. And Jamie, much
Been
love to
fun.
you as well. It's been a great time. And listen, that's what I got. Jamie, what else do you got, man? Give the people something to go out on here.
I'm just really excited for tomorrow. Best of 5, longer structure, more hands per level, more play. We get to see 2 GOATs, 2 OGs from the last 20 years of poker, battling it out. I cannot wait. I think it's going to be amazing. I hope you guys are there in chat talking to us. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys later. Take care. Peace out. Adios.